hoping that when I start this, you guys don't hear an echo. I'm hoping that when I start
Let me know
this,
if you do.
you guys don't hear an echo. Can you guys tell me, like, now that, let me know if you hear, if my sound is echoing. Please, please, please. Can you guys tell me, like, now that, let me know if you hear, if my sound is echoing. Please, please, please. Oh, did you see that? My little bot started working correctly. Yay! It wasn't working yesterday. Oh, did you see that? Am I echoing, or is the sound correct? Yay! It wasn't working yesterday. Deja, am I good? Do I sound right? Am I echoing, or is the sound correct? Everything. Now, what the real question will be is when I have a guest up, if that sound still stays correct. Everything. Now, what the real that'll be the question will be is when I have a guest up. We gotta get a guest first. So who wants to be the first lucky one to come up and talk today? That'll be the trick.
Who wants to talk to me?
We'll see. We gotta get a guest first. So who wants to be the first lucky one? I met you this morning. Todd. Hey Todd, what's up?
Who wants to talk to
me?
me?
What are you up to this morning? You wanna come up and chit chat? Glad I met you this morning. Todd. Hey Todd, what's up? Good morning. What's going on this morning? You wanna come up and chit chat? Good morning, y'all. That's gonna be the real trick. If good morning, y'all. Do we still maintain? That's gonna be the real trick is sound working correctly. Yes. Once the guest boxes get going. Do we still maintain? No echo. Who wants to be the first one? Sound working correctly. To come up out of the comments. Get going. Is it you, Todd? Who wants to be the first one to come up out of the comments? Mm-hmm. Is it you, Todd? But it was good to meet you this morning, too. Would you like to come up? But it was good to meet you this morning, too. Tell you what, I will drop an invite, and you can take it or not. I'll tell you what, I will drop an invite, and
I
you can
can't
take
stay
it or
on
not.
long.
Huh?
I can't stay on long.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm trying. I'm
can't
forever
stay on
having
long.
sound setting
Huh?
issues, and
I can't
because
stay
I'm
on
like
long.
working out some
Oh, that's
kinks
okay.
on my page, so
I'm
you don't hear
trying,
an echo right now,
I'm
do you?
forever
having sound
If I
setting
talk,
issues, and
yes.
because I'm like
You're hearing
working
an
out some
echo?
kinks on my
Yes.
page.
Okay,
so
now let me
you
try
don't hear an
something
echo
different.
right now, do you?
If I talk, yes.
Huh?
You're hearing an echo.
Oh, there
Yes.
we go. Okay, now let me try something.
What about now?
I'll be your guinea pig.
Oh,
Huh?
hang on.
I'll be your guinea pig.
Oh,
There
there
we
you
go.
go. Here you go.
What about now?
No.
Oh, hang on. Why can I not hear you? Oh, that would be why. Okay, how about now? Why can I not hear you? There we go. Echo's gone? That would be why. Okay. Perfect. How about now? Yay! There we
Nope,
go.
no echo.
All right. Echo's gone?
Yes.
That is exciting because I have been fucking with this thing for weeks and weeks trying to get it to work with this TikTok studio software. That is exciting because I have been fucking with this thing for weeks.
But I think we got it.
And weeks trying to get it to work with this TikTok. The issue is getting it to work with TikTok Studio when I push it out across all the other social media platforms. So right now you're on like
Nice.
6 other platforms. The issue is getting it to work with TikTok Studio when I push it out across all the other social
Thank you for
media
being my guinea
platforms.
pig,
So right
though.
now you're on
If
like
you
6
can't stay,
other
that's cool.
platforms.
But if you can, if you want to
Oh.
stay, we can chit chat.
Okay.
Thank you for being my guinea pig, though. If you can't stay, that's cool.
Absolutely.
But if you
Oh,
can,
a class. All right. So tell me about
I can stay
you
for a
then.
few minutes,
You're-
but then I
so
got
you're
a
friends with,
class I got to do.
a class. All right. So tell me
Holly-
about
Holly,
yes. Tell me about you.
Sorry,
Then.
I have to think about my
you're
names
friends
for a
with,
second.
Holly,
Holly.
Luna,
Yes. Sorry, I have to think
Oh,
about
okay.
my names for a second. There's all these different
Care Bear.
circles on TikTok. It's like high school.
Kelsey. I get friends with a lot of them.
Oh, okay. there's all
So
these different
you're where are you
circles on
from?
TikTok. It's like high school.
Alright. And how old are you?
So where are you from?
I'm from south of Buffalo, New York.
What do you do?
Alright. And how old are you?
56.
God, now I want to know so much more. Like, I want to know so much worse. now
I
you
can't
tell
say it
me.
on this platform.
Oh.
Huh. God, now I
That's
want to
so
know so much
intriguing.
more.
Like,
Like, I
that's-
want to know so much worse now that you can tell me.
Okay. Okay.
Like, I can't remember
so
stuff for more than about 5 minutes.
Like,
DM me later and I'll tell
So I
you.
take notes on everybody that I talk to. So that's like if you see me, like I can't remember stuff for more than about 5 minutes.
notebooks and
I've
notebooks on
ADHD,
people.
so I take notes on everybody that I talk to. So that's like if you see me jotting.
That's okay.
I keep
Wow,
like notebooks
that's a
and
long
notebooks on
time.
people.
I'm married, 31 years.
Well, I guess that means you guys have fairly good judgment.
Yeah, we
then,
knew
right?
each other 5 months.
Well, I guess that means you guys have fairly good judgment.
Do you guys have
then,
kids?
right?
Well, I hope so.
Boy or girl? Grown? Do you guys have kids? Grown
One.
up though? Boy or girl?
Boy.
Oh, so just grown then.
Boy.
Grown up though?
Yes, 22.
Oh. Oh, so just grown then.
Yes.
How is that?
He's
Is that
serving in the
scary?
UK in the military.
Is he in the army? How is that? Is that scary? That would be
Yeah,
terrifying. Is he in the army?
No, he's in the Air Force.
Oh yeah, that would be terrifying. I think.
I served in
think
the Army back in the
anything with your
90s.
kids, like, oh yeah, it's always scary
Yep.
having your kids be like doing anything really ever out the
Like,
house.
I think
but like anything with
that
your kids, like,
particularly would be.
it's always scary.
Like, I have
having your
3
kids
kids,
be like doing
and
anything really ever out the house, but like I can't.
that particularly would be.
My daughter,
Like, I
my
have
oldest
3
daughter,
kids.
nope, and. I have 2 sets of kids. Like I have an
Like, I
older
can't-
one that's in her 20s, lives in California,
my
I'm
daughter,
in
my
Kansas
oldest
City, and then I
daughter,
have like my next set.
I have 2
that were
sets of
10 years
kids,
later.
like, I have an older
so I
one that's in her
forget
20s,
that.
lives in California,
So my
I'm in Kansas City,
middle
and
one,
I
who is
have,
the oldest
like,
of
my
the
next
younger
set
set,
that
that
were
went to
10 years
Japan
later.
on a trip with
So
her
I
middle
forget
school, and
that-
it was
so
like
my
the freakiest
middle
thing
one,
knowing
who
that
is
your
the
kid
oldest
is
of the
halfway
younger
around the
set,
world without you.
just
Went to Japan on a trip with her middle school, and it was like the freakiest thing knowing that your kid is halfway around the world without you.
It's tough at times. He went over there a year ago in April. So, and then he just came home for 3.5 weeks. So we finally got to spend time with him for like almost, it was a year, year and a half,
he married?
8 months before we saw him again. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he married?
no,
good that he's not
single.
married.
Well,
I hate it when I see kids that
He's
age
dating
getting married.
someone
I'm
now.
like, don't do that. Yeah. Well, good that he's not married.
no.
I hate it when I see kids that age getting married. I'm like, don't do that. So you may end up with a whole.
But he fell over heads over
grandkids
heels
and
of this
stuff over
girl.
there.
But she's from the UK, so we'll see what happens.
So you may end up with a whole grandkids and stuff
You
over
won't?
there.
No,
Why not? No?
we already told him you can't stay over there because I won't
You
fly
have
over
like
there.
an injury or something?
You won't?
No,
From.
because my back can't handle it.
You have like an injury or something?
Yeah,
So what if he's
Military.
like, yeah, well. So what if he's like, yeah, well.
well, let's just say he's not a
But
fan
he's
over
got
there.
this little girlfriend over there.
He does his job over there, but he wants to come back to the U.S.
But he's got this little girlfriend over there.
Yeah, but if he does stick with her, I'm sure she'll be coming over here because he enjoys the freedom
What's
too
that
much
mean?
over here than over there.
Oh, okay, got you.
He likes pew-pews.
Oh, okay, got you.
He likes to hunt. He likes to be able to have a collection of knives, and he can't have that over there.
Okay.
They're a lot stricter over there
I don't
than
really
here.
know anything about that, so. Okay. I mean, like, I know
I don't really
that
know anything
about that, so. I know that we love them here. And we like to have as many of them as possible. I mean, like, I
I'm
know
not into
that you, but, like, I know that we
And I know
love
that there are
them
stricter
here.
laws in the UK, but
I
I
feel like
thought
to have
that
as
you
many
could
of
at
them
least
as
have them.
possible. You
I'm
can have
not
them
into
somewhat,
that,
right? Like, and I know that there are stricter laws in the UK, but I thought that you could at least have them. You can have them somewhat, right?
We couldn't even
he
send
can
him
buy them,
a
right?
set of steak knives to the UK for his apartment.
But he can buy them, right?
He buys some sort of knives over there for like cutting up meat, but we can't send him regular steak knives.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Where does he
Oh,
live?
it's weird.
Yeah.
Oh,
Interesting.
okay. So we like our.
Where
top
does he
secret.
live?
It's somewhere in the UK. I'll leave it there.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got you.
okay.
So we like our top secret. Yeah.
Not top
Okay.
secret, but I don't want to put too much out there on him. You know what I mean?
I got
That's
you.
I gotta look out
interesting.
for
I would
his
never
safety.
think that you
Yeah.
could never like you
Okay.
could not send knives somewhere. That's interesting. I would never think that you could never like you could not send knives somewhere.
Nope.
Hey, G,
You know, like his collection of pocket knives and everything. He was
like
not allowed
I'm
to take
so
them.
I'm kind of a junkie for those shows that are
Hey,
like.
G, Will, what's
Do you ever watch the shows that are like the shit trying
like
to get
I'm
through customs?
so
at
I'm
the
kind of a
airport
junkie
shows?
for those shows that are like.
Have you seen those on like Nat Geo
do you ever watch the shows
or
that are, like the
shit trying to get
Discovery
through customs
Channel?
at the airport shows?
So I'm just
Have you
like
seen those
trying
on,
to
like,
think
Nat
of all of the
Geo
shit that they do
or,
let through security in
Discovery
so many
Channel.
places. That
Yes,
would be.
So
trust
I'm just
me.
like trying to think of
Some-
all of the shit that they do let through security
Okay.
in so many places that would be an issue.
I can't comment on that stuff.
Like sometimes I look at that stuff and I see them letting like. Well, if you can't comment, then it doesn't really. Like sometimes I look at that stuff and I see them letting like. Yeah.
Well, if you can't comment, then
Well,
it doesn't
just like
really
it'll be
do
like
anything.
animals
Well, I can
or
comment
some of the like
some stuff,
food
yes, but some
items
stuff I
or
can't.
even. Well, just like it'll be like animals or some of the like food items or even.
There's a lot of stuff
Well,
that's,
and then sometimes it'll be stuff that I think
can't bring
shouldn't be
into the
allowed, and
US
they're
or you
just
can't
like,
ship
sure,
out.
this is fine, and you're like, what?
Right.
But then
Well,
stuff
and
that
then
seems
sometimes
perfectly
it'll be stuff
reasonable
that I think
that's
shouldn't
not
be
allowed, and
allowed,
you're
and
like,
like,
wait,
sure, this
that's
is
you
fine,
can't
and
have
you're
that,
like,
but you can have this other thing.
But then
Stuff that
it don't.
seems perfectly reasonable
Yeah.
that's not allowed, and you're like, wait, that's you can't have that, but you can have this other thing.
It
Hey,
all
Trish,
depends
good
on the
morning. How are you?
regulations.
Yeah, Trish is a friend. She's in a
And I know a lot about that.
situationship. Do you want to? Are you in
Hey,
a
Trish,
place
good
where you can
morning.
come
How are
up
you?
or no? Trish is a friend. She's in a situation. Do you want to? Are you in a place where you can come up? Or
she's
no?
in a domestic situation that she is trying to work her way out of right now.
She's
with
got-
her,
she's
with
in
a
a
husband who is
domestic
situation that she
Oh,
is
good.
trying
She's
to work her
trying to
way
get a
out
job
of
so that
right
she can
now.
get out of a
That sucks.
With a
situation
husband,
who
her
is-
husband has her financially locked in.
Oh,
She's
good.
had
She's
a hard time
trying to
getting
get a
out.
job
He's,
so that she
not
can get
physically
out of
abusive,
a
but basically
situation,
like
and her
controlling
husband
and has her
like
financially
emotionally
locked in.
abusive.
She's had a hard time getting out. He's like not physically abusive, but basically like controlling and
Oh.
like emotionally abusive. He's a proper
Well,
asshole.
I'm sorry, Trish. Men should not be that way.
So he's a proper asshole.
Couples, people got to remember, relationships
Well, and I
is
think that
100%
if I
and
understand the
100% on
status
both ends.
correctly,
I think that they're in a point
well,
where
and I think that
he
if I
understands that
understand the
she's gonna
status
be leaving
correctly,
him and is trying.
I think that they're
now
in
to
a point
like
where
backpedal
he
but still
understands that she's
control,
gonna be leaving him
like
and is trying
in that panic mode
now
of
to,
like, please
like,
don't leave me, but I
backpedal
still want
but
to
still
control you,
control,
kind of a thing.
like,
In that panic mode of
Right.
like, please don't leave me, but I still want to control you, kind of a thing.
That shouldn't have taken that long. He should
Right.
have corrected himself a while back and says, okay, listen, what do I need to work on?
Yeah,
He,
I mean, she's
if he's
older,
really
like,
that
how old are
concerned, he
you,
needs to go to counseling and get help.
I want to
So
say
he's
you're
not
like
that
in
way.
your.
Yeah.
Are you in your
I
like
mean,
50s
she's
maybe?
older, like.
Do I remember that
How old are
correctly?
you?
I could get out my notebook that has. I have a
think-
page on her.
I want to say you're like.
So
are you in your like 50s
she,
maybe?
and I don't mean
Do I
older
remember
like to
that
be
correctly?
insulting. I
could
just
get
mean
out
older
my
than
notebook that
me.
has. I have a page on her. Yeah. 50.
Yeah.
So
she,
and
and I don't
She's
mean
mine.
older like to be insulting.
done
I
things
just
like
meant
made
older
her give
than
up
me.
her career and
No,
not
she's
allowed her
my
to have a
age,
job.
56.
She used to be a
So,
sales executive and he made her
but
give that
he's
up
like
because he didn't like her.
done
being,
things like made
he
her
wanted
give up
to
her
be, like,
career, not
fully in
allowed her to
control
have a
of every
job, like
aspect
she
of
used to
her
be a
life
sales
and that kind
executive,
of
and he
bullshit.
made her give that up
Because he didn't like her being like he wanted her to be
Yeah.
like, fully in control of every aspect of her
No.
life and that kind
What?
of bullshit. So
Everybody's
she's
got their
working
own
on getting out of
calling,
it.
and
Carolina,
if that's what she
hey,
wants to
girl,
do and
what's
that's
up?
what she
This
loves
is
to do,
my
you gotta
TikTok
let her do
daughter.
it and support her.
yeah, so she's working on getting out of there.
Yes.
Carolina, hey girl, what's up? This is my TikTok
All right.
daughter.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
All right, I hate to cut
Yeah,
you
thanks for
short, but
stopping
I
by.
have to
Thanks
get
for
off.
sound check.
I've
All
got
right.
some stuff to do,
Yeah.
but I will
Me
look out
too.
for your lives, and I
Okay,
will
cool.
join you.
Thanks for
EE
stopping
doesn't
by.
host
Thanks
with
for
me
sound
anymore.
checking with me.
Yes, ma'am. Have a great day.
You too. So that happened. AE doesn't host with me anymore.
You want to come up though? You
No,
can
I
come up and
don't
talk to me
anymore.
if you want to, or
So that happened.
anybody else want to come up and join? Y'all can.
You want to come up though? You can come up and
Or I
talk to me
can
if you
just
want
talk to
or-
myself up here all day long. Anybody else want to come up and join? Y'all can.
Yeah.
Or I can just talk to myself up here all day long. If you don't mind, I can chat with you while I would like to get my other chats up to make sure if my chat bot over here is working
chat with you
correctly. While I would like to get my other chat.
Hey
up to
there,
make
how
sure
we
if
doing?
My chat bot over here is working correctly. Yeah. So didn't you have an
Hi.
interview the other day?
There, how we doing?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah. So didn't you have an interview the other day?
Yeah, I've had two, and they went really well. And the people were like, "You're obviously qualified. You're obviously a closer," but they were 1099 contract employees,
Yeah.
and I just don't have that kind of time to build up a commission base because my husband's not happy about me looking for a job. He says whatever makes you happy.
So does he know
but
you're
you can
wanting
tell
to
by
leave?
his attitude
Or are
and the
you
look
still
on his
wanting
face
to leave, or if
that
he's
he's
going to let
not
you get a
happy
job,
about
or are you
it.
going to stay? So does he know you're wanting to leave, or are you still wanting to leave, or if he's going to let you get a job, are you going to stay?
I actually have an interview scheduled for next Monday via Zoom for a position
perfect.
in Tampa, Florida. So that would take me halfway across the country.
Good. Perfect.
And that's my home state, so I would be close to my two sisters.
Good.
And I haven't told him yet.
Sorry.
So
I know
I'm
that
going
phone
to tell
number
him
I was
and see
going
how
to-
that's my home
Give me
state.
just
So
a
I would
second
be
while-
close.
I'm talking to you while I'm pulling up my other channels
Sorry.
just to make
I know
sure
that
things
phone
are
number
running
I know I
correctly,
was
but it takes me a
going
second
to-
to get them muted. Give me just a second. Well, I'm talking to you while I'm pulling up my other channels just to make sure things are running correctly, but it takes me a second to get them
So I would-
muted. I'm talking to you.
Carolina says, talk to yourself.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
I'm talking to you. Feedback?
She's just so funny.
She can come up. You want to come up, Carolina? Is that feedback?
I don't know.
She can come up. You want to come up, Carolina? That's why. That's why.
So I got a message from AE,
Oh,
a DM. So I was like, okay, something's up.
when did you get a message from him? Oh,
Because it was a weird message.
okay. When did you get a message from him?
A couple of days ago.
Okay.
And you know I have to sneak to even be on here.
Yeah.
So I didn't have a lot of time. So I just thought the whole thing was weird. He was like, you know, I hope you consider me a friend, and he was telling me about his live and that he was going live that night and he hoped I would listen. And I was like, dude, I can't listen. I can barely get to Carrie in the morning. How am I gonna listen to all these lives?
Right.
If I
wonder
if I can get
it's
to one,
like
I'm gonna get the
because he
Carries in the
left
morning.
here.
You know, because that's where I'm
Like, I don't
comfortable.
know why it has to be such like a dramatic
Or if it's,
thing.
like,
It's
because
not that
he
big.
left
It's not that
here.
serious. Just like I don't know why it has to be such like a dramatic thing. It's not. I don't want it to be like I'm talking about him behind his back either, though. It's really just not that serious. Like he doesn't.
Some
I don't want it to be
just-
like I'm talking about him behind his back either, though. It's really he doesn't
just not
have the
that
patience
serious.
for
Like,
it
he
when
doesn't-
things go
he
wrong
felt
sometimes.
like
When it takes 5 minutes for there to be like
He doesn't
okay,
have the
maybe
patience
there's
for
a
it
sound issue
when
or something that
things
has
go
to be
wrong
fixed. It's
sometimes,
important
when
to
it
me
takes
because
5
I have
minutes
people
for
that
there
watch
to
me on
be,
other
like,
platforms.
okay, maybe
So
there's a
it's
sound
important
issue
to
or
me
something
that
has to
when
be
time I go
it's
live,
important to me because I
if
have
something
people
is
that watch
not
me on other
working
platforms.
with my
It's
multi-streaming,
important
that
to
I work
me
that
when
out
I go live
and make it
if
work.
something is not working
And
with
that's not a
my
priority for
multi-streaming,
him,
that I
and
work
it makes
that
him
out
frustrated when I interrupt this conversation.
And that's not a
When
priority
he's got a
for him,
conversation
and it
going,
makes him
and
frustrated
I'm
when
saying,
I-
yeah,
when
sorry,
I interrupt
I'm
this
making this
conversation.
work.
When he's got
Like,
a conversation going,
he gets frustrated,
and I'm
and
saying, yeah, sorry, I'm making
so-
this work. Like,
Yeah.
he gets frustrated, and so
Well, and I've noticed myself, and I would tell him this to his TikTok face, that he gets easily frustrated with things that other people say and gets very defensive very quickly.
And I get it, and it's not
and
even
there's a
just
lot of
excuses
excuses made
It's the autism, and
for
I get it, and we work
his
well together, and
behavior.
I really like talking to
and
him.
Which-
and I really
it's
would,
not even
I
just
would
excuses,
prefer
'cause
if
it's
he was
it's
here
the
and
autism,
stayed
and
here.
I get it, and we work
And I'm probably
well
gonna
together,
start
and I
crying if I
really
talk
like
about
talking
it
to
too
him, and
much
I
because I would really
I
like
would
him to be
prefer
here, but
if he
like.
was here and stayed here. And I'm
I
probably
mean,
gonna start crying if I talk
well,
about
no,
it
I
too
mean,
much
he just
because
told
I
me,
would
he
really
said
like him
that
to
he
be
didn't
here,
want to
but,
be on the
like-
show, and he doesn't think that it makes me happy, and he
Well,
thinks,
then
I
let's
mean,
talk about something.
Well, no, I mean, he just told me, he
I
said
was
that
like,
he didn't
okay,
want to be
cool.
on the show, and he doesn't think that it makes
I'm
me
not gonna
happy,
do
and
that,
he
but
thinks I should keep doing that too. And I was like,
It works better if you're here.
like,
I'm
I
not gonna
just
do
need
that,
for you
but,
to know that sometimes that first 10 minutes of the show, if I'm getting up the other
It
multi-streaming
works
better if
channels
you're here,
and there's
like,
an
I just
echo or
need for
something
you to
goes
know that
wrong,
sometimes
there
that
might be a
first 10
technical
minutes of
issue
the
that I have to
show,
work
if
through.
I'm getting up the other multi-streaming
Because it's a broadcast.
channels and there's an echo,
And
or
that
something
happens
goes
sometimes
wrong,
when
there
you're
might be a
broadcasting
technical
things.
issue that I have to
And the
work through.
TikTok audience isn't the only one because
it's a broadcast.
Right.
like
And
when
that
you're
happens
bringing your
sometimes when
audience
you're
and your whole
broadcasting
audience is
things.
here, that's
Wow.
fine.
And the
but
TikTok
I
audience
have
isn't the only one because
a whole like I have a
when
specifically
you're
for me
bringing your
it's
audience and your
Trovo.
whole
I have
audience is here,
a
that's
group
fine,
of
but
people on
I
Trovo
have
that's like 30 people
a whole-
deep
like,
that
I have
show
a-
up there
a-
every single
specifically
day.
for me,
So
it's
if I don't
Trovo. I have
prioritize it, those
a
people
group
go
of
away.
people on Trovo that's like 30
Right?
people deep that show up there every
So,
single day. So if I
I'm
don't
sorry,
prioritize it,
but
those
like
people go away.
that those people
right?
yeah.
Right.
So I'm sorry.
So
but like that those people yeah.
but he's a good guy. I wish that he would just not have to be so like.
It's gonna
obtuse
work
about
out.
it.
Whatever's
I think that we could
happen
be
will
good together
happen.
if he would just.
But he's a
get
good
over
guy. I
himself
wish
a
that
little
he
bit.
would just not have to be so like obtuse about it because
Makes
I
me
think
sad.
that we could be good together.
I just
if
had
he
a
would
really
get
rough
over
couple
himself a little
like
bit.
week, to be honest. That's why it's just like
Makes me
one
sad.
thing of like 1,000.
I just had a
things that
really
have
rough
happened in the
couple,
last week
like,
that have just
week,
been
to
like
be honest.
shit
That's
in
why
my life. So
it's just like one thing of like 1,000 things that have happened in the last week that have just been
Anyway.
like shit in my
but
life.
yeah, I'm
so.
sure he has with you, Carolina. Anyway, so
Yeah. I can.
anywho, anyway, but yeah, I'm sure he has with you, Carolina. Anyway, so yeah. Anywho,
Yeah. I have one of those big plates full of crap
It
too,
really
so
is,
I get it.
well, and it's just like
Just trying to
I
take
can
care of
handle
one
a
thing
lot of
at a
things
time
at a
is all we
time.
can do.
It
But-
really is.
so like what's
Well,
going
and
on
it's
really
just,
isn't
like,
more that I can handle. It's
I
just that
can
everything
handle a
that I
lot
have
of
going
things at a
on is
time,
such like
but-
emotional stuff.
So like
that it
what's going on
takes,
really
like,
isn't more that I can
I'm like
handle.
always on
It's
the
just
edge
that
of
everything
tears,
I
so
have going on
it's
is
really
such,
not that
like,
much.
emotional stuff
But just
that
like it makes other
takes,
people
like,
uncomfortable when people
I'm like
cry.
always on the edge of tears.
right?
So
And
it's
so
really not that much.
It just it
but
takes
just,
nothing to
like,
make me
it
cry
makes
on a
other people
normal day.
uncomfortable when people cry.
But then right now
Right?
everything
And
is so
that-
like
so-
emotional that it's
it
even
just
less.
it takes nothing to make me cry
So,
on a normal day.
It's just like all day long.
And-
right
but
now,
then
just
right
the
now everything
waterworks
is
are
so
on.
like emotional that it's even less.
So it's just like all day
I-
long right now. Just the waterworks are on.
I go to the gym and I get to 15 minutes, never fails. I don't know what happens to my body at the 15-minute mark, but I just start crying. So I just get my towel. I put it over my face, and as I'm jogging my butt off, I just cry and cry and cry and get it out. I'm like, okay, I don't know what this 15-minute mark is, but I know I'm gonna cry for the next 10 minutes and just get it all out.
Oh, that's
"Fuck
funny.
this
That
treadmill."
would probably be me too. Like I can't handle this.
Maybe that is it.
I hate the gym. I can't.
Oh, that's funny.
I would be crying before I ever got there.
Like I can't handle this work.
I hate the gym. I can't. Yeah. I would be crying before I ever got there.
I thought I was gonna hate it, but I actually am enjoying it, and the mental health goodness that it's bringing to me.
I have tried
really
so many
good.
times to like. We've got gym memberships. Good. And I have tried so many times to like
exercising.
We've
like,
got
we'll try,
gym memberships.
we'll go, and we'll try every different thing, and it just is like
the bottom line is I just fucking hate exercising. Like we'll try and we'll go and we'll try every different thing, and it just is like.
I hired the meanest trainer there, and she pushes me and pushes me and pushes me, and I just, she screams at me, I scream at her. The other day, I was like, this chick is so gonna fire me, but she didn't. And yesterday I went in, I didn't complain. I've been working with her about 2 weeks now. I didn't complain. I did everything she told me to do. I left there thinking I was gonna die, and I was just like, okay, I'm not quitting. I'm not gonna let them see me quit. I quit and gave up for the last 25 years. I'm coming up on the 2-year anniversary of losing my grandkids.
What happened to your grandkids?
On August 8th. I've got to get through that. I'm not quitting.
Wait, what? What happened to your grandkids?
Oh, girl.
Oh.
You I can't go there because then I won't be able to function through the day.
Died?
I lost all 3 of my grandchildren. August 8th will be 2 years.
Died?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
so
about
I crawled
that.
in bed and didn't get out, and
okay. I didn't know about that.
Yeah. I had custody of them, and their mom was fighting for custody to get them back, and a judge gave her visitation, and she had them a couple of weekends, and
like on purpose?
She was an addict. She messed up.
Like on purpose?
No.
Wow. I'm so sorry. That can't be your fault. The court ordered you to give the kids over, right?
It's my fault, though. I just feel like it's my fault.
That can't be your fault. The court ordered you to give the kids over, right?
I just feel like I didn't fight hard enough. I wasn't mean enough. I didn't want them to grow up totally without their mom. You know, kids need their mom.
How do you get over that? Oh my God. No, you don't. How do you get over that?
Apparently you don't.
No, you don't.
Apparently you just learn
to adjust to a new normal.
To deal with it the best you can.
Yeah. You just adjust to a new normal.
I haven't yet, you know? We're coming up on 2 years and I still just haven't. And I literally just laid in that bed for about 1.5 years, and I wouldn't shower. I wouldn't.
Is this your daughter that lives
with
you?
Was eat coconut cake and
okay, I didn't think so.
Cry and watch home.
Is this your daughter that lives with you?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. How old were these
kids? It's my son's ex-girlfriend.
Oh. How old were these kids? Was this like a fire or something?
Ireland was 14, Lyric was 8, and James was 5.
Was this like a fire or something? Oh.
No.
What happened?
It was a car accident.
Oh, honey. 3 years ago? 2. Oh, so this just happened 3 years ago?
2. August 8th will be 2 years.
Oh, so this just happened. Man, Trish, that is heavy. Wow. I can't even imagine. Man, Trish, that's your whole world gone.
I can't believe you're
even
still here.
Imagine. That's your whole world gone.
My heart.
I can't believe you're still here.
I laid in that bed with a gun next to my bed, looking at
especially
it
if
all
you
day,
had
every
access
day.
to a weapon. If I had
Just
access to a
thinking
weapon,
I
you are a
didn't deserve
stronger
to be
woman than I am. If I
alive.
had access to a weapon, especially if you had access to
I would
a
have still been
weapon.
walking on this earth.
If I had
So
access
the
to a
fact that
weapon,
you are still
a
here
stronger woman than I am. If I had access to a weapon,
your
there's
character.
no way in the world I would have still been walking on this earth. So the fact that you are still here means it speaks volumes to your character.
Well, my father killed himself when I was 17. And I always said I would never do that to my kids. I would never make my kids live their whole life thinking if they did one little thing different, that it wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
And I just prayed every morning, okay, God, drag me through this day. If you have to drag me by the hair of my head, just get me through this day. And it's funny how all your friends and your community, and I was a member of a church for many years, and everybody just turned their back on me. Nobody came, nobody checked on me, nobody called me, nobody said, hey, let me come lay in the bed with you for 5 minutes, or hey, let me hold that gun for a couple of minutes so you don't have to.
Yeah, I hear that all the time.
Let me help you take a shower.
And it's like, it's,
let me help you.
I hear that all the time.
Another person the other day about this when her husband died,
and that it is that.
I was talking to
I think it's just that people.
Another person the other day about
they
this.
don't know what to say and they don't know what to do, and it makes them uncomfortable. That's what I think. And so rather than be uncomfortable themselves, they would. They just don't go because they. That's what I think. And so rather than be uncomfortable,
they don't want
themselves. They would. They just don't go because they don't want to be. They don't want.
So they just.
They don't
so
want.
they just.
I mean, it's
they
unfortunate, but that's the only thing I can come up with. I can't think of any other reason why it works out that way. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I mean, that's if somebody else got an idea, I can come up with. But that's the best I can think why it works out that way. They just don't know what to say.
I mean, if somebody else got
they don't know how to act,
but that's the
best I can rather than sit in that discomfort. But I mean, I think that's the thing people need to understand is how to act. And so rather for some people, all you want is somebody there to hold your hand, to just not be alone. You don't have to say anything. For some people, all you want is somebody there to hold silence. Your hand, to just not be alone. You don't. Well, and I think what people don't understand is that silence doesn't have to be uncomfortable.
Everybody
silence
did
you make it that way, right? Well, and I think people don't understand is that silence doesn't have to be uncomfortable. You make it that way, right? So silence, it doesn't have to be uncomfortable. At the church that I went to, though, somebody had surgery or had a baby or had cancer or whatever it was, they do what they call a meal train, and all the ladies would cook meals for however long it took.
Did they not do that for you?
I didn't get on one freaking meal.
That's crazy.
I didn't get one fucking sympathy card. I didn't get one fucking phone. The fucking pastor and his wife never called me. And when the pastor finally called me, he said, I can see the hurt in your eyes.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't want to say anything and hurt you more.
Yeah. What? No shit. Oh, okay. Pastor. Yeah.
So I haven't been back to church. I don't believe in
which makes sense. If
I don't believe in organized religion anymore.
That's what. Yeah, that just doesn't. Which makes sense if that's the church, Well, and I mean that makes sense if that's what you're getting from it.
Community, my ass.
Well, and I mean that makes sense if that's what you're getting from it.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I tend to pull that out of people.
I'm sitting here crying like a baby, and I gotta go pick up something.
Probably needed to talk about it.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I tend to pull that out of people. My bad. But you probably needed to talk about it.
I mean...
Yeah, but now I gotta go tell these people how great I'll be for their company.
Wow.
Aziz, did you see your comment that you made on Trovo popped up over here? Did you see that? So Aziz, that's commenting here
comment that you made on
is
Trovo popped up over
Jesus
here?
on Trovo. Did you see when he commented that he had sound and it popped up next year?
Is Jesus on Trovo?
I don't know if you saw that a minute ago, but there was a comment that was like over here, like, oh, nope, this way, no, that way. That's
I don't know if you
freaky.
saw that a minute ago, but there was a comment that was like over here, like, oh no.
Well, but before that, there was a comment over here, like right next to me, like not down in the TikTok comments, but like in this like thing next to my face.
Well, but before that, there was a comment over here, like right next to me, like not down in the TikTok comments.
That said, "Oh, we have sound now."
Thing next to my face, like this.
That comment came from Trovo because we've been having sound issues forever.
That comment
is
came
working
from
over
Trovo,
there now, apparently.
because we've been having sound issues forever. But the sound is working over there now, apparently.
Well, sorry for the
girl, I
therapy
gotta go take
session
a shower and get my shit together.
Well, sorry for the impromptu therapy session and making you cry before your interview.
Yeah.
Hey, that's why they made what do they call that shit? The eye job. That's why they made eye jobs.
Yeah. So, well.
It's okay.
Well,
I'm
but
good
you know what?
on the,
And sometimes
I'm good on
you
the
just be
fly.
honest
So
and
I'll
say
go
out
in
an emotional
and
it's like, and
bullshit
then they know
my
you
way
connect
through
with
it.
them,
That's what's up.
right?
And sometimes you just be
Sorry, I
honest
was
and
connecting
say
with
out
somebody and I was crying a little bit.
It's like, and
My
then
bad.
you know you connect with a lot of people, right? Like, sorry, I was connecting with somebody and I was crying a little bit. My bad.
When they called to schedule the interview, I was with my trainer, but I was like, I've got to answer this call because it's about a job interview. And I told him, I said, "Oh, Riggins, I'm so sorry. I'm in the middle of I'm at the gym working out with my trainer, and if she catches me on my phone, she's gonna shove this phone down my throat. She's so mean." And he's just,
I was on the air live with my
so then
TikTok
I'll go in
therapist.
today and go, I'm so sorry. I met with my TikTok therapist.
Yeah.
And she made me cry.
I was on the air live with my TikTok therapist, and
He's gonna be like, "Girl, can you do that after?"
All right, well, good luck with your interview. Let me know how it goes.
right.
Bye.
But hopefully, I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah,
All right,
let
well,
me.
good luck with your interview. Let me know how it
disconnect
goes.
your- Bye.
Thanks, babe.
Bye.
I don't know how to make myself go away. Will you
Yeah,
make me
let
go
me.
away?
Oh my god, I had no idea about
Okay,
that.
bye.
Can you guys imagine?
So funny. Oh my
Uh,
god, I had no idea about that.
just
with your
thinking
grandkids.
about
Can
that
you
makes
guys
me want to
imagine?
throw up. Like,
Just thinking about
Ugh.
that makes me want to throw up. Like,
it's like when your kids are born and it's like you don't afraid to leave the hospital and put them in a car because you just want like
when your
to
kids are
bubble
born
wrap
and
them.
it's like you don't afraid to leave the hospital and put them in a car.
But
'cause
yeah,
you don't-
Tim, pain
you
shared
just
is
want, like,
painless,
to
and that's the
bubble wrap
thing.
them.
It's like I can't see
But yeah,
how
Tim,
you could
pain
be a
shared
part
is
of a church
painless, and that's the
community
thing,
and
it's
nobody
like-
showed up at all.
I can't see how you could be
Like,
a part
I
of
mean,
a church
I'm an
community
atheist,
and
like, I
nobody
don't do
showed up
church.
at all.
And it's been my experience
I mean,
that
I'm an
people in
atheist,
churches
like,
are
I don't
assholes.
do
That's
church.
been my experience my whole life. I'm sure that some of them are,
And it's been my experience that
but like, how is that
churches
even
are assholes.
possible
That's
to
what
be in
been
a
my
church
experience
community and
my
they
whole
know
life.
that
I'm sure
you
that's
have that
what
happen
been
to you and not a single one called?
like, how is that even possible to be in a church community and they know that you have that happen to you?
If
and
anybody
not a
else
single
feels like
one
coming up in a
called?
guest box, so I don't have to talk to myself,
Wow.
that would be
If
okay.
anybody else feels like
Thanks,
coming up in a
Monique.
guest box,
Do you see these fancy comments I have going on over here? So this
that would be okay.
is my new
Thanks,
chat bot
Monique.
that
You see these
combines the
fancy
comments
comments I have
from
going on over
Trovo,
here? So
Kick,
this
Twitch, YouTube,
is my new
and
chat bot
D Live.
that
D Live.
combines the
Only
comments from Trovo,
I don't really have
Kick,
that many comments on
Twitch,
any of them.
YouTube,
So the
and
combined comments are
D Live.
nothing,
Only
really, for the most part.
I don't really
They
have
pick up
that many
some
comments
days
on
more
it.
than others, but
The combined comments are nothing.
it's very
really, for the most
sad.
part. They pick up
It just
some days more than
doesn't.
others, but
It just doesn't
very
make
sad.
sense.
it just doesn't.
I don't understand.
It just doesn't make sense. I don't
But
understand.
like, how do you ever get over the guilt of something like that?
But,
You know, like,
like,
I
how
get
do you
why she
ever
feels
get
guilty. It's not
over-
her fault.
How
But
do you ever get over the guilt of something like that? You know? Like, I get why she feels guilty. It's not her fault. But,
I don't know.
Hmm.
Well, I feel like
poor thing.
I'm just like so like in my like emotional
I feel like
everything right
I'm
now.
just like so, like, in my,
Carolina, are you on my YouTube channel?
everything.
Oh,
right now.
okay, girl. Well, it's working. Okay.
Carolina.
Now
are
I
you on
need to
my YouTube
adjust
channel?
it to make it to where those comments stay
Oh,
because I don't like
okay.
how they
Girl,
disappear.
It's working. Okay.
Right?
Now I
like,
need to adjust
maybe
it
I need to
to
go
make it to
over
where
to
those
the
comments
bot
stay, 'cause
and
I don't like
make
how they
it
disappear.
go over to Barrix and see if I can
Right?
figure out how to make
Like,
it to where they don't
maybe I need
disappear
to
after
go
like
over
a few
to
seconds.
the bot and make it go over to Barrix and see if I can figure
That's
out
not
how to
what
make
I
it to where they
wanted.
don't disappear after like a few
Barrix.
seconds.
Why are you taking me to kick?
That's not what I
Watch
wanted.
it.
Barrix. Why are you taking me to kill?
That was cool though.
Pop it.
That has been the goal the whole time. Yay. Look, you're like the first person to go into my
has been
YouTube.
the
Every
goal
time I have it on YouTube, but every day I go look at it and
Look,
it
you're
says
like the first person to
0
go into my
views.
YouTube. Every time I
And
have
I'm like,
it
someday
on
I will
YouTube,
have one
but
view on
every day I
YouTube.
go look at it and it says 0 views.
But-
and I'm like, someday I will have
You gotta
one
have
view on
goals,
YouTube.
man.
But
There you go. There you
you
go.
gotta have goals, man.
So now I need to adjust it to where it actually like stays
There you
on
go.
there.
There you go. So now
Instead
I need
of
to
just
adjust
disappearing,
it to where
like,
it actually
from
stays on there.
Here. That feels wrong because I have to point the wrong
Instead
way.
of just
But
disappearing
it's where it
like
stays here for more than like a second.
here.
My favorite's
That
out
feels
here,
wrong 'cause I have
right?
to
You're
point
gonna
the
have, I
wrong
don't know,
way.
you're gonna have to
That's
like,
where it
you got
stays
some stiff
here
competition
for more
with
than,
that
like, a
favorite
second.
daughter thing.
My favorite daughter, you're right. You're gonna have
My favorite
you're gonna have
TikTok
to,
daughter,
like,
how about
you
that?
got some stiff competition with that favorite daughter thing. My favorite TikTok.
I do still
daughter,
need to
how
go
about
look
that?
at airfares, but I feel like you were pretty spot on with your pricing yesterday when we were
I do
talking
still
about
need to
it,
go look at
Carolina.
airfares, but I feel like
I need some new
you
topics
were
and some new
pretty
guests though.
spot on
Like
with your
y'all,
pricing yesterday when we were talking about it. Carolina.
y'all ain't chatting with me like you
I need some new
should
topics
be.
and some new guests though.
need
Like
some-
y'all,
Some chatty people.
y'all ain't chatting with me like you should be. I need some.
Man, I had no
Some chatty
idea
people.
that Trish had been through all of that. Did y'all know that?
And I had no idea that
I was unaware
Trish had
that
been
that
through
had
all of
happened
that.
to
Did
her.
y'all know that?
That was crazy. So sad.
I was unaware
Poor
that
thing.
that had happened
I
to
can't
her.
even. I
That
would
was
not
crazy.
probably be walking on this earth
sad.
if I had gone through something like that. I don't think I would survive
Poor
it.
thing. I can't even. I would not probably be walking on this earth if I had gone through something like that. I don't think I would survive it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I was asking you, Carolina, if you were flexy on the dates because those are just gonna the dates that you picked are.
Well,
gonna
that's
be,
why I was
like,
asking you,
the
Carolina, if you were
busiest travel days.
flexy
So
on
if
the
you could go
dates
later,
because
even if
those
it's,
are
if it's
just
later
the
or
dates
earlier,
that you picked are going to
whatever.
be like the busiest travel days. So
And
if
then
you
I'll
could go
check other airlines besides
later,
Southwest.
even if it's later or earlier, whatever.
What are those
And then
Aussies?
I'll check other airlines besides Southwest.
You did,
Those
yeah.
are-
You did about the dates, so I just haven't had a chance to look yet. I was
You
not.
did,
at home when
yeah.
I was
You
looking
did about
yesterday.
the dates, so I just haven't had a chance to look yet.
I was out of the house, actually.
I was not at home when I was looking yesterday.
Surprise!
I was out of the house, actually,
Surprise.
which doesn't happen surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise.
I do have Discord. I'm not on it very much. I know I need to be. Right now I have 400 something
I do
notifications.
have Discord. I'm not on it very much. I know I need to be. Right now I have 400 something notifications.
But I'm on all socials plus Discord as Carrie Can't Play. So same place, same name.
I'm on all
Sometimes
socials
I have to
plus
put
Discord as,
underscores in between the words.
Carrie Can't
Sometimes
Play.
not.
So same
Yeah.
place.
I just need to go.
Same name. Sometimes
clean it up.
I
was
have to
gonna
put
do that yesterday,
underscores in
but
between the
I
words.
got
Sometimes
distracted
not.
with
But
hanging
yeah,
out with my kids.
I just
so
need to go
I'll be over there today.
clean it up. I was gonna do that yesterday, but I got distracted with hanging out with my kids.
I
so
know.
I'll be over there today.
Bro.
I know. Bro.
It's just,
Bro.
you know, I keep, like, I know I need to focus on, like, shit like that, but it seems
It's-
like there's just one emergency
You know,
or
I
one
keep,
thing
like, I
after
know I need to
another that
focus
makes me,
on,
like, not be
like,
focused
shit
every
like
day.
that, but
Yesterday
it seems like there's just
Like,
one emergency or one thing
was
after
gonna be the
another
day that I
makes
got my
me,
shit
like,
together,
not be
and
focused
then,
every day.
like,
Yesterday like,
yeah,
was
Carrie
gonna
Can't
be
Play
the day
like
that I got my
is how
shit
I'm on
together,
Discord.
and then like
I don't know if you guys were on here yesterday when I was yesterday morning when I was live, but like right before I went live yesterday morning, I was like,
on here yesterday.
when I went to post my like teaser video
Like, right
that I
before I
post
went
before I
live
go
yesterday
live in the
morning,
morning, like
I
I
was
post it
like,
here and then I post it like
when I went
forwarded it over
to
to
post my like teaser video that I post
both my
before I go
Facebook
live in the
pages and
morning, like I
my
post it here and then I
sometimes
post
do like my
it
Insta and
like
stuff too, but when I got on my
forward
Facebook
it
page,
over
I found out
to my
like I saw just like a
both
posting
my Facebook
of, like,
pages and my sometimes I do like my Insta and stuff,
somebody
too, when I got
that
on my
is
Facebook page I found out like I
pretty
saw just like a
close
posting of like
to me or has been in my former life
Somebody
that
that is
like our kids came up together, like my
pretty
first set of
close
kids, like my older
to
daughter.
me or has been
They
in
grew
my
up
former
together,
life
that her
that,
son
like
died
our
of a
kids
drug
came up
overdose
together
a
like
few
my
years
first set of
ago,
kids
that
like my older
I saw
daughter
that on Facebook,
they grew up
and
together
it's
that her
totally,
son
like,
died of a drug overdose a few days ago.
like I feel like people are just
saw it on
dying left and right now, and it just totally like killed my day yesterday. So I didn't get anything done after
Like, I
that,
feel like
and then
people
that
are
was after
dying left and
going
right
to my
now, and it
friend's
just totally, like,
brother's
killed my day
funeral on
yesterday,
Sunday
so I didn't get
all day
anything
from
done after that. And
him
then
dying
that
of
was
drug
after
overdose and watching
going
his
to my
kids
friend's
eulogize
brother's
him and
funeral
talk
on
about
Sunday.
missing their daddy.
all day from
You know,
him dying
it's
of
just been a
drug
heavy few days.
overdose and his kids eulogize him and talk about missing their daddy.
So,
You know, it's just been a heavy few days.
did you? It's just crazy. It's crazy, crazy.
So.
The way things are.
Did you? It's just crazy. It's crazy.
It's just crazy when you like.
Things are.
Like I still think of this guy as a little kid, you know, and I mean he's not.
It's
He
just
was
crazy
probably
when you,
30
like-
by now, but in my head he's still 10.
Like, I still think of this guy as a little kid, you know? And, I mean, he's not. He was probably 30 by now, but in my head, he's still 10.
You lost someone a few days ago. The same thing. The services are the 29th.
You lost
Oh,
someone a
like
few
somebody
days
died, and
ago.
that's why the flights are the dates they need.
29th.
Like that's the reason for your flight dates, you mean?
Oh, like somebody died, and that's why the flights are the dates they need. Like, that's the reason for your flight dates, you mean?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, God, that makes sense.
Oh, God, that makes sense.
Well, I don't know. I'm sick of people dying. I'm over it.
I don't know. I'm sick of people dying.
But
I'm over it.
that just happened like right before I came on yesterday, so it was just very hard for me to like
That just
keep
happened,
the
like,
conversation going. So I
right
wasn't
before
on
I
for
came
very
on
long at all.
yesterday.
I just couldn't do it.
So it was
It's hard by-
very hard.
like,
for
I have a
me
hard
to,
time doing it by
keep
myself
the
anyway.
conversation going, so I wasn't on for very long at
Like,
all. Just couldn't
I
do
really
it.
need to find somebody who can
It's hard by
be here with
like
me
I have a
most
hard time doing
days
it by myself anyway.
that I can
like,
kind of bounce off of.
I really need to find somebody who can be here with me most days.
Doing it by myself.
That I can kind of bounce off
So
of.
who was this person, Carolina?
Doing it by myself. So who was this person, Carolina?
If there's anybody else here that wants to come up and talk, let me know. I can bring you up. Tim, you want to come back up?
If there's anybody else here that wants to come up and talk, let me know. I can bring you up. Tim, you want to come back up?
Why can't you be there for the service?
Why can't you be there for the service?
Oh. Sorry. Let me pay.
Oh. Sorry.
There we
Let
go.
me pay attention.
Morning. What's up, bud?
There we go.
Whoa.
Morning. What's up, bud?
Oh, nothing.
Right.
The little one seems to be entertained at the moment.
Okay. The TV's working out better today.
Okay. The TV's working out better today.
Well, for now, we'll see. Yeah, I just queued something up for her, so we'll see. We'll see. I was giving it. I've been watching it for a few minutes now, waiting to see how she's going to behave before I jumped
Right,
on, I
yeah.
guess. And
Yeah, you don't
she
ever wanna be
seems
like, oh, yeah, they're
content,
good.
but
No.
she's also 2, so that never lasts long.
Right, yeah. Yeah, you don't ever want to be like,
Right.
oh, yeah, they're good.
Okay,
But
well-
no. You don't ever really know.
Well, she'll let me know, that's for sure.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
we had a whole thing since from like 6 to 8. We've been just spilling water all over the living room. She loves taking it from pouring it from one thing to another,
Oh. Well,
and just really never
But
makes it
she's
into the other. It just makes it
3?
on the floor.
oh. Well. But she's 3.
hang on.
Yeah, she'll be 3 in September. So yeah, just about.
Hang on.
So what we were talking about yesterday, you know, you wanted to share some of your story, your experience with, I don't know, with either addiction or recovery. I'm not sure what you were going to share
No,
at that time.
I can. I'm trying to remember what we were talking about.
And if you don't want to, that's fine. At this point.
No, I can. I'm trying to remember what we were talking about.
Well, I know that the last thing that I remember mentioning was, you know, what was so effective for me about recovery, which was the sense of community, the connection to community, the connection to people. That's what really, you know,
attracted me to recovery, and that sense of not feeling alone. I didn't necessarily need anybody to know exactly what I was going through or how I felt, even though most did. But people just, it finally became somewhere where I felt like I
Right.
fit. And
So between yesterday
that's
and
why I
today, you
still
haven't been to my TikTok page at all.
stay
have
in
you?
recovery.
Right.
Okay.
So between yesterday and today, you haven't been to my TikTok.
When
page
you
at all,
have
have
some
you?
time, I have
No,
3 pinned videos at the
no,
top of my
no.
page that
So,
will probably take you like,
I don't know.
when you have some time,
I have 3 pinned videos.
25
at the
minutes
top
or
of my
something
page
to
that
get
would
through,
probably take
but
you,
they
like,
kind of give it like
I
a
don't
deeper
know.
dive into like kind of what my story is, but I'll give you the gist of it.
Get through, but
What's up, Gavin? You want to come up
dive into
and
like
hang
kinda
out
what
with
my
us?
story is, but I'll give you the gist of it.
Gavin
Okay.
will
What's
give
up,
us
Gavin? You wanna
some
come up? And
music usually.
hang out with us.
Let me see.
Gavin will give us
Congrats, Carolina.
Congrats,
Music
congrats.
usually. Let me just see if he wants to
Congrats,
come in and
Carolina.
stuff.
Congrats, congrats.
I do like how I just went and edited some settings in my chatbot and reapplied it, and it looks like it is working. And now you guys can see all the weird bot comments that go on chatbot
and reapplied it, and it looks like it is working. And now you guys can see all the weird bot comments that go on Trovo.
But the good thing about that is also though is that when people actually start talking on the other platforms, now y'all can see them. Yay!
But the good thing about that is also though is
Hey,
that when people actually
what's
start talking on the
up?
other platforms, now y'all can see
Good.
them.
How are you?
Yay!
What's up, Carrie?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Good. How are you? Yeah.
Doing well. Didn't get too much sleep. Got a
Alright.
little too much last night, but
Well,
Yeah.
doing good.
well, Tim
I'm
and I
doing
were
good.
talking yesterday.
Alright.
He's 6 years sober. He's
Yeah, how are you-
been
what are
through
you guys
a
talking
million
about?
times
I
relapse,
just
just like me.
so.
And he's
Well,
6
Tim and I
years
were
sober.
talking
He's got a
yesterday.
little girl. And
He's
are
6
you
years
married,
sober.
Tim?
He's been through a million times
Okay,
rehab.
I knew you were
just
with
like
somebody, but I
me,
didn't know if you
and
guys were
he's
married
6
or
years
not.
sober.
He's
He's got a
35 from
little girl.
Pittsburgh.
Are you
But he had to
married,
run
Tim?
yesterday
I am, yes.
before
I
we
knew
could
you were
really
with
deep
somebody,
dive
but I didn't
into
know if you were married
his
or not. He's 35 from
story
Pittsburgh.
or whatever.
But
So
he had to
he's
run
back today
yesterday
to talk, so we were gonna
before we
kind
could really deep dive into his
pick up where we left off yesterday,
story
but,
or whatever.
if
So
you want to
he's back
join
today
and
to
hang out
talk,
with
so
us,
we were gonna kind of
yeah.
pick up where we left off yesterday. But if you want to join and hang out with us,
For sure.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I told you the last time, but my one of my strings
AE?
had broke.
Mhm.
Like I think because I always forget his name, but
AE.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, he always like invites me into lives.
Well, we like
and
talking
I was
to you
just
too,
like,
though. You don't
dude,
have
I
to
can't play
music.
anything.
You don't have to talk to us.
Like, I'm freaking drunk. I'm sorry.
Well, we
Uh,
like talking to you too, though. You don't have to play music. You can just come talk to us.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I know
Mm-hmm.
he like I'll join into yours anytime. Like I feel like we always have fun, just
Yeah.
chit chatting and stuff. But he's always like,
Yeah.
dude, come join and play guitar. I'm like, man, it's honestly I appreciate it. It makes me feel
Well, and he's kind
you know,
of he's
good
got a
and
one-track
everything.
mind
But I'm
too,
like,
so
I'm not
that's
even
part
that
of it.
good.
Well, and he's got a one-track mind too, so
Nice,
that's
nice.
part of it.
Yeah, but I did
Cool.
just get some new strings, and yeah, oh man, these ones are beautiful. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
I got like so when you get like a thicker gauge of strings,
Mm-hmm.
it will give you like a deeper tone.
Yeah.
So these are basically like the thickest that you can get without it like changing the sound of the guitar. Because there is like thicker ones that you can get that are like baritone strings, which just give like a whole nother sound to your guitar. But yeah, no, these ones are so nice. They're so nice. These are probably my favorite strings I've ever had. So
No.
some good stuff on there. I just learned.
Do you know The Man in Me by Bob Dylan?
I have, but it's been like a very long time.
Oh man, that one's such a good
So-
one. Have you seen The Big Lebowski?
I have.
But
it's
if you
been,
want to
like,
play
a
like
very long time.
if you want to play
So-
low while Tim and I
enough.
talk,
Fair enough.
we could do
But
that.
if you
Does that
want to
work for
play
you?
like while if you
Just
want
do,
to
like, a
play
little
low
background
while Tim and I
vibe?
talk, we could do that. Does that work for you?
Dude, for sure. Yeah,
do
I
like a
don't
little
even.
background.
Okay, I think that sounds
I'd
like
like
it would be a really
Yeah,
good vibe.
I'll do just a
live
little
music
little
while we
finger
do a
picking,
little
something
combo.
like that.
Does that sound okay? I think that sounds like it would be a really good
Yeah.
vibe. Live music while we do a little combo.
Perfect. That just like is a perfect chill.
Perfect.
Does that work for you, Tim?
That just like is a perfect chill.
Okay.
Does that work for you, Tim?
So yeah, if you
Yeah, very
at
zen.
some point want to go watch the videos on my page, they give you a deep dive, but I'll
Okay.
give you kind of like the high level.
So yeah, if you at some point want to go watch the videos on my page, they give you a deep dive, but
Actually,
I'll
with
give
an
you kind
update.
of like the high level.
And I guess if anybody in the comments, if you guys start hearing an echo or anything, let me know, because sometimes when you get too many people,
And I guess if anybody
Talking
in the
and
comments,
making
if you
noise at
guys
the same
start
time,
hearing
it
an
can get a
echo
little
or
weird.
anything, let me know, because sometimes when you get too many people
so I mean,
talking and
basically,
making noise at the same time, it can
I
get a little
have
weird.
lots of mental issues, so we didn't get anywhere into my story.
So
at all,
I mean,
right?
basically, I have
Cool.
lots
So
of mental issues, so we didn't get anywhere.
if I
in
keep
my
looking
story
this
at all,
way, it's
right?
because I have a whiteboard
Yeah.
on my wall that has the list of all of the things I have, because
So-
I always like to make sure I cover them all, because I have a
If
lot
I
of
keep looking this way,
diagnoses.
it's because I have a
kind of
whiteboard on my
ridiculous.
wall that has the list of
So,
all of the things
like,
I have, because I
um,
always like to make sure I cover
I
them
have
all,
depression,
because I have a lot of
anxiety,
diagnoses.
borderline
It's
personality
kind of
disorder,
ridiculous.
plus
So,
like the
I
alcoholism,
have
drug
depression,
addiction, plus
anxiety, borderline
PTSD and
personality disorder,
ADHD.
plus,
So all of those things kind of combined to be like a
the
hot
alcoholism,
mess
drug addiction,
and
plus
a lot.
PTSD and
Um,
ADHD.
So
all
I've been
those
on,
things
you know,
kinda combined
100
to be
million
like a
different
hot
meds
mess.
plus therapy
And a lot.
my whole life trying to
So
figure
I've been
things
on,
out,
you know, 100 million different meds plus
and-
therapies my whole life trying to figure things
right.
out.
So a couple of months ago,
And
You said that recently you found one that like.
I have a
works
hard
for
time
you,
with
right?
like
right, so
like
a couple
time.
of months ago,
So I don't know exactly how long ago. I should probably figure out what date, because
I have a hard time
I
with,
talk
like-
about this all the time. I don't know how long
like,
it's
time.
been. Maybe like 3
so
months
I
ago
don't know
now.
exactly how long ago. I should probably figure
Just
out what
one
date,
of the
'cause
the
I
next
talk
med
about this all
change
the
that
time.
we
I don't
tried,
know
the
how long
next
it's been.
antidepressant
Maybe,
that
like,
we
3 months ago
tried.
now.
Was one that
just
actually
one of
worked
the
of the
next
50th
med change that
the
we
things
tried,
that
the
I've
next
tried in my life,
antidepressant that we tried,
and it just kind of like fixed everything in
was
my
one that
brain to
actually
where now I
worked
can
of
like
the 50th
make
the
connections
things that
and
I've
like
tried in my
everything in
life.
life started making
And it
sense.
just
It's
kind of,
never
like,
worked
fixed
my whole
everything in
life,
my brain
and
to
like
where
so
now
I
I
went
can,
from
like,
being this like
make connections and
down,
like, everything in life
depressed,
started making
introverted,
sense.
not
It's
able to
never
like
worked
talk
my
to
whole
people,
life,
make friends,
and, like,
connect
so I
at
went
all.
from
Like
being
where
this,
that's
like,
how I've been my whole life
down,
to like
depressed,
this.
introverted, not able to like talk to people,
Like,
make
overnight.
friends, connect at all. Like where that's how I've been my whole
And
life. To, like,
it's just been like a
this,
very bizarre transition.
Okay.
like
um,
overnight.
So it's like this medication change fixed my
And it's
depression
just
like
been,
all
like, a
of a
very
sudden,
bizarre
but then all of a
transition.
sudden also I had super bad ADHD.
So it's like this
and was just like
medication
bouncing
change
off the
fixed
walls,
my
just like happy
depression,
perky,
all of
like
a sudden,
everybody I
but
sit
then
down
all
next
of a
to is
sudden
like
also
my
I
new
had
best
super
friend.
bad ADHD.
Just like
And was
polar
just, like,
opposite of what
bouncing
I'd
off the
ever been
walls, just,
before.
like, happy, perky, like,
So
everybody
then
I
I
sit
like
down
needed
next
to
is,
get
like, my
that
best
under
friend.
control, and
Just,
so
like,
that's kind of what
polar
I've been
opposite of what I've
working.
ever been
Hey
before.
Trey, what's
So
buddy?
then I like
You want to
needed
come up
to
and
get
talk?
that under control.
You can if you want, or you can hang out
so
down there.
that's kind of what I've been working. Hey Trey, what's up?
So
You want to come up and talk?
that's kind of what I've been working through,
You
is
can
kind of
if you want,
getting
you can hang out
that
down there.
under control a little bit, because it's
So,
been fantastic, because
kinda
I've
what I've
missed
been
my
working
whole
through,
life
is
with
kinda
my
getting
kids,
that
right? Like
under control
I'm
a
married,
little
I have
bit,
kids and whatever, but it's like I've
It's
never
been
really been able
fantastic
to like
because I've
experience
missed my whole life
any
with
of
my
that.
kids,
Like
right? Like
I've been
I'm married, I have kids and whatever.
here, but
it's
not
like
really.
I've never really been able to
And
like, experience any
just
of that.
not
I've-
my husband's
I've
always
been
done everything. Like I've
here,
been
but not really.
a hideaway. Like
and
I would come,
just
I would work
not-
at home
like, my
remotely
husband's
almost
always done
always, because I
everything.
just
Like,
can't
I've
leave the
been
house. Like I
a
can't
hideaway,
function
like,
as a human
I
at
would
all.
come, I
And
would
then all
work
of a
at
sudden
home
everything
remotely
changed
almost
like 3
always
months ago.
because I just can't leave the house. Like
So.
I can't function as a human at all. And then all of a sudden everything changed like a few months ago. So
Well, I've heard you mention like a lot of times how much the medication is helping you, like, what specifically do you feel like is like the most different? Like, what would be like the one
So I
thing
mean,
that
it's
stands
really
above
hard to
all
describe it to
of
somebody who's never
like the
been through
difference in
it.
how
But
you
it's
feel
like it
or
almost
think
depression,
about
like
things?
that level
So
of
I
it.
mean, it's really
It
hard to
gives you
describe
almost
it
like
to
a
somebody who's never
paralysis.
been
It's
through
like
it,
you
but
just
it's like
can't.
it almost depression, like that level
You
of
can't
it.
do
It
and
gives you almost
be
like a paralysis.
and
It's
interact
like
and
you just
all of the
can't.
things that that people
You
like.
can't do and be and interact and all of the things that people
No,
like.
trust me, I went through. I feel like with the exception of bipolar
Yeah.
that you mentioned, like I feel like I very much relate to it, and that's why I'm
Yeah.
somewhat curious. But
Yeah.
the ADHD for me is so high,
Yeah.
and I feel that
Yeah.
very very much. And same with the depression. I almost wonder if maybe those are linked somehow. I feel like a lot of people with depression have ADHD. I wouldn't say that it's the other way around. Like, I don't think most people with ADHD have depression, but I feel like most people
Maybe.
with depression have ADHD. You know, like maybe that's a little anecdotal.
It could
just
be, but I
it's
think
my
it just
personal
depends on the
experience that I've
person. But
noticed with
like,
people.
I think for me, I would have never known that I had
but I think-
ADHD because
I
I
think it
had
just
such
depends
bad
on the
depression that it
person,
just
but,
kept the
like,
lid right on top of that.
I think for me,
Like,
I
the
would have
ADHD
never
had no
known
chance
that I
of
had
ever
ADHD
showing.
because I had such bad
Because the
that it just
depression
kept the
weighed
lid right
1,000
on top of that.
pounds right
Like,
on
the
top of that.
ADHD had no chance of ever showing because
Absolutely.
the depression
I feel
weighed
like,
1,000 pounds. Right
The
on top of that.
one thing that
Oh, yeah.
I feel like is a common factor in both ADHD and depression would be the motivation.
Oh yeah.
You know, like
I didn't either. Yeah, me too.
for me, it was
Yeah, I
like
didn't
like
graduate.
I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I literally didn't even graduate high school. Like I
I
dropped
didn't
out.
either. Yeah, me too. Yeah. I didn't.
Yeah, my sophomore year, and like I don't think I'm a unintelligent person. Like I like to think that I'm smart. I know everyone wants to think that they're smart for sure, but I do. I feel that, I can hold a conversation, I can understand, and I can take in new information like pretty easily. But the issue is that when I'm unmotivated for something that I'm being forced to learn, it's like I can try, dude. I put my whole effort into it, but when I'm being taught something that I don't necessarily care about, it's like I can't help but not to have my thoughts wander. And like I felt like most of the time being in school
Yeah.
was just me, trying to like smack myself and be like, focus, focus,
Right.
focus,
I mean,
focus.
I'll,
But
like I take it a step farther than
it's like
that.
when I'm
Like
sitting there
I'm a
doing
little bit
that, I'm
cocky,
also
like,
not focused.
I'm confident that I'm smarter than most people.
Right. I mean, I
Like,
take it a
I
step
feel
further
that.
than that. Like, I'm
Okay,
a
it's
little
like
bit
you don't want to
cocky,
say
like,
it, but I'll say
I'm
it.
confident that I'm smarter.
I'm
than
smarter than like
Me
most
I
people.
feel
I
like-
think. I feel
Okay,
it.
it's like,
And
you don't
probably
wanna
most
say
people
it,
think
but
that. I
I'll
don't
say
care.
it.
They're all wrong.
I'm
I'm
smarter
right.
than,
I'm smarter
like,
than everybody else.
most people
I
I meet,
think that.
I feel like, and probably most people think that.
I just
don't care.
am.
They're all wrong.
And
Right.
that's what I went to my high school graduation that I didn't graduate from, and I watched all these
I
other
just
morons
can't.
graduating.
And
like, how did this
that's what I
dickhead
went
make
to my
it?
high school graduation that I didn't graduate
Right.
from, and I watched all these.
I
other
didn't
morons
graduate. How did this
graduating, and,
moron
like,
do
how did
it?
this
And I
dickhead
didn't.
make
But
it?
at the same time,
Right.
I was in cosmetology school and I
Exactly.
graduated.
I didn't
and was
graduate. How
making
did this
bank.
moron do it?
when they were
and I
making
didn't.
nothing.
But at the same time,
And then I
I was in
at the time
cosmetology
I'm
school and I
going.
graduated and was
You're gonna
making
be their boss.
bank.
You're gonna be their boss.
they
You're
were
gonna be their
making
boss. You're gonna be
nothing.
their boss. You're gonna be their boss.
And then
I was.
So
And I
at
am.
the time,
You know
I'm
what I mean?
going, you're gonna be their boss. You're gonna be
So
their
it's
boss.
fine.
You're gonna be their boss. You're gonna be their boss. You're gonna be their boss. And I was, and I am. You know what I mean?
So yeah, I completely agree. Like, I don't want to be that cocky person either, but it's like having a substantive conversation with people. It's like that's the two ways that I always feel like I judge people's intelligence is their sense of humor and the way that they argue. Because I feel like those are two unbiased ways
Right.
Yeah.
to feel out somebody's intelligence. Like, you know, you can act smart. You can say
Right.
big words and, you know, maybe a long sentence or something like that. But at the end of the day, like,
Right.
if you don't get a joke or, you know, you argue with emotion instead of logic, it's like those
Right.
are
Is there a
two key
nuh
things
in
that I
the
look
in the
for,
argument or because I said so?
when judging somebody's intelligence.
Then
and
we
Right.
then,
Is there a
like is there a
nuh
nuh
in the
argument or a because I said so or a
Then we
No, what?
then,
those
like
kind
is
of
there
arguments?
a nuh
Yeah.
in the argument or a because I said so or a
Oh, right. Deflection.
kind of
You know
arguments?
what I notice the most is topic changes when
right.
You-
Deflection.
exactly
Trey.
couldn't have said it better. Yeah, it's like you start, you know, questioning the things that they're saying, and they're like,
Trey.
well, what about you?
Yes,
well,
Trey,
what
I
about
agree.
what you did this, blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, you're projecting so hard right
We
now.
call that
and I can,
butthurt,
like,
Trey.
Yes, Trey, I
you
agree.
can't answer, you're not defending the, you know, what I'm
We call that
questioning
butthurt,
you on.
Trey.
It's like, if you're right in the argument, it's,
Yeah.
and honestly, if you're correct in the argument does its job for you
Mm-hmm.
most of the time, you know? And like sometimes you can be smarter than somebody and have a wrong opinion on it, but argue it better than somebody else can defend it. And I see that. Like, you know, sometimes people just get hit with a shutdown.
Oh, yeah.
Like, well, okay, well, I don't want to talk anymore, or they get angry. or
Totally,
they
like
bring
when
up
you're
other
like
things,
when
and
you're
it's
sitting
like,
there talking about
you
like
already just lost that argument. Like, even if you were
gay
correct,
rights and
even if
all of
you
a
were
Like when
sudden
you're like
they're
when you're sitting there
like,
talking about like
well, you guys can't even house the vets. You can't
gay
even house the
rights,
veterans.
and all of a
like,
sudden
how are you
they're
gonna? What, and you're like, what?
well, you guys can't
What
even
the
house
fuck are
the
you even
vets.
talking
you can't
about?
even house the veterans. Like, how are you gonna?
What?
And you're like,
That
what?
what?
Yeah.
Are we talking about
It's
gay
not
veterans?
anything
Because
that-
we were just
it's
talking about
grasping
gay
at
people, and now
straws.
we're talking what?
Grasping at straws, man.
Are we talking
That's
about gay
what it
veterans?
is.
Because we were just talking about
Sunny!
gay people, and now we're talking about
Exactly. Exactly, man. I feel that so much. Like, and I love to argue. I do. I like to debate. Personally, I feel like argue and debate are one and the
Yeah.
same, but they have different connotations to them. Like, when you think argue, you think there's emotion behind it.
Yeah.
And when you think debate, you think there's just conflicting views. But they are one and the same for sure. Like, it just, they come off differently, and you know, I even use the word differently. Like, if I say, "Oh yeah, dude, I was arguing with them," like, you're definitely gonna think that there is like emotion behind it, whether it's sadness or anger. Like, there is emotion there, but with a debate, it's like
Right.
you just naturally assume, "Oh yeah, we didn't agree on something," you know, and I don't know, man. I love it. Like, my dad and I have argued our entire lives, and I mean argue, not debate. Like,
Sunny, what
there's
are?
definitely
Sorry, hang on.
definitely
Hang on a
arguments
second,
and stuff,
Gavin.
and like
Sunny, what are you?
he
What are you?
Sunny, what
he
is
is that
about?
type of person. Like,
Sorry,
I
hang
am
on.
my dad.
Hang on a second, Gavin.
No
Sunny,
worries.
what are you? What are
Sorry,
you
the
asking about?
the comments on Trovo are coming over, but they're coming over with a serious lag. So there's somebody asking about
the comments on
this
Trovo are
guy
coming over, but they're
screaming,
coming over
but
with
I don't
a
think
serious
anybody's
lag,
screaming. So
No, you're
somebody
good.
asking about
so anyway,
this guy screaming, but I don't think anybody's screaming, so I'm not sure what he's meaning. So
Yeah, I do have a quarterback cadence. My voice carries
I
a
don't
little
think so.
bit.
Though I don't think
so
you're loud at all. So not.
I don't know if that's what he's referring to.
But I think sometimes the way other
I
people
don't
hear
think
you
so.
guys
I don't
is
think you're
a
loud at
little
all. So,
I don't.
Yeah.
Something's wrong with
but I
the
think
mic of
sometimes
this
the
guy,
way
and
other people hear you guys is a little
screaming.
bit.
Do you have headphones on?
Something's wrong
Yeah,
with
like the
mic of
audio's
this guy,
coming
and
through
we
differently.
listen him screaming. Do you have headphones on?
I do not. No, I had headphones, and when I
To
fell
me, you
off
sound
my
fine,
scooter,
though.
they broke. So, my apologies.
Trey, how
Trey
does
sounds fine.
Gavin's sound to you?
Okay. For sure.
Trey, how does Gavin's sound to
I'm
you?
surprised that I'm surprised that the Trovo comments are not coming through.
I'm surprised that
Over
yeah.
here.
I'm surprised that the Trovo comments are not coming
Why
through
that?
over here.
Yeah.
That's why that.
Is he still with us?
Who, me?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just,
We
didn't
can all
wanna
talk together.
over talk at all.
No, I've been doing that, honestly. You do me, you
Yeah.
do me a favor
We
by
can all
telling me
talk
to-
together.
Over anybody. No, but we're talking about mental health, and one of the most interesting things that I had heard, and I don't know how true it is, but I heard it on NPR one morning, and they were talking about ADHD, and they mentioned how in boys it displays as a
That what
hyperactive
does?
behavior, but in women or girls it displays in severe depression.
That
And-
what does?
ADHD. So it would make sense to carry both. Right. The thought of that doesn't make sense. And if I was able to actually retain all the information that I had
Right.
heard, I would have loved to explain it. But I'm also like, I'll hear something, I'm like, that's interesting.
Right.
I don't hold on to it as fact. But I'm just like, hey, somebody made that correlation somewhere. I don't know.
Right.
I never cared to read about it. Yeah.
Right.
That's a lot of stuff for me. It's like I'll learn this stuff from hearing people talk about stuff, and
Right, all the details.
I really don't care to read up on it a whole lot because it doesn't affect my
Right. All the
everyday.
details.
So it's not going to serve me. To me, it almost becomes useless knowledge.
Right.
At least I felt about it at the time when hearing this.
Right.
But I work in treatment for drugs and alcohol as well as being sober, and we see a lot of different mental health cases along the way, and I personally can't relate. I, of course, definitely dealt with severe anxiety and severe depression during my addiction and during the early goings of sobriety. But it wasn't long before I learned that I wasn't clinically depressed, that I was just that drugs and alcohol had made me depressed at the time. And I never try to address mental health since I don't relate, because I don't want to come off as insensitive to others, especially working with individuals who suffer from the mental health illnesses. But from what I've always been told when it comes to medication, there's never a one-size-fits-all type of treatment for depression or any mental health disorders. That sometimes it's just doctors throwing shit at the wall and see what sticks. Because everybody's different. Everybody's bodies react differently to different medications. And also that, I also believe that along with medication, and it's going to need accompanied by therapy, and as well as medication and therapy, it's also going to require action to change behaviors that keep you stuck in that depressed state. Now, I understand, and this is where I believe that I can't relate, because I've never been so depressed that I couldn't get out of bed. I've definitely been depressed enough that I didn't want to force myself out of bed. Yeah, but I never necessarily let, the world burn down around me, while I was that depressed. And I understand, like, people can really, be so depressed that they can't get up, and it don't matter, what's going awry in their life. They're not getting up.
And I agree and disagree a little bit with that. Like, at the end of the day, unless you are physically incapable, like, you can get up. You can.
I don't agree.
You for sure can, and this is coming from somebody who has been in that situation, and I know how hard it is to get up, or go take a shower and, like, do something that affects you positively. Like, it is ridiculously hard. It's so just, you get in your head, and honestly you stop caring about things, but, like, you can do it. And that's why every time that I feel like I'm getting stuck in that state of depression again, I go outside. I have to go outside, because I know that if I don't, I'm going to be stuck in my room for days on end. And, like, I don't care about anything. And it's just, I think at the end of the day, it's more of a lack of
I just don't agree.
care.
I don't know. I just don't agree. Like, I mean, I think that
it's
the lack of motivation, like,
dude,
you get to a point where you have so little motivation.
I just don't agree.
You
Like, I
actually
mean, I think
can't.
that
Like, you would
the
die
lack of
before
motivation,
you would
you get to a
literally
point
die
where you
before
have
you
so
would.
little motivation, you actually can't. Like, you would die before you would, like, you would literally die before you would.
Yeah, okay, well, like, for example, I think that if someone that you love was, like, in danger in the next room, you're not gonna sit there and say, I can't.
It's not the motivation. Well, but that's different.
That's what I'm
though,
saying.
because
It
it's a
is,
different
like, at the end of the day,
chemical
just
that's making
it's the
you
motivation
say,
that isn't
this
there.
is an emergency.
Well,
I
but
have
that's
to
different,
do
though,
that.
because it's
That's
a different chemical that's making you say, this is an emergency, I have to do that. That's different.
Yeah. So it's not that we're incapable, and again, and I only say this because I have been there for sure. Like, I've went a week without getting out of my room or showering. Like, I have been there, man. I feel it. I for sure do, more than most people that would have, like, this sort of a view on it. But it's just
agree.
we are capable.
See, to me,
it's just
I feel
we
like
don't
that's
believe
like
it.
a mind. You're saying like a
You know,
mind over
we don't
matter.
believe that we're
Like, I just have to
capable of
believe
it,
I can
and
do
it's-
things, and like I just don't
See,
agree.
to me, I feel like
I don't
that's
agree.
like a mind. You're saying like a mind over matter. Like, I just have to believe I can do things, and like I just don't agree. I don't agree.
Well, it's that we believe that we can't. It's almost like the opposite of that mindset. It's not that, like, well, we have to believe that we can. It's like, why are we believing that we can't? You know, and like, we shouldn't feel that way, and it sucks. It sucks to feel that way. Like, and again, I've been there many
But when you
times. And
you can't.
my mental health is not.
It's not that you believe you
perfect
can't.
by
It's
any
that you
means.
actually can't.
But when you can't, you can't. It's not that you
But
believe
we
you
can,
can't.
though,
It's
you know,
that you
'cause it's
actually
like given
can't.
a different situation,
Right, but
right?
that's a
Like
different
the
situation.
example that I had mentioned.
In that situation,
like,
you can,
given
but
that
in this
situation,
situation,
you can do it then.
Right,
Like, you
but that's a different
can't do it,
situation.
but
In that situation, you can, but in this
Yeah.
situation, you can't.
Well, it is a mind over matter, though, because it's like, let's say somebody who is in a wheelchair or, like, paralyzed also had the same situation happen in the next room. They physically could not, as much as they wanted to, they would not be able to do it just at all. Like, it just wouldn't work. But in this situation, it would work. You would be able to get up and go bounce over and, you know, like, do all that. Or, hey, if you come
Right,
into the
because
next
then
room
I
and take a
could.
shower,
Right,
we'll give
but
you
you
$1 million
changed
bucks.
it.
I'm sure everybody would go do that.
Right,
like,
because
no
then
matter
I
the
could.
situation, you know.
Right,
It's
but
a
you
matter of
changed it.
motivation. It's motivation, and I get it. I'm just saying that sometimes you have to either trick yourself or
But the thing is, you've changed the whole thing,
just
right?
do it.
So you
I
can't.
I know it's easier said than done. I know it is,
But the
but
thing is, you've changed the whole thing, right? So you can't just change your.
Like, I can't
situation
magically
every
give
day
myself
of
$1
your
million
life.
to get in the shower every day.
what do you mean?
Like, I can't magically give myself $1 million to get in the shower every day.
For sure. Yeah, I use that just as an example of motivation. Like, if there's extreme motivation, you can do it. And at the end of the day, it's not that we're incapable, it's just a lack of motivation that is there. And, like, I want to be motivated for things sometimes, but I just, like, I'm not, and it's like, it's a fleeting thought.
I mean, I guess
with
you could
motivation.
reframe
Like,
it whatever way you
people
want
think-
to, but the thing
people
is
think
that
that,
depression
you're either motivated
is
or
a
you're not
1,000-pound
motivated,
weight
but it's
sitting
like-
on top of you.
I mean, I
comes
guess you
together
could
from
reframe it whatever
So
way
you
you
can
want
call
to,
it
but
lack
the
of
thing is
motivation.
that
You can
depression
call it whatever
is
you
a
want to.
1,000-pound weight sitting on
But
top
that's
of
what
you,
it-
preventing
that's
you
what
from
it
doing it. So you
feels
can call it lack of motivation. You can call it whatever you want to. But that's what
Okay, well,
that's what it
So,
feels.
so the reason I brought up the money thing is because that's not necessarily an emergency, right? Like, it's not an emergency, but it makes you very motivated to go do that, and then you can do it. And it's not a literal. I mean, I know you're using it figuratively with the 1,000-pound weight thing, but it is not true, like, necessarily, because if there was a 1,000-pound weight on you, you wouldn't be able to do it. It's just we con ourselves into believing that we can't do it. And I'm saying we because, again, man, I have been there. Like, I understand
But the thing is,
it,
I
but I
think
feel
that
like
I think that you haven't.
it's just
then.
we can't excuse ourselves so
I
easily.
think that you haven't.
But the
based
thing
on
is,
that,
I think
you
that
know?
I think that you haven't then.
You said what?
I think that you haven't then.
I would, I mean to.
Right.
And I hope this doesn't put us on bad terms, but I kind of take offense to that a little bit, like.
Right.
I for sure have been in that state where I haven't gotten out of bed for so long, and that's why I say anytime that I start to feel that way again, I force myself to go do something that I don't want to do. I go outside, or I go take a shower, or drink a ton of water, or anything that.
So, but what
I
happens
feel
when
like
you
I
get to the
won't be
point
able
where
to
you've
do
been in bed for
for a
days,
while, like.
but you can't?
So
force
what
yourself to
happens-
get out of
what
bed,
happens
and
when you get
can't
to the point
force
where
yourself
you've been
to
in
drink
bed
that
for
water?
days, but you can't force yourself to get out of bed, and you can't force yourself to drink that water?
Yeah, it sucks. I have a really, really bad time. I have a hard time. I feel stuck.
Because there are
You
times
know,
that like
I
that,
do.
that literally
And-
like
and
I
that's
would
why I'm saying
I
the
would rather
1,000-pound
die.
weight
Like there are
example
times
is-
where I would have died
Because
if
there are
somebody
times
hadn't
that,
brought
that
figured it
literally,
sense.
like, I would
have rather died.
Like, there are times where
Yeah.
I would have died if somebody hadn't brought
So.
those things to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I would have rather died.
I get that. I've tried to
So,
take my own life
Yeah.
many times, man. I've been there, and at the end of the day, everything is the mindset, because if nothing physical is happening to you, the reason you feel this way in the first place is mindset and the overall mental health. And I'm not saying that, like, oh, if you're sad, just, like, don't be sad. Like, I'm not trying to be that coy about it, but, I feel like, again, like, we trick ourselves into, like, overall, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to be motivational for the people that think that, like,
Yeah.
we can't
I just think
do
it
something that we
oversimplifies it.
absolutely can do.
I think for me, I think to me, I think to me it is the opposite of motivational. If I'm that person, because I think to me it's saying you're telling yourself that you can't do something that you can, you loser. You could do that thing. You're just not fucking doing it.
You're telling yourself
like that's what I would
you
hear.
Can't do something that you can, you loser. You could do that thing. You're just not fucking doing it, you loser. Like that's what I
would hear if I was in that mental state. So to me, that would be the opposite of motivational. It would be
that's what I would hear.
It would be I would hear it would cut like
so
knives.
To me that would be the opposite of motivational. It would be I would hear it would cut like knives.
Yeah, and honestly, like, again, the way that
I'm not attacking you. This is still conversational, so I'm not offended in any way, Gavin. So we're still good.
Yeah, I'm not attacking you. This is still conversational, so I'm not offended in any way, Gavin.
You're okay.
We're still good.
Exactly, Trey.
I feel like it really does.
I like how Trey is saying right
there.
And
to simplify,
it's like saying an
addict. That's really all we can do.
Exactly,
with something so complex that
I like how Trey is saying right there. It's like saying an addict just stop. It's just not like that. That's just
an addict is like there are physical addictions to things that where if you stop it, you would die.
Part
like benzodiazepines, alcohol. Like if you stopped it, you do.
The physical is the easy part of addiction.
That's still
not
the easy.
with benzodiazepines and alcohol. That's why I brought those up.
I get for me at least
anyway, because
have a seizure. I've had much experience.
But if you
that's the easy part. You get past the
for me at least
addiction
anyway,
of that.
Because again, I've had much experience.
It's the rest of your life of that. That's the hard part, though.
Addiction of that is in weeks. It's the rest of your life of that. That's the hard part, though.
I would say that's very subjective, for sure. And in the terms of the two substances that I named, like it's not the easy part. It wouldn't
weeks.
Be in those two substances because those are lethal to stop. Like even
I was on Suboxone for 5 years. I know what you're talking about, but
you won't have a good time cutting it cold turkey.
I was on Suboxone for 5 years. I know what you're talking about, but
but that one and I know, dude. I know about Suboxone, methadone, like all of those. That is easier than alcohol or benzodiazepines because those are like so physically addictive that if you stop, you will die. Like you will have a seizure and die. Opiates, you will not die from stopping. Like the withdrawal symptoms can be related to death if you don't get enough water in you and you're not eating.
Got you.
That can.
But that's not what he's. But Gavin,
the actual
Gavin, that's not what he's talking about, though. He's not talking about the physical.
But that's not what he's. But Gavin,
you could just die. Like even a doctor would tell you.
Gavin, that's not what he's talking about, though. He's not talking about.
You're missing his whole fucking point.
The physical is whatever. He's talking about the mental of it. That's not. You're missing his whole fucking point.
I mean, that was my main point. Like originally, I was just saying like. Yeah, it is a mindset, and I promise, I'm not trying to be coy about this situation. I know I've used that word way too many times, probably more times in this live than I've used ever in my life. But like, I'm not trying to dismiss anything, Like I do understand it, but at the end of the day, like we have to take some sort of, not necessarily accountability. But almost in a way. Like, we do have to just do the things that we don't want to do. Like, when people... Like, my ex-girlfriend, for example, would always have me, like, call in the orders to a restaurant.
See,
she's like,
Gavin,
I
don't like the way you're framing that, though, because it really...
Because you have anxiety.
I mean, I guess...
You can do it. I promise. You can do it.
Gavin,
but for me,
like the way you're framing that, though,
can't is like,
really,
I would rather not eat
I guess,
and starve than call a restaurant.
But for me, like, can't is like, I would rather not eat and starve than call a restaurant to order food.
Sure, and I understand it. I understand it, but we give ourselves the word can't, and it just reaffirms what we're already thinking, and it's just not true. It's just not true. Like, just because you would rather, do something horrible than do something that most people would consider like not a big deal, doesn't mean that you can't do it. It just means that your motivation, you have fear. There's fear for things, and again, like, I'm not dismissing mental health at all. Like, I have been through it, man. I've been 5150'd. I've been in a mental hospital. Like, it's real. It's real. It's not as easy as 1, 2, 3. Like, I get it, but it's just, at some point we have to understand that it's not a physical.
Well, I don't think
can't.
anybody said it's a physical can't.
It's not. It's just not. Like, because again, like, I know I brought it up, but it's like the money thing, right?
I said it. Well, no, whoa.
Well,
Those are two separate statements.
You said it was it's a 1,000-pound weight. You literally cannot do it.
I said it. Well, no, whoa. Those are two separate statements. I said
no.
I said it like 1,000-pound weight.
I said
it feels like 1,000-pound weight.
I said two statements. It feels
You
like
said
1,000-pound
literally
weight.
1,000-pound weight.
And I said you literally
if
cannot.
I'm remembering
Those are two
correctly.
separate statements.
It feels. I said two statements. It feels like 1,000-pound weight. And I said you literally cannot do it. Those are two separate statements.
Well, literally cannot do it is the part that I would disagree with, because we literally can do it. Figuratively.
Well, okay, so the
it
thing
feels
is,
like
so
you
then,
can't.
Gavin,
It
I
feels
think
like
the
you
difference
can't.
is that you could.
Again, I cannot stress it enough. I have been there.
Well,
I know
okay, so the
exactly
thing is,
the
so then,
feeling.
Gavin, I think the difference is that you could and I couldn't.
Well,
Okay,
I
well,
think
then
the
maybe
difference
that
is
probably
that
is the
my
difference.
depression has been situational
I have
rather than
treatment
chronic.
resistant chronic depression.
Okay,
but
well then maybe that probably is the difference. I guess because I have treatment resistant chronic depression.
Yeah, mine isn't every day. It's just I feel that I get in my own head a lot, and I feel like I don't believe in myself enough a lot of times, and
right. So the thing is that just means that you don't.
To say literally
it,
cannot is just, in my opinion, not the case.
Right.
Like,
So the thing is that
I said
just
to me
means
that just means that you don't believe it. It doesn't. I don't know.
you said
Sorry,
what?
I'm trying to fuck
I said
with
to
this
me that just
box
means that
right
you don't
here, and it's
believe
pissing
it.
me
It
off.
doesn't. I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to fuck with this box right here, and it's pissing me off.
No, you're okay. You're okay. No, and I totally get it, man. I guess maybe in a way this conversation has been me preaching to myself a little bit, but I feel that I've, just personally have struggled a lot with feeling like I can't do something that I know that I am physically capable of doing, and nothing is going to change how you feel.
I'll tell you what, that when
nothing
I
is
got
gonna
the right
change the way
medication
that
in
you
my
look at
body,
things.
I popped out of bed that
I'll
day.
tell you
and my
what, that
whole
when I
body
got the
was-
right medication in my body, I
Mhm.
popped
So
out
it
of
wasn't
bed
a lack of
that day, and
motivation.
my
I mean,
whole life changed.
that's the thing.
Yeah,
I couldn't
dude, that's
do
amazing.
it, and
That's
then the
amazing.
next
I'm
So
not
day
it
even-
I
wasn't
could.
a lack of motivation. I mean, that's the thing. I couldn't do it, and then the next day I could.
Right. So I think we're taking the word couldn't as maybe a little bit different than how it really is, because couldn't versus didn't, and again, like, dude, I so am not trying to be insensitive about it, like, in any way, shape, or form, but didn't
I
and
didn't
couldn't,
because I couldn't.
like, you didn't get out of bed,
If I could
because it was
have,
very,
I would have,
very,
because
very
my
hard.
kids were begging
I
me
did
to,
because I
literally every day.
If I could have, I would have, because my kids were begging me to, literally every day.
Because
So
I
what
had
made
to.
you get out of bed to go to the doctors for the medication?
Because I had to.
Right, because I had to.
Exactly, but you did it because you could, right? Like, you were able to.
Right, because I had to.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, when there's something that you have to do and you can't do it, that's makes sense. But when you literally cannot do something, there's not a situation that is going to change that.
In all of the ways I just like literally
explained. That's just not how it goes.
In what way?
In all of the ways I just like literally explained.
Well, I'm just saying, I feel like it's easy to excuse ourselves when we don't want to do something. But we know that if it's, life or death or life and death in somebody that we care about's situation, we can do it. So it's like, if we can do something in this situation, we can do it in this situation. It just might be a lot harder, and that's why I'm saying it does boil down to a motivation thing, and you can't pick and choose when you're motivated, I want to be motivated sometimes, but I'm just not. It just doesn't hit the same. But I don't know. It's everything is easier said than done. 100%. Yeah. I believe that, but it's just we can't tell ourselves that we can't do something, man. We cannot do that. Yeah. Let me better phrase. We should not do that. We should not do that because I think we're capable of a lot more than the depression makes it seem, but. We can't just say, I can't do it now.
I don't know.
To
me, it just sounds like a real lack of,
because then that's not a can't.
Somebody
it's
who hasn't actually
I'm not,
maybe
it is
I don't know. To me, it just
I think it sounds like
a
you think you've been there, and maybe you haven't been to
hasn't
the depth of it that
actually
you think that you have.
I think it sounds like you think you've been there, and maybe you haven't been to the depth of it that you.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
Yeah, again,
we might just have to agree to disagree.
Fully disagree with that.
Yeah, I know you do.
Yeah.
So.
For sure.
We might just have to agree to disagree on this one.
For sure. I'm super down for that. I know maybe the way that I came off is, it's the reason I feel like I have the mindset of it is because. I'm sick of being a victim to it, and
right. Well, and I guess I think the thing is that
it sucks. It sucks. It sucks feeling
you just
so
have
low
to be careful.
You feel like you can't do anything.
Well, and I guess I think the thing is
assuming that what worked for you
just
is what
have to be
absolutely
careful
right. What works for everybody else too.
Assuming that what worked for you is what absolutely is what works for everybody else too.
Well, it feels like that's exactly what you're doing, though, is saying that what worked for me is when I figured out that
to the problem.
I was
just trying. It feels like that's exactly
just
what
needed to understand that I could do it.
What worked for me is when I
was just telling myself that I couldn't, and so I had to get over myself and get my ass out of bed, and that's exactly what I did. And once I figured that out,
I was just telling myself that I couldn't,
the problem,
and so
and that's what
I
everybody
had to
else
get over
needs
myself
to
and get my ass out of bed, and that's exactly what I did. And once I figured that out, I fixed the problem, and that's what everybody else needs to do too.
I never fixed the problem. You can't cure something like that. You can cope with it.
That's what I think. That's what it's coming off as, though.
To live with it.
I think that maybe that's why it's not.
But you can't cure something like that.
I think that's what it's coming off as, though. I think that maybe that's why it's not.
Fair enough, man. I didn't mean to offend anybody. I guess I'm sharing my personal experiences with things, and I just feel like we at some point need to realize that there is a difference between
You're like,
anyways, I'm
Gavin, please come back. I'm not offended. I promise you.
Maybe it's a good time.
You're like
right now, but maybe I'll
Gavin,
join
please
back.
come back. I'm not offended. I promise you.
No, you're good.
We're good. Okay.
All right.
Good.
Talk to your brother.
Yeah. Again, I love the debates. I do. I just want to make sure I'm not stepping on toes.
No, you're good. You're good. All right.
For
Talk to
sure.
your brother.
Yep. I'll be back.
All right.
You can't.
Yeah, that's why
Poor guy.
make sure I don't. I disclose immediately that I realize I can't relate because I learned that I am very much situationally depressed and not clinically depressed because once I stopped using drugs and alcohol and along with for me, it was, I heard this cliche while early in recovery, and they told me that, I can't think my way into a new action. I have to act my way into a new thinking. And, and for me, that worked, and that's kind of what he was saying that worked for him, that he just had to force himself and until the uncomfortableness of forcing himself got less uncomfortable, became manageable. And so that and that's why I recognized that I more than likely was never clinically depressed. So, I make sure when I speak on mental health, even with the clients at my work, that I let them know, I really can't relate because, there'll be individuals that, will just lay in their bed all day. And, I'll go to them and I can't force them to do anything. It's they either between a mix of meds and therapy and some willingness, well, maybe things will change, and maybe they won't. My best thing I can do is just encourage people to change. And if they can, they can. And if they can't, they can. I'm not a doctor, and I'm not a therapist. I'm just somebody who
and I just think
says what worked for them.
I think people just have to be careful in assuming that what works for them works for everybody else. Like you said, there's going to be people that have a hard time getting out of bed.
Careful in assuming that works for them works for everybody else.
The amount of effort that it takes one person to get their 1 foot out of bed onto the floor could be the same amount of effort it takes another person to make it through their whole work
1
week.
foot out of bed onto the floor.
And you just don't know
could be the same amount of
that
effort
about somebody else. So being here's what I did is always a dangerous.
That about somebody else. So being here's what I did is always a dangerous place to go.
Well, I am aware, and I let them know that, hey, if you can do it, do it. If not, it is what it is. Nobody's shaming anybody. In my space at least. We're not shaming people over it, but the best way we can to figure out and gauge how severe is pushing every now and then, just to see where we're at. We just can't just let them stay there in that state and never address it. Because then we won't necessarily know if it is severe or is the individual just trying to get out of doing anything. Because sometimes people just want a bed to sleep in. And that's understandable, but there's, for those individuals who just want a bed to sleep in, we're also not a homeless shelter, and there's millions of people out there who need help, and we.
So, what kind of facility
want to
is
be able
it?
to help as many people as we can.
So, what kind of facility is it?
It's a long-term treatment. So the individuals come to us for about 6 months. They receive medication if they have mental health issues. They receive medication and therapy. They, we take them out to meetings. For the first 30 days, they're required to go to meetings. After that 30 days, they are expected and encouraged to connect with individuals during those first 30 days, so that after those 30 days and they phase up, we expect them to have begun to collect numbers from other individuals in the program and start to build relationships. And we have them call for rides to have other individuals in the program.
So this is like sober living?
Up to take them to meetings to help further build bonds and relationships.
So this is like sober living?
Yes, but yes, it's sober living. Yeah, but it's also treatment in the sense that they receive medications and therapy through us. At least out in my area, sober living is what they would kind of call a three-quarter house, where they kind of have the ability to come and go as they please. With us, they don't have that
so it's more
ability
like
to come
rehab,
and go as they please.
But like
they're confined to our place.
So it's more like rehab, but
yes.
Okay.
Right. People out here, they call that a halfway house, but it's not really halfway house, because you're not halfway in, you're not halfway out. You're
but where you're at, they can,
I don't know why they call it a halfway house, but whatever.
But where you're at, they're not like locked down though. Like they can walk out the door.
Oh yes, right. Like if they are not permitted to leave the premises if they want to stay in our program.
Right.
Some individuals are court ordered. So if they leave, they might have to deal with their probation.
Right.
But we're not physically locking them in. They have the right to choose. They're not. But whatever consequences they're going to serve if leaving that's up to them to make that choice.
And what do you do there?
I am a counselor, but it's pretty much an adult babysitter. That's really what it is. But the purpose for my job is to not just observe and report, but also guide through my own lived experience through going through that same program, as well as
so do you
my
like the
experience
program that
being
they have
in
at the place
recovery
that you're at?
as an addict.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, do you think it's a good
program? So do you like the program that they have at the place that you're at?
Okay, so you're not like supporting the program that you guys run.
Like, do you think it's a good program? You don't think it's a good program?
It used to be.
Okay, so you're not like supportive of the program that you guys run.
Bureaucracy has invaded our space and forces me to handle adults with kid gloves, and that's very ineffective sometimes, especially for the majority of us. The addicts and alcoholics that I've come across of our severity.
So, like, heyday, Sean.
Now, mind you, I am kind and I am fair.
Right. So what? But
I'm also,
right.
I also show tough love.
Right. So what don't you like about it?
We're too soft.
Right.
It has turned into one of the situations where we let the inmates run the asylum.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was not the experience that I had, and that was certainly, if that was the experience I had, I can't imagine that I would have become the man I became today.
So what would you do? What would you change?
Well,
so you have a rehab with no
therapy?
We
moved therapy out of house.
Ow.
So they basically
so you have a rehab with no therapy?
Okay.
No, they receive therapy. They just don't receive it from within our building anymore.
Right. Okay.
It's been outsourced.
Why? I don't know. Doesn't make sense. But that's what it is. So, we're not, they could be going to therapy and they could just be spinning some bullshit.
And you have no idea.
And, I know.
Oh, so they could be telling their counselor anything.
What?
Their therapist and psychologist, anything. They could be telling them anything. And, we can't. They could. They don't communicate with us because of, as far as what they share setting because of HIPAA.
That's so dumb. That makes no sense.
They just share diagnoses. And that psychologist that they see has the end say in what the diagnosis is, not us. We just have to adhere to that diagnosis.
Well, how would do you guys do like group therapy even?
We do. There's a few of us counselors that from 2 to 3 o'clock we hold a group. There are therapists on site, even though they do therapy, and they do groups between 10 and 11 a.m. And then we take them out to meetings, typically anytime between 6 and 9 o'clock. We'll go out for a meeting, about a 3-hour window of a meeting to give them time to meet people, try to build relationships and sit through a meeting and do a little more fellowshipping after the fact. When I came through there, when I went through that program, if you did not participate in, at least if you didn't at least put the smallest amount of effort into participating in recovery, we would let you go. Because there's other people out there who need the help. And sometimes that may seem harsh, but it's just how the place ran the program. And, we became, we had a great track record for a long time. And as of about 2 years ago, our company was sold to another company in the area, and things just began to change. And it put a strain on the way we had always run the program. It became a lot of afraid of legal consequences and. Because, you have everybody's so socially conscious and politically correct, and, I think that has something to do with it, but, I don't really know. I don't really know why.
Your boss isn't going like, well, we did this for this reason.
Because my boss doesn't necessarily divulge that information.
Your boss isn't going like, well, we did this for this reason, but
yeah.
Right. He's a great man, but he's got a boss who's answering to.
Yeah.
Yep.
He has a family to provide for, and he wants to secure his.
You can't. You're cutting in and out a little bit there.
So I don't.
You can't fault the higher ups for doing what they do.
No, you can't. You're cutting in and out a little bit there, Tim. You can't fault the higher ups for doing what they do.
Yeah.
Oh.
We've allowed individuals to stay there that got high. And
Can't do that.
which then creates a problem. Not just like it shows the other people who are trying to do the right thing and be sober and stay sober that they can get away with anything. We encourage people to not get in relationships because relationships, with the opposite sex or sexual preference leads to the distraction of solving the real problem. Solving the issue of
the thoughts and
Yeah, I mean,
behaviors
people
that
who
led
are
you
getting into
to
that kind of stuff when they're in rehab
to use to cope with that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, people who are getting into that kind of stuff.
Plus, they're distracting other people from where their focus should be.
Is not where it needs to be.
Yeah.
Plus, they're distracting other people from where their focus should be as well.
Right. And, every now and again, somebody would sneak drugs in. I mean, it just is what it is. But in the last 2 years, it has become way more often. There was the Friday before Father's Day, there was a gentleman who used and passed out, and I had to administer Narcan and CPR until EMS arrived, which they ultimately brought him back. And that was quite the experience. Despite being in addiction for all the years I was, it was the first time I experienced someone fall out like that.
Tell you what, I've seen all too much of that shit lately. I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I've seen all too much of that shit lately. And
I don't know if you've been here this week, but there's been drug overdose deaths all around me lately, and it's fucking scary how much that shit is going on.
There's been drug overdose deaths all around me lately, and it's fucking scary how much that shit is going on.
When I entered this field, I definitely had the mindset of I'm gonna save lives, and that's really not it.
You're at the wrong facility.
That almost never happens. Yeah, at least.
Maybe you're at the wrong facility.
Well, it's not even just that, but it takes a great deal of willingness.
Yeah.
To really want to stop. To lose that desire.
Yeah.
To use, and and I can only speak for me. Like, everybody's experience with recovery is different, but what really gave me that desire to stop was wanting to build relationships with these men and women who have completely transformed their lives. And when I seen that, and I go up to them and I ask them how they do it, and or how they did it, and they tell me, I would be foolish to not follow their lead. In doing so, I experience success. So I just continue on that path.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know what it was for me that got me.
I don't know.
Like, what's the magic?
I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know what it was for me that got me. Like, what's
where
the
it really
magic?
started to turn around. But I think for me, it's largely meds. It really is. Like, I think that for me, getting on naltrexone and taking it regularly.
It really is. Like,
was
I think that
like a miracle.
For me, getting on naltrexone and taking it regularly.
And was huge. And then getting on the right antidepressants and the right she medication, like getting those three things together.
And then getting on the
right. I don't go to it's not the meetings, it's not the all of that stuff is important. But getting the chemicals right was key.
I don't go to it's not the meetings, it's not the all of that stuff is important, but getting the chemicals right was key.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who really suffers from mental health issues that require medication, I mean, they require it. They have a chemical imbalance.
Well, and I think people just discount that, and they don't.
Somewhere they'll find a medication that balances it out.
Well, and I think people just discount that,
it's
and they
not
don't
a medication to
really
get better.
Understand how
it is a medication for life.
Like
permanent. Like naltrexone isn't like a until you get to where you don't want to use anymore. For me, it's not anyway. Like it is a
naltrexone isn't like a
if I stop taking
you get
it
to where you don't want to use anymore. For me, it's
I
not
will
anyway.
never stop.
Like it is
like it will be always forever.
If I stop taking it, I will never stop taking it. Like it will be always forever.
And you know that's fine. There's nothing wrong with maintenance. All I did was abuse it. You know, but that's just me. There's that medication is here and made it through whatever trials for a reason because it works for some people. Yeah, and there's different forms of it. There's the
I've been on that before.
naltrexone. There's the straight Suboxone. There's
I've been on that.
Sublocade is a fairly new thing, which is very interesting. It's a shot that an individual receives in the stomach of X amount of milligrams of Suboxone, and it
that would be amazing.
very, very, very slowly goes through their system, and
that would be amazing.
It'll show up in your system up to 2 years later, depending on how many shots you got. The first shot, if you just get one shot, it'll probably be in your system for a year. But if you've got a handful of shots, it's probably going to be in your system for 2 years.
Right.
Now, that's great in the sense of avoiding withdrawal.
Right, for UAs and stuff.
But where it becomes somewhat problematic is when it comes time to regain some sort of employment.
Yeah.
And, sure, a company is not necessarily supposed to discredit you due to a medical condition, but at least for Pennsylvania, we're an at-will state, so they don't need a reason. They don't have to disclose a reason as to why they're hiring you or not hiring you, or keeping you and not keeping you. That could be the reason, and although that would be illegal, as long as they never disclose that that was the reason, then no one knows. You can assume all you want,
for that, though, really?
But if no one admits, how will they know?
Are they even looking for that, though, really?
Depends. Depends on the employment, really. Most places no. But the other problem is it shows up in your system as buprenorphine, which is the opiate that's in Suboxone. So no one necessarily knows if you're receiving the shot or you're just taking the medication orally.
Right.
And the whole reason they came up with the shot was to avoid people abusing it orally, as well as avoid people selling it on the street. I'm a mute for a minute. I'll be back in a few.
I'm actually going to take a short break, y'all. I don't think this is going to let me pause. Hang on.
I'm actually going to take a short break, y'all. I don't think this is going to let me
I think there's a way to do that.
pause. Hang on. I don't think there's a way to do that.
Well, hey there, mister. What are you doing? Y'all are going to have to give me just a second. I got to go take a bio break. I'll be right back.
Hey there, mister. What are you doing? Y'all are going to have to give me just a second. I got to go take a bio break. I'll be right back.
Did you guys say hi to Pablo? Did you want to say hi?
Did you guys say hi to Pablo? Did you want to say hi?
You say hi to Deshaun. Deshaun, you don't want to come up and talk on live? You don't want to talk live?
Say hi to Deshaun. Deshaun, you don't want to come up and talk on live?
Yeah, why not? We
wanna
don't
talk
bite.
live?
Not hard. Aw, we just bite. We just nibble.
Yeah, why not? We don't bite.
Not even
not
with
hard.
Pablo here?
Aw, we just bite. We just nibble.
Sweet.
Not even with Pablo here? Sweet.
Isn't he cute? I'm gonna get off here in a minute anyway. I've been on long enough.
Isn't he cute? I'm gonna get off here in a minute anyway. I've been on long enough.
I think we're about winding down. I'll give you a call here in a little bit. But, so.
I think we're about winding down. I'll give you a call here. in a little
Good Lord, you are chomping at the bit, aren't you?
bit.
Look who showed up. AE's here. You coming up, AE?
Good Lord, you are chomping at the bit, aren't you? Look who showed up.
Not quite
AE's
yet.
here. You coming up, AE?
I didn't get on till 8 o'clock today. I've been on 2 hours just yet.
Not quite yet. I didn't get on till 8 o'clock today. I've been on 2 hours just yet.
Are you coming up, AE?
Are you coming up, AE?
Oh, shit. Hey,
Oh, shit.
I was late today.
What's going on?
Get on till like
Hey.
8 o'clock.
I was late today.
Yeah, and then I sat here and argued with Gavin for an hour.
Pretty late.
Probably not for him.
Yeah, and then I sat here and argued with Gavin for an hour.
Well, was it
I
fun?
think he was a little uncomfortable. Hey,
Probably not
Nikki,
for
what's
him.
up?
Oh. Well,
Because he was losing.
I think he was a little uncomfortable. Hey, Nikki, what's up?
He was losing the argument.
why?
Because he was losing.
Well,
He was losing?
He was
we were
losing the
arguing
argument.
about
What
whether
were you arguing about?
when you're depressed, like
Well,
uber depressed, and you
we were
Can't-
arguing about whether
can't function,
when you're depressed, like
whether
uber
it's that you
depressed and you
can't, or
can't-
you just won't.
can't function. Whether it's that you can't
Right.
or you just won't.
I agree. He just thinks that you just aren't
can't.
motivated.
Right. I agree.
Like,
He just thinks that you just aren't motivated.
Correct.
I don't know.
well, I don't know. For me, like, it's a matter of how much dopamine I have, whether I can. So, like, even when I'm motivated, even when I have reasons, if I don't
That's
have,
what I would say. He would say like,
if I'm just
But
too
what
out
if
of
you
it,
had a
I
doctor's
just
appointment, or
can't.
if somebody said you they give you $1
That's what I
million,
would say. He
then
would
you could
say,
do it.
like-
So obviously you could do it. And I'm like, yeah.
But,
But then you just changed
what if you had a
everything.
doctor's appointment or if somebody
That's
said you
different.
they give you $1 million, then you could do it. So obviously you could do it. And I'm like, yeah. But then you just changed everything. That's different.
It could help. Like, sometimes an external motivation does make me do things despite my lack of motivation to do so. Like, just because I'd be punished. Like, going to work, right? I used to go to work every day. Why? Because I would be punished if I didn't. And I did love my work, but that didn't matter.
But
Right,
the
like
argument
that.
was that
Me loving
That
the
you
job
could-
wasn't
the argument
condition
was
of
that-
employment.
that the
So,
crippling depression,
you know,
But the argument
you
was
still
that,
could.
that you could. The argument was that
You just weren't.
that the crippling depression, you still could. You just weren't.
well, I mean, I don't even know that that term applies to me, because what I had was autistic burnout, where I was doing everything for a long time, and then things just kept piling on me, and then I couldn't function eventually. But with enough rest, you know, well, I don't know, like, I think permanently I've lost stuff, honestly. Like, I don't think I'm, I just don't think I've got the whole thing anymore. Just, like, I'm still not able to do paperwork. I, like, loathe it to the point where I can't do it. Like, boring shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I guess it's like, how much motivation does it take for me to do boring shit? Because I never have wanted to do boring shit. And, like, when something, you know, when something becomes dull, it becomes draining. I don't know. I don't think I have, like, normal depression. I think it's, I mean, I have responses to trauma, and I have, you know, like, sort of pathological demand avoidance, which, you know, it says, fuck no, I won't do what you tell me. And I also have a desire for cash, which says that I will do what you tell me.
Well, and that
Those
was
two
kind of what
things
I was
fight.
getting at, was like,
So-
that I'm like, I just don't think you quite get it. And he's like, no, I do, but.
Well, and that was kind of what I was getting at, was like, that I'm like, I just don't think you quite get it. And he's like,
Then his
no,
brother
I
called,
do,
and I think that was a good
but
thing.
Well,
then his
he
brother
might-
called, and I think
That was kind of what I was trying to get at, but it wasn't really like.
He might just think differently than you do.
Something, I guess.
Correct. That was kind of what I was trying to get at, but it wasn't really, like, making sense or something, I guess.
Well, it's like that kid the other day that was arguing with me about the way I should feel, right? Like, great, you have a preferred feeling for other people, and if I lack it, you're gonna, like, find someone else who has that feeling so you can get the support that you need. Because your idea, because you can't deal with somebody having, like, ideas or feelings that are different than yours.
Yes.
Or maybe I can't, too. I mean, well, I can, because I understand I don't even think it's the majority of people. I think we're just taught to pretend this way by the people in charge, who all are psychopaths. Because you have to be that level of psychopath to get into a position of power.
Well,
I don't know, I got to a pretty good position of power.
No, you didn't.
Well,
What I'm talking about is you have to be willing to do wholesale exploitation of everyone else. Like, you have to be willing to make decisions that put hundreds of people out of work so you can have another dick to ride into space. Or just the first one, you know. So, yeah, you have to dehumanize your workers. You have to not think of them as people. They're just a tool for you to make money. And as such, when they become troublesome, you need to be able to discard them, right? And not have any conscience. That's why, like, it's just so long as, like, life is measured in one dimension only, it's just gonna suck.
Okay.
right. Okay.
Unless you have all the money. If it's the money dimension, and that's the only way that life
Did
is
you see my
measured,
chats
if you
working
have all
today?
the money, it's going to be good for you, and it's going to suck for everyone else.
Isn't it pretty?
Did you see my chats working today?
I did.
Isn't it pretty?
It's a multi-chat. It's got all of the chats.
I mean, I don't think pretty is the word I'd use, but It looks good. It looks functional.
It's a multi-chat.
Yes,
It's got
I will
all
show
of the
you.
chats.
Is there color coding based on where the chat is from?
Yes, I will show you.
That has my whole name on it.
That has my whole name on it.
That it does. You probably don't.
I mean, it's not hard.
Especially considering you already have. Well, though your stalker probably already knows.
I mean, it's
You probably
not
have
hard.
other stalkers that you're not
I will.
aware of yet.
Yeah.
There we go. Now y'all know
You'll
who I
find
am.
out now that your name.
But see, isn't it cool?
Good job, Terry.
Oh well. There we go. Now y'all know who I am. But see, isn't it cool?
I mean, yeah. it
Well, I
looks
mean,
good.
that's
So
the
what's
icon
the
for
color
YouTube.
coding about? Where's the
And the little green is
Where's the red coming from?
Well, I mean, that's the
Trobo.
icon for YouTube.
Okay, so
And the little
your
green is
is from YouTube.
right,
The green
and
is Trobo.
Trobo.
Yeah, so it's the green diamond and not the color of the name.
Right, and then...
Well, you already have TikTok. Like, we're on TikTok.
Still not TikTok.
Well, you already have TikTok. Like, we're on
Oh, like, is it feeding TikTok to other people?
Let me think about that.
Well, no, it's not. It doesn't have the TikTok chat feed yet.
Well, actually, it should.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't even know that it could. Right?
Well, actually, it should.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, because I feel like that one is supposed to be in there, but TikTok, it's signed in. That one is always a problem. Like, it's signed in on it, but I always have trouble with that one. That one I'm still trying to get the stream key from them to try to go into it the other way, because I always have trouble getting it to show up. So, but it should have
the stream key from them to try to go into it the other way, because I always have trouble getting it to show up. So, but it should have. Hang on.
I think it's very cool. Yeah, no, it should have TikTok.
I think it's very cool. Yeah, no.
Oh,
it should
Twitch.
Have...
It should have Twitch. Only
It's
I can never
good.
get down to
TikTok.
Twitch.
There.
Oh, Twitch. It should have Twitch. Only I can never get down to Twitch.
Yep. It's like Tim is gonna fulfill your goal.
Why? To make money?
Now you have to make a new goal.
Why?
What's your goal gonna be?
To make money?
I mean, like, on
Thanks,
your goal
Tim.
for your target, because he just fulfilled your target. You don't have a
Oh.
goal.
Thanks,
That was
Tim.
your first ever gift, Tim.
Hey, it's God.
Thank you, Tim.
Hi, Dad.
That
Oh,
was
shit.
your first ever gift, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate you.
Yeah. I figured for your efforts.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You should give Tim a gift.
Yeah, Trey got
I
it.
think there was someone before me that dropped
appreciate you.
25, so I
Thank you.
figured I would. I think it was Trey. I think he
Yeah,
dropped
Trey
20.
got some of them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
only
appreciate
fair.
you. Thank you, sir.
I didn't realize how little it costs.
Yeah, it's really not
Thanks.
a lot.
Nah. I got like.
Plus, you know,
I
if
got-
you go live, right? You'll get like half of it back if you're, you know.
Nah, probably not. But yeah, I'm not really. I'm not really here for that. I was scrolling through lives. I'm pretty new to scrolling through lives, and there was a lot of hate for the last few days. And yesterday I come across Carrie's, and it was just different. And I was like, yeah. And so I seen her
Well, I'm
again
glad
today.
you came back. I really am.
Have
Because I
thanks for
was
conversation.
we
And,
had to cut it short
so for that,
yesterday
I
because
thank you,
the
and,
TV wasn't
wanted to send you.
babysitting his
Well, I'm
daughter
glad you came
thoroughly
back. I
enough.
really am.
She wasn't having it. So yeah, I'm
We
glad
had to
you
cut
made
it short
back today.
yesterday because the TV wasn't babysitting his daughter thoroughly enough. She wasn't having it. So yeah, I'm glad we made it back today.
Yeah, I'm glad. It's hard to find the positive ones. I agree. I like to find to do the same thing.
Yeah, I'm glad. It's hard to find the positive ones. I agree. I like to find to do the same thing.
Yep. I'm gonna give you a
what?
tack thing.
Oh.
No.
The what?
I gave him a Tic Tac thing.
Oh.
Give you money.
You should give him something better. 'Cause you got
What does that even do?
Huh?
It
It
gives
gives you a fraction of a penny.
And then you can buy shit for other people.
You'll put it together with other fractions of pennies and buy tokens.
And then you can buy
should
shit for
always
other
just
people.
wait until you're out of tokens and then exchange for the maximum amount of whatever you have.
So we're just buying and selling likes.
I mean, kind of. And so far I've made like $10.
All right.
Like total. And that's just mostly flirting with girls. So
there you go. There you go.
Mostly we just have fun hanging out with each other.
The benefits are great.
Mostly we just have fun hanging out with each other.
We all just therapize each other.
Yeah, no, it's kind of cool.
We all just therapize each other.
I was very down on I was very unaccepting of TikTok for a long time, and then I realized what I did on Facebook was exactly what everybody does on TikTok, and just watch videos.
Yeah, well, I mean, I used to do other things, but actually I still use Facebook, but basically only for shopping local stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So
Right.
basically just use it like I used to use Craigslist.
Sure.
Right.
I still use Craigslist, just not as
Yeah, everybody that I tell
It just
to
depends,
watch
like,
me on TikTok, and they're
Craigslist
like,
is still good.
anybody
probably
over
use it
30
there.
is like, oh, I
Yeah,
don't do
everybody
TikTok.
that I tell is to
And
watch
it's like, it's the
me on
exact same
TikTok,
thing.
and
It's
they're
like,
like,
yeah, you do.
you know, anybody over 30
You just
is
don't
like,
realize
I
it
do
because you just
TikTok.
haven't clicked over there
And
yet.
it's like, it's
But
the
if you just
exact
took
same
like
thing. It's
5
like,
minutes,
yeah, you do.
go to my page because
You
I'm
just
really
don't
funny.
realize it because you just
go
haven't
check it
clicked
out.
over there yet. But if you just
You'll
took
like it, I
5
promise.
minutes,
It'll be good.
go to my page because I'm really funny. Okay, just go check it out. You'll
But
like
they
it.
do.
I promise.
Everybody likes me.
It'll be good.
You shouldn't promise that people will like stuff.
They do though.
But they do. Everybody likes me.
Huh?
I mean,
They do.
Even if it,
they came in and was all abusive towards me.
Huh?
Yeah, but you know what? He probably
There
still
was
watches
that guy
me.
that came in and he was like, "You shouldn't eat on camera."
Probably.
Yeah, but you know what? He probably still watches me.
So he can,
I mean,
so he can rub
he might
one
be
out
lurking,
and go talk to
Probably.
his mom.
waiting for you to eat stuff so he can feel
So he can,
mad.
so he can rub one out and go talk to his mom.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say that, but I mean, if that's what you want to imagine, knock yourself out.
Keeping it real.
Probably
Just
would
keeping it
have
really.
done the
Just
same thing. I'm less happy with that. I don't know. Like,
I mean,
Keeping it real. Just keeping it really. Just keeping it real.
what, it is what it
that
is.
is.
Well, I just think it's funny how like people are so opposed. Like, I don't know what it is about
what it is.
TikTok. Like, you could tell people to go to any other social
Well, I just
media
think it's
platform, and
funny
they're
how,
like,
like,
cool. But there's something
People are
about
so
TikTok that
opposed.
people
like,
just
I don't know
like
what it is about
automatically
TikTok.
are
Like, you
just
could tell
like,
people to go to any other social media platform and they're like, cool. But there's something about
I don't know.
TikTok that people just like automatically
what is
are
that?
just like,
Tinked It? Is that? Hey, Tinked It. They've got a trademarked name. Did you see that?
Yeah.
what is that? Tinked it? Is that? Hey, Tinked it. They've got a
I
trademark.
mean, they left
name.
real
Did you see
quick,
that?
but that I was intrigued.
Think edit. I do see that.
I mean, they left real quick.
I
But
guess.
that,
Maybe I need to do
was
that.
intrigued.
I mean, like, you could probably do that.
I'll have to do that whenever I
I
find a lawyer that'll
Maybe I
take
need
my
to
call.
do that.
maybe.
Not your fault. I have tried it. I have tried
tried
to like find a lawyer, and I can't find anybody that'll like call me back.
Not your fault. I have tried it.
Why is that? Is it hard to find a lawyer?
And I can't find anybody that'll like call me back. Why is that? Is it hard to find a lawyer?
It can be. They have I would look at the local bar association, like there's like a Kansas City bar association over there. Or are you in the Missouri or you're on the Missouri side? So you could also look at the Missouri bar association has like find a lawyer.
Yeah, that's what I need to do. Because I've messaged some messages 4 different ones, and I haven't had anybody call me back yet. And I'm like,
because I've messaged some messages 4 different ones, and I haven't had anybody call me back yet. And I'm like,
yeah, they might be busy. They might be busy. They might have or they might specialize in.
I have specifically sought out
the type of lawyer
business
that
lawyers
for,
that do merchandising and social media.
I have specifically sought out business lawyers that do merchandising and social media.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I figure if I find one who has experience doing both, that's what I'm looking for.
I mean, I figure if I find one who has experience doing both, that's what I'm looking for.
Right.
Yeah.
And that seems like exactly what I would want, and I've looked and found people that have experience with those things.
And that seems like exactly what I would want, and I've looked and found people that have experience.
And it's like, I don't want to put too much detail about exactly what I'm doing, but I don't know.
And it's like, I don't want to put too much detail about exactly what I'm doing, but I don't know.
Well, you could always.
No, this is good. I didn't realize there was a lawyer finder. There's a KC Metropolitan Bar Association lawyer finder. That's what I needed.
No, this is good. I didn't realize there was a lawyer finder. There's a KC Metropolitan Bar Association lawyer finder.
There was somebody that was requesting to come up, and I missed it, and I don't know who it was. So if you were requesting, I didn't see it until it was gone. So request again.
To come up, but then I missed it, and I don't know who it was. So if you were requesting, I didn't see it until it was gone. So request again.
Yes. I would love to, but...
So are you trying to make this your job now?
In order to do that, I need to figure out how to make money.
I would love to.
That's the
in
bitch
order
of it.
to do that, I need to figure out how to make money.
But I have some ideas of things that I think could make a lot of money. Not a ton of money, but enough money.
Figure that out yet.
But
I have some ideas of things that I think could make a lot of
taken care of.
Not a ton of money,
In order
but
to do that, I need a lawyer to actually
but I need
pick up the phone.
to get some legal stuff taken care of first. And
Baby
in order
stuff.
to do that, I need a lawyer to actually pick up the phone. So, baby steps, I guess.
I get sucked into
all the
these
toxic
vibes, like I said before.
Oh.
And
yeah.
All the toxic what?
Toxic lives. On TikTok.
Yeah.
And there's one where they promote that if you send me this gift, then I will kick the person off. And it'll be a panel of 8 people, and they'll just leave one space open for the opposing person. And because I offered to pay to kick everybody off the panel to see if they would do that, and they were unwilling to do that. But yeah. But yeah, so it'll be the person opposing.
Is that like the box
argument,
battles?
and people will pay to just knock him off the panel.
Oh, that's sad.
Is that like the box battle?
No, I think that's what it's called, though, right? Isn't that what it's called? Box battles? Like when people
It'll be
they
like
put people in
this,
the little boxes.
just the same setup, And you
No, I
know,
think that's what it's called, though, right? Isn't that what it's called? Box battles, like when they put people in the little boxes.
Oh, yeah, and then they.
Is Frank
just
here? Is
usually
that why
the
you
lowest one gets
mentioned
dropped,
him?
And then someone else gets
okay.
or something.
I need
Is
to get
Frank
him
here?
on the
Is that
phone
why
with
you
my
asked-
husband, so I still
mentioned
I don't
him?
think they've done that still.
He was a minute ago.
Oh. I need to get him
Maybe
on
that's
the
why
phone
he
with my
left.
husband, so I
He's like, shit, I haven't done that yet.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he left.
Yeah, I need to get better at like sucking the money out of people's pockets, I guess.
Yeah, I need to get better at like sucking the money out of people's pockets, I guess.
They'll also get my thing up to X amount of likes, or I'm shutting off the comments.
Right, likes. Yeah, your likes.
Yeah,
And
it's.
oh, shut the comments
I
off.
don't know. My thought is, all right, shut the comments off.
Right, likes. Yeah, your likes and oh, shut the comments off. Ooh.
See, and this is as much as I'm really willing to do to like try to get that is like do this. Here you go.
See, and this is as much as I'm really willing to do to like try to get that is like do this.
Zeke.
Yeah.
Zeke.
What?
Hey, I'll catch you later.
Hey, what's up, my friend?
What?
Percolating. That was a big word.
Hey. What's up, my friend?
So you must
Got my
have it
coffee
percolating.
Percolating. That was a big word.
Okie dokie.
So you must have it percolating.
Oh, I try not to use big words.
Okay.
How you
It is
doing?
being made.
How you doing?
All right.
Well,
I had
not
a friend
having
that
a
thought
stroke
they had
is
a
always
stroke,
preferable to having a
and
stroke.
I don't think they had a stroke. So that's a good thing.
Well, not having a stroke is always preferable to having a stroke.
It was really weird. She lost the ability to talk.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell? And you know, if you look at her face, it kind of looks like it might be a little bit saggy on one side, like she had a stroke. She's been at the hospital for the past like 2 days, and they couldn't understand why the heck she was going through what she's going through. But she started talking normal
After she got some
after
rest?
she got some rest, so I don't know. Weird.
After she got some rest?
Yeah. Yep. She went through 6 days of insomnia. And something else.
Right. That's that doesn't seem like an
I don't know
insomnia
how
kind
the
of
hell
thing.
that can happen from
Right.
insomnia.
That doesn't seem like an insomnia
Uh-oh.
kind of thing.
Maybe he doesn't like
Right.
you anymore.
Where'd he go?
Uh-oh. Maybe he
Your
doesn't like
twin?
you anymore.
Oh my god, he's my twin. Come on, that can't happen.
I mean, you guys look just the same.
Yeah.
I get confused
I'm
all the
his
time.
clone,
I'm
that's
like,
it.
is it
Yeah, I'm his
Zeke? Is it
clone.
AE?
Yeah,
I
that's what he
can't
called me.
tell.
I mean, you guys look just the same.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
get
God.
confused
Yeah,
all
you
the
guys do that
time.
all
I'm
the
like,
time.
is it Zeke? Is it AE? I can't tell.
Yeah, you're not the only person that said that now.
Yeah? Yeah? You guys do that all the time?
Well, it's starting to happen. Yeah. It's kind of weird.
Wow. All right.
That's okay. I get along with him good. So. Cool.
What?
Alright.
His.
Yeah, he said that I was his extra body parts before he got run over.
All
or
right.
something.
I feel like I missed something there, but okay.
Alright. I feel like I missed something there, but okay.
Ooh,
I'm just a clone.
What?
Yep.
You hang out on his live.
Ooh, what is what?
Doing
You
his
hang out on his
body
live?
doubling.
Yeah.
Doing his body doubling.
Oh,
yeah.
is that for trivia?
Yeah, that, and we've been hanging out with the Amethyst Queen?
Oh, is that for trivia?
Is she on, like,
she's
later
pretty
in the
freaking
day?
Funny. Pretty cool. Keeps you entertained. Yeah.
Is she on, like, later in the day?
No. I think she might be on right now, actually. I don't know. I can't remember what time she goes. I just happen to catch her whenever she's on.
I think that my
did,
brain is
music
too, like,
trivia, we did,
analytical for that. Like,
you
I've
rather?
gone into hers a couple of times, but there
I
were too
think
many
that my
times where it
brain
was
is
like,
too,
no, this
like,
person was right and this
analytical
person
for
is
that.
right, and I'm
Like,
like, no,
I've
actually
gone
that
into
one was
hers a
wrong
couple of
because
times, but
blah
there
blah
were
blah,
too
and
many
this
times
technically
where it
was
was
whatever.
like,
You know what
no,
I
this
mean?
person was right and this person is right, and I'm like, no, actually that one was wrong because blah blah, and this technically was whatever. You know what I mean?
So, but then I didn't want to be that asshole that's like, actually, this is incorrect because I'm going to Wikipedia this to you.
But then I didn't want to
So-
be that asshole that's like, actually, this is incorrect because I'm going to Wikipedia this.
So I just had to
you."
leave.
So,
Oh, shoot.
So it might not
so
be
I
for
just
me.
had to leave. So it might not be for me.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
Maybe I'll just try it
It
again.
is light banter.
I don't know, it'd probably be
with
okay if I was still
people that
drinking
you
or
don't
something,
know.
but if I'm
Right.
sober doing it, I don't think it's good.
Maybe I'll just try it again. I don't know, it'd probably be okay if I was still drinking or something, but if I have to be sober doing it, I don't think it's good.
Who?
Well, I hope to see some blossom there too. We'll see.
Who?
Oh.
Uh-oh. No,
If AE hasn't mentioned it to you, then he probably didn't want it mentioned. I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Is this like a girlfriend?
You can't do that. Tell me. Is this like a girlfriend?
I know he's got a lot of
I
bitches.
believe he thinks she's cute. Yeah. Yep.
I know he's got a lot of bitches.
Oh, now he's back. Now he can tell me about his own bitches and hoes.
Oh, my guy is here. Awesome.
Oh, now he's back. Now he can tell me about his own bitches and hoes.
He's probably gonna be like, "Yeah, you can't say that stuff."
Hey, you didn't tell me that you had some new bitches and hoes.
Hey, you didn't tell me that you had some new bitches and hoes.
Yeah. I don't know that I would describe them in that way. Because if they're bitches, I
Can they be hoes?
don't like to be around them that much. Because, yeah.
Can they be hoes then?
I mean, like I'm not sure. Like I'm not. I don't know. Like
I feel like this is making you so
sort of
uncomfortable
indifferent.
right now.
Like,
I feel like this is making you so uncomfortable right now.
I mean, it is making me uncomfortable right now.
Okay, do you want to talk about it?
Like I'm at a loss for words.
Okay, do you want to talk about it?
No. I'm at a loss for words. Well, I mean, I don't know my ass from a hole in the ground when it comes to any of that stuff. So,
Okay.
I'm just trying to take it easy,
Okay.
and you know, and just figure out
Okay.
what sort of things I'm
Well, good.
you know,
Maybe.
happy about.
Okay.
Well, I said good, maybe, but because I don't think I actually have any additional information than I had before you started talking. So,
Well, I said
Everything's
good,
good.
maybe, but because I don't think I actually have any additional information.
except for now, I know that you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground.
good maybe.
Right.
Except for now I know that you don't know your house from a hole in the ground.
I mean, but you already knew that.
Right.
I mean, I haven't been hiding that.
Correct.
I'm not capable of hiding that. Honestly. Like, yeah. Well, I've got no clue. None. So it's all pretty much trial and error. Oh, that, what is it, fuck around and find out kind of statement? I mean, no, because I'm not really, I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. I'm not lying to anybody. I've been with different girls, and, you know, if they get jealous, I didn't, like, make any commitment to any of these people, so, like, no. I haven't actually done anything with any of them. Like, I've talked to them on the internet, and, like, I've talked to them on the internet at this point. Like, I haven't, like, done anything with any of the ladies, just...
So are these girls that are, like, coming on your live, or you're going on their live, or how are you meeting these girls?
So are these girls that are, like, coming on your live, or you're going on their live, or how are you meeting these girls?
Xander.
Right.
Knock it off.
But which way? Like, you're, like, on their lives, or they're on your lives, or how, which way, or where on TikTok?
Mostly TikTok.
But which way? Like, you're, like, on their lives, or they're on your lives, or how, which way, or where on TikTok?
Both. Like, I'll go on their lives, and they'll come on my lives. And sometimes it's just, like, a friendly thing, I'm sure. And sometimes it's more like they are there to see me. And also, like, it's odd because, like, two ladies came on to my live, or who I assume were ladies, and just talked about how much they like watching woodworkers. And they wouldn't come on the live, they were just in the chat, but they were there for a long time. And, like, fortunately, like, I was doing close work, so I could keep the phone in a spot where I could see the chat. But, yeah, like, I don't know what I'm doing, like, if people like me or not. It's largely, I'm really oblivious to that most of the time, and always have been. Like, I've been talking to my ex-wife about it, and then she's, like, naming off people that wanted to get with me that I had no idea.
Hey, Machiavelli. So, wait a minute. So, so, your wife, ex-wife,
Hey,
is
Machiavelli.
telling
So,
you
wait a minute.
that
So,
through the course of your marriage, there were people that told her that they wanted to get with you.
Telling you that
but you didn't know about
your
it?
marriage, there were people that told her that they wanted to get with you, but you didn't know about it?
At least one said that, and others... No, like, at least two of them said that. One of them, like... I did know because it was a person.
So you took that subtle hint?
Like, started saying stuff like,
you picked up on that?
I wonder what it'd be like to get with you.
I mean, so you took that subtle hint?
I took that as a hint that
picked
I
up
would
on
have to respond to that situation. And I think I responded, my wife is psychotic and will murder.
Was that in, like, a playful way, or like a... My wife is psychotic and will murder you?
Was that in, like, a playful way, or like a my wife is psychotic and will murder you kind of a way?
I think a little of both. You know what's weird is my ex actually wanted to set me up with somebody too. It's kind of weird. She's like, you should.
Wait, your wife was trying to get you to date people? Like, while you were together?
Would you want me to date this person?
Wait, your wife was trying to get you to date people? Like, while you were together?
Yeah. While you were together? Well, while she was leaving. Yeah. Like,
You're like, no, bitch, I was actually into
her,
you.
And I'm like,
my wife.
No, she was my best friend.
Because that's how that's supposed to go.
You're like, no, bitch, I was actually into you, my wife. Because that's how that's supposed to go.
Well, she knows she screwed up now because I've been single long enough to realize that I wasn't messing around with her. Yep.
Wow.
She found another guy to replace me without, the thoughts of, well, geez, maybe I was being.
Is she trying to come back? What? I thought, didn't she get with somebody else?
She can't come back.
Is she trying to come back?
Oh, shit. Hang on a second.
What? I thought, didn't she get with somebody else?
I'm trying to get comfy to be like,
wait a minute.
Tell me more. I thought.
I'm trying to get comfy to be like, tell me more. I thought.
She screwed up.
So, when did she try to come back?
She's already admitted that. She screwed up.
Oh, I didn't know that, I don't think.
So, when did she try to come back?
Immediately.
Oh, I didn't know that, I don't think.
She dragged it out for a good 6-7 months where she would keep coming back here and telling me how much.
And how come you didn't let her?
She knew that she had made a mistake.
Yeah?
And how come you didn't let her?
Because she left me for a guy.
Yeah?
She knew that she could never make it back. She would never be on the same level playing field. I would always use it against her. What you gonna do? You gonna go leave and cheat on me, are you?
Did you know about it?
She cheated on me since 2015 to 2023.
Oh, so for 8 years?
She really ain't
Is
got
that,
shit to
did
stand
I
on.
do the math right?
Did you know about it?
No.
So for 8 years you didn't know about it?
Years? Is that, did I do the math right?
Okay.
So, yeah.
So for 8 years
I always
you
try to
didn't know
equate
about
stuff
it?
to my own situation to be like, well, I mean, it's not, but yeah, no. Because I mean, I kind of had a
I
similar
always try to
thing, but
equate
it was
stuff to
for
my
like a
own
weekend.
situation to be like, well, I mean, it's not
8
but
years.
Yeah, no. Because I mean, I kind of had a similar thing, but it was for like a weekend. Not 8 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this was.
You ended up
planned.
with the house though, right?
Within that 8 years, she got me to put her name on the house.
Yeah. You ended up with the house though, right?
I ended up putting up with her garbage, trying to get me to dump her.
You're not divorced
and
yet?
She moved out, yes. As far as going through
Why-
a divorce, well, that
why
hasn't
not?
happened yet.
You're not divorced yet?
No.
Why? Why not?
Well, the first 6 or 7 months, that kind of crap was going on, and
Oh, to letting her move back in?
I was in agreement to letting her come back for quite a while.
Oh, to letting her move back in?
Yeah.
But not be a couple.
Well, she used the statements, I have my cake and eat it too. And then I had my best friend come up to me and says, "You still kissing her?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, you know what she had her mouth on is pee-pee probably, right? You know?
I mean...
So that kind of ended me kissing her at all, because that is a pretty disgusting thought to have stuck
Right,
in your
exactly. Like any girl you ever date, unless they've never done that before, they've always done that.
Yeah, you only date virgins.
You know what I mean? So
Right,
that's,
exactly. Like
I
any
think
girl
that's a
you
shit
ever
thing to
date,
say,
unless
but like,
they've never done that before,
Yeah.
they've always done that before. You know what I mean? So that's I think that's a shit thing to say, but like, yeah.
I know. There was, and I don't know. Like, I know I felt that way before, and then I felt shitty about it afterwards. I don't think I would necessarily think a person is tainted by another person.
Yeah.
Right? But I mean, I understand the feeling, because we're sort of programmed that you have this paradigm, and outside of this, plus you have a contract, right? And if your contract says you don't do that, that's another thing. I mean, I got punished for not cheating.
If she had wanted to make the relationship work, she would not have left with a guy.
Well, but so when she,
No,
but
I
she came,
understand
but
all
she
that,
left
man. That's
with
the
the
actions
guy,
of
but
that
then she
person,
came back, and did you
right?
take her back after that?
All
Well,
I'm
but
saying
so
is,
when
like,
she left
Yeah.
with the guy, but then she came back, and did you take her back after that?
no. No, she just kept coming back, and she was feeling all torn because,
Yeah.
she felt that she had made a bad mistake, and yeah, she sure the hell did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's just when you, I don't know, like me and my wife never cheated on each other, or I never cheated on her. I don't really know if she cheated on me. She says that she didn't, and I don't really have any reason to doubt that. But ultimately, there was just like too many things. The camel's back. Once it's broke, it's broke. Like once a certain line is crossed, it's just there's just no more chances. There's just no more, whatever. And that line got crossed for me, so we're done. She put me through a lot of.
So she was trying to get you to do it so that she
a
didn't
lot
have to
of
do
different
it.
things to try and get me to leave her.
What?
That's for sure.
What? That's the thing.
I
It's
didn't
like
know.
it's one thing to like. It's one thing to like cheat,
yeah,
lie,
totally.
steal, whatever. But to like, that's such a dick
That's the
move.
thing. Is like it's one thing to like
Because she wanted you to have the guilt.
cheat, lie, steal, whatever, but to like that's such a dick move.
Oh,
Because she wanted you to have the guilt.
We argued about the fact that we weren't having sex anymore. I didn't realize what was going on, of course. in the
So
background
wait,
of her
so what?
mind.
Like she was holding out, but then blaming it on you?
But yeah,
So
Yeah.
wait, so what? Like she was holding out, but then blaming it on you?
she was just holding out. Abnormally holding out, 3 months at a time, kind of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the hell is it? You don't love me anymore? What's going on? I could never seem to do anything right. I would do all kinds of things to make her happy, and she'd be happy for maybe a couple days, and then she'd say, well, I can't find things. It must be because you cleaned. Where the hell did you put things?
Wow.
Nothing could be right.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. That sounds familiar.
That's crazy.
I felt guilty. I felt
I mean, it's
felt I
emotional
wasn't good
abuse.
enough.
You're
I got
an abused
pounded
spouse.
into the ground. Felt worthless.
I mean, it's hard
it's
to say
emotional
it that
abuse.
way because we don't
You're-
look at
you're
it that way
an
because of
abused
the
spouse.
gender dynamic, but
Yeah.
you're an abused
I mean, it's hard to
spouse
say it
where
that
was
way
just
because we
emotional
don't look
abuse
at
the
it
other
that way because of the gender dynamic. But
Sounds
you're
like-
an abused spouse. It was just emotional abuse the other way.
Hold on, I gotta. I'll be right back.
That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up.
That's so fucked up.
Huh?
That's
I
so
mean, it
fucked
sounds
up.
very intentional.
Seems pretty normal to me.
I mean, it
Yeah.
sounds very intentional.
Yeah, it's different things happen.
Right. Well, and that's the thing is like, I mean, I think that there are things where it's like,
situation is different than your situation. It's the one
it's
that
one
you-
thing when
Well,
it's
and
like
that's the thing, is,
arguing
like, I
about
mean, I think
differences
that there
of
are things
opinions and
where
that
it's
kind of
like-
thing. That's one thing, but like
It's one thing when it's like
for it
arguing
to be
about
just
differences of
blatant
opinions
like
and
that,
kind of thing.
just
That's one thing.
for the
but,
purpose
like,
of trying to get somebody to leave you.
for
is a
it to
whole
be
different
just
thing.
blatant like that, just for the purpose of trying to get somebody to leave you, is a whole different.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's just indicative of mental issues because, like, I used to do that shit, like, when I was, because if
you're a person that you don't have whatever capability to express whatever you need is, it's going to be difficult for you to get your needs met when you have interpersonal relationships. And if you don't feel free to leave, right? If you feel trapped, right? If you're compelled to stay in a relationship despite the fact that it's terrible for you, I mean, those are indicative of your own problems, and regardless of whether the other person has problems, because as
Right.
I mean, I couldn't think about leaving until I had meds, because
Right.
I had to keep doing the things that I was doing. I had to keep being locked into this life that was tiresome, that I didn't even want to live, really. Like, I was trying to kill myself. That's how bad it was, right? But, it's hard, and for whatever reason, in my case, because I was programmed to suck up the abuse.
Right.
I didn't walk away. Couldn't walk away.
I just talked to the office. The gauge I have is showing no pressure on it.
No, I think it's like background.
I'm going to send that guy right out for the new gauge.
Is he talking to us?
No, I think it's like background.
I just shut the gas off.
Don't you mute him?
You're on the way now.
Well, yeah, that's hard. That sounds like a really messed up situation.
Wow. Yeah, that's hard. That sounds like a really messed up situation.
I'm not sure. I just felt like I didn't want to listen in on that, because he forgot that he was. I think he just forgot that he wasn't muted.
Yeah.
Talking to somebody. So probably, yeah.
Well,
Probably best to leave that alone.
yeah,
Dog it.
good.
I think my toe's finally healing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Found some other. I found some packets of Neosporin or like some kind of antibiotic ointment
Well, that's good, I guess.
be clearing up the problem.
Well,
that's good, I
yeah.
guess.
Yeah, I mean, it beats dying.
Well,
It's much better than dying, I think. So I'm hoping that it'll.
What do you have left to
it'll
do before
stay,
you can put
and
your
I
house
won't
up for
have to,
sale?
die. So
what do you have left to do before you can put your house up for sale?
way too much shit. I'm gotta get working on that. So. Yeah, I gotta get working on that, so I probably need to do that.
Did you get any of your woodworking orders together?
Okay. Do you have? Did you get any of your woodworking orders together?
Yeah, I'm working on them. I've been mostly taking care of getting the house together. I got the first room done. I went by woodwork for a minute, and I'm just gonna go back and forth. Also, it's just finding people to talk to while I'm doing stuff.
Well, I'm gonna take a break.
I guess I could just go do stuff now.
As soon as there's somebody to talk to you, because I need to go to the bathroom.
Well, I'm gonna.
But other than that, I'm gonna be on for a
as soon
little
as
bit.
there's somebody to talk to you, because I need to go to the bathroom.
Oh,
But
Zeke, are
other
you
than
back?
that, I'm gonna be on for a little bit.
He unmuted himself. So.
Mm.
Oh, Zeke, are you back?
Yeah, I got
I got propane delivered, and
Well, are you guys good for a minute if I take a
there's
potty
no
break?
pressure on the tank, so they have to send a guy out with some kind of.
I'll be right back.
Well, are you guys good for a minute if I take
Well,
a potty
I have
break?
IBS, so it usually doesn't, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Hope everything comes out okay for you.
Well, I have IBS, so it usually doesn't, but we'll see.
Okay. There's a lot more information. I think I had that information already. I didn't think about it. Wasn't thinking about it. Now I'm thinking about it. That's not it. I think that was her whole point, though. So, well played, Carrie. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, that sucks, and it's a different kind of suck than I had to deal with, but because mine wasn't cheating, it was just kind of the same thing, because it was always like constant complaint, and my mode is generally to try to fix stuff, and yes, but eventually it's too many things, and several of them was her, right? So, then getting the right meds, man. So, I don't know if you have anything like I do, but it's like the CPTSD and the fucking sort of being the fucking little miss punching bag kind of mentality. That's that's very much so what it was like. Yeah. I finally got sick of it because, it seemed like she could never help herself out. Yeah. It's like I got a business meeting here in a minute. She'd constantly tell me what was wrong, what needed to be fixed, and she knew that I was busy working on other projects, and she would just keep heaping them up on me. Yeah, and I'd watch her. I have like an inability to say no. I think I gotta go. Well, I can't go. I'm gonna wait until she gets back, and then. But give me a minute, because I gotta respond to a message. Hold on. I'll be right back, buddy. I'll take a minute. Alright. I'm gonna wait for a minute. Damn it. Oh, well, here. While I'm at it. I'll give you a few of those. Oh wow! Hey, thank you. Cool. Yeah. That's I think those count for votes for that community. That's the thing. I'm not really sure. Not real concerned about it. Send those to. Have you gone through the divorce process? I mean, I'm pretty sure we've got our deal worked out. So. But that's still something you gotta submit to, like, the courthouse or something? Lost audio. You can draft a document yourself, and if you agree on all the stuff and you're not fighting, if the court doesn't really have anything to resolve, I think they would probably just let you do it. I can't say, but that's what I'm gonna do, and I can't imagine the court's gonna be like, you guys have agreed to all this stuff? No, let's go and rethink all this shit for you, because they don't want to spend time dealing with you, right? And most of the time, if there's nothing to fight about, you just go in, or you may not even have to go in. You can just submit a document that you both signed that says, this is what we agreed to for our marital property, and that will dispose of it all. So you know. The terms. I just can't imagine that they would waste their time being like, no, you guys are wrong. Right? Does that make sense?
In my situation, I got kids, so they would probably put them into consideration.
Well, I don't got any kids, right? I just got a house that I made the mistake of putting her name on. So, as if I hadn't, she'd just probably be gone already. Or not. Or, but at the time, it was before all of the fucking bullshit hit the fan.
Of course it was.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was right before most of the bullshit hit the fan, and yeah, it was not fun. So, yeah.
It's a tell.
Huh?
I guess it's a tell. Yeah. If they start having a problem with you not putting their name on the property, you got worried.
No, she didn't have a problem at the time, but now, in hindsight, it would have been a lot easier because then I probably could have just stayed here and, like I might have done something else by now, right? Or if she had just left. You know what I'm saying? Like if she had just left at that point, she was all set to go, and then she says that I begged her to stay, and I don't remember begging her to stay. So, yeah. So it's
yeah, a lot of those kind of games too. I said something that I don't remember saying. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and like I'm sure that I might remember things sometimes wrongly, but at the same time, like I know, like I've seen like different things, like inconsistent statements and stuff, and over the past couple of years, she's come clean about a lot of things because we've talked more out of desperation and just the fucking ridiculous lies that she would tell were like staggering to me because, like, if you say something to me, I'm listening to you and I'm like putting that information away because it's going to help me make evaluations about like who you are. And I just thought she was insane for like she would just come up with absurd bullshit, and I thought, oh, she's totally fucking nuts, right? Yeah. I'm just gonna have to like put her in a home someday because that's how crazy she is, right?
Yeah.
Like she kept me up all night one time, literally kept me up all night because she was convinced she had stomach cancer.
Oh boy.
Right? And that's when I made the song parody for that one song from the early 80s, The Secrets That You Keep. So here's how it goes. I hear some bullshit that is weak. Then you're keeping me from sleep. But, it actually just made her mad when I sang that to her. It's one of those things where I was proud of it because I came up with it off the top of my head.
Hell yeah.
And, like, on hindsight, it was a bad thing for me to
Are you still there?
I'm here. Did I was texting for a second because someone was trying to talk to me, and they are. I'm supposed to meet with them at some point today, but apparently Carrie had to really unload. So it's taking a long time for her to get back. What is she trying to get us to buy for her?
I don't know.
You see what the tagged item is?
Is it the 4 of 16?
No, that's the subscribers, I think. It's the 1 out of 100. Can you see what that is? I don't have my glasses, so I probably need some nearby here. But I don't see what I did with them. So I'm looking around. I don't know. You have to click something to figure that out? I mean, usually it's highlighted in some way, like creator's thing, or the thing that the creator desires, but I'm not seeing it. I see chat and interview. I mean, like, I'm on the GIFs page, and I don't see what she's requesting. I see the new on the W. What's the W about? Do you know? No idea. The W coin that costs 5. Yeah, that has like a new tag on it. I see that. Recharge exclusives. Open the exclusive. Let's see. Yeah. Oh. Sad. I don't have any. I don't have enough coins. So, what's your status now? Like I picked up the divorce documents at the courthouse. It looks like I have to get her served first. I'm just trying to figure out how to do it right. It's kind of like they got a manual for it, you know? You could probably ask the court clerk. They might be able to tell you. There might be a website on it. There might be like a page on the court website that tells you what you need to know. That's where I would look first. Yeah, it seemed like I couldn't ask the question properly at the courthouse because everything I asked, they were like, we can't give you professional
What's up, kitty cat?
advice because we're not lawyers or whatever. Yeah. What? You're in Maine?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, how we doing?
Hello.
Perfect.
Hello.
Probably a bunch of accurate things were said.
How we doing?
Good. We talked shit about you the whole time you were gone.
Perfect. That's probably a bunch of accurate things were said, Angela.
You will review the video later and find out.
Okay.
It's pretty cool that you got that little cartoon thingy in your, I don't know what you call that. What is that? We call it a hoo-hoo. Oh shit, you weren't talking about that.
Oh,
that
like
little
in
circle with
the logo
the
thing?
Carrie side profile, like drawn in cartoon.
Oh, like in the...
My kid drew that.
The logo
Your
thing?
avatar? Yeah, beside your name.
Isn't it?
You got that cartoon picture of you.
My kid drew that.
What's that ding
that's
cool.
Isn't it?
No, I asked her if she would do some art for my
I figured you had to download that
letterhead
somewhere or
so that I
something.
could
That's
do some like
I asked her if she would do
some
some
logo
art
and
for
stuff,
my...
and that's what she came up with.
letterhead,
So if you zoom
so that
in
I
on
could
it
do
real
some,
close,
like,
it's got
letterhead and
it says Carrie
do
can't
some
play like
logo
under
work
the
and
chin,
stuff,
and it's
and
got
that's
her
what
little
she came up
signature
with.
in my
So
eyeball.
if you zoom in on it real close, it says Carrie can't play like under the chin, and it's got her little signature in my eyeball.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my 14-year-old. She is very good.
So yeah, that's my 14-year-old. She is.
I know. Well, really, maybe I should.
Well, she's gonna do that for
advertise
other
that she
people.
did that.
She'll start earning commissions off of that.
Well, really, I should. Maybe I should.
Well, that's what it's like. I took what she sent me and just
advertise
popped
that
it
she
into
did
the little circle, but then I was thinking that I should actually
Well,
just
that's
send
what
it
it's like. I
back
took
to
what
her
she
and
sent
have
me and
her
just
turn it
popped
into a
it
little
into the
circle.
little
I think it would
circle,
look
but
better
then I
if she
was
did
thinking
something
that
creative
I
with it to make it that way instead of me just
actually
popping
just
it
send
onto
it
a
back
white
to her
background
and
like
have
that.
her turn it into a little circle. I think it would look better if she did something creative with
But
it
yeah,
to make
she's
it
very
that way
creative.
instead of me just popping it onto a white background like that.
So,
I think it would look better.
where'd you
But
go?
yeah, she's very creative. So, where'd he go?
He was checking his emails. I had a text message.
Ooh, hey guys, we are in the number 3 spot in the chit chat category on Trovo this hour.
Ooh, hey guys, we are in the number 3 spot in the chit chat category on Trovo this hour.
So we better live up to it. Let's talk about some important shit. So you've got what? You have daughters, correct?
So you've got what? You have daughters.
A daughter and a son. How old are they? Remind me.
See,
I have a daughter and a son.
a daughter and a son.
And they live with you?
How
Or
old are
with
they?
her?
Remind me.
13 and 9.
And they live with you, or with her?
We've been sharing custody. 50-50.
And its daughter is 15? Oh, 13. Sorry.
And its daughter is 15?
13.
How does she feel about all this?
Sorry.
Yep. She's the eldest.
How does she feel about all this?
So she, like, is aware of what all is going on? Like, she knows
feels
about it all?
that I'm deserved an apology.
How did that all come out?
So she, like, is aware of what all is going on?
Yeah.
Like, she knows about it all?
Yes.
How did that all come out? Like, yeah.
The day that I
Was
got
the day
a
that your wife
big
left?
check from when my father passed.
Because
was
what, your
the
wife
day
got
that she
half?
left.
Was the day that your wife left?
Yeah.
Because what, your wife got half?
She wanted half. I put it into an estate account.
So
And I
she
happen
wasn't
to be
able to get
the,
at it.
person that controls the estate.
Oh, that's good. That was smart.
So she wasn't able to get at it.
Correct.
Oh, that's good. That was smart.
How much money was that?
Well, when you start smelling a rat, you start
Like hundreds of
protecting yourself.
thousands?
How much money was that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Good. I mean, good
Like
that she
hundreds of
didn't get it.
thousands?
So that kind
I'm
of
looking to buy
fucked
a
up her
house.
plans then, huh?
Well, good. I mean, good that she didn't get it. So that kind of.
So is
fucked
that
up
why
her
she wanted to
plans
come
then,
back?
huh?
Because she didn't get the money that she
Oh
thought she
yeah,
was going to
because
get
her
when she
new
left?
boyfriend bought a new house.
Or did...
So is that why she wanted to come back? Because she didn't get the money that she thought she was going to get when she left? Or
I have no idea what's going on in her head. I'm not gonna bother trying to read it no more. So I give a shit. I'm not a mind reader. She always tried to make me out to be a mind reader too. It was awesome. I should have known. I should have jumped in to keep her calm, keep her from punching walls and threatening the kids and smashing things. Yeah, it was my fault that she got that mad though. So
Yeah, I too have heard like when receiving an apology. Yeah, I'm sorry, but if you hadn't been such like this or like that,
I'm sorry you were
then
such an
I
asshole
wouldn't
that I
have
had to do
that.
whatever.
Like, you made me behave badly, and it's bullshit. It's
I'm
just
sorry you were such an asshole that I had to do the whatever.
It's like the apologies that are like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry you felt that I did that that way. It's like a...
make me analyze everything that I did.
It's like the apologies that are like, I'm sorry you felt that I did that way. It's like a...
sometimes. Well, that's a little different. That's like putting like it on the other person's perception as opposed to, I'm sorry, I literally did stuff wrong to you, but it's still your fault.
Right.
You follow?
Yeah.
Like, does that make sense? Is that...
It was tiring. It was tiring walking around the house on eggshells all the time.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like you get sick of walking on eggshells, hey Sean. It gets so tiresome, and like I got to the point where I didn't want to ride in the car with her because I was
Right,
trapped
and you
in
didn't
the
have an
car.
out, like
She
you
would
need to
start
be somewhere that you
complaining.
can walk away.
just how terrible her life was.
Right, and you didn't have an out. Like, you need to be somewhere that you can walk away.
Yeah. No, I mean, that totally makes sense. Like, you
in
need
the
to be somewhere where you have an
driving
out.
55 miles an hour.
Yeah. No, I mean, that totally makes sense. Like, you need to be somewhere where you have an out.
Yeah, I started just driving separately because I didn't want to be
can't go
riding
over
in
well,
the car.
sorry, bitch. I cannot go. If we're gonna go to dinner,
How's that go?
Right.
I can't go
well,
over
I
well,
bet.
sorry, bitch. I cannot go if we're gonna go to dinner.
I mean, we've stopped going to dinner.
Right.
We didn't go out anymore. We didn't do anything together anymore. We didn't talk that much, and like, and just like, I don't know, like you, because at the same time, I'm just going crazy.
I mean,
right?
Yeah, it makes sense. Because I can't imagine that she's too willing to be accommodating to taking separate cars everywhere.
It makes sense. Because I can't imagine that she's too willing to be accommodating to taking separate cars everywhere.
Oh no, she's fine now. Like, she gets it.
Well, now I
well,
mean,
as far as I can
I'm
tell,
talking about, when you guys
she's on board with team get the fuck out of here.
Well, now I mean, yeah, I'm talking about like when you guys were still.
I mean, it's complicated because like I was falling apart continually for like several years, really, like probably since COVID. It had ups and downs, but good old COVID. COVID didn't help.
You were yelling at people in grocery stores?
Yelling at people in grocery stores because, like, I'm terrified of dying, right?
You were yelling
because like they wouldn't wear their masks and stuff.
Yeah, it was not. I had to leave and not go outside. So.
Because like they wouldn't wear their masks and stuff.
Yeah, they would fucking walk towards you and be like, "I'm just gonna get this," and like, God, go away, leave me the fuck alone.
Oh my god, I can't imagine you during COVID. That would have been horrible.
They just won't follow the fucking rules.
Yeah.
So inconvenient for you to walk down
I can't imagine you during COVID. That would have been horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, it was terrible. I was so freaked out, and they're just fear mongering. I mean, it's valid fear, but fuck, I was just thought I was gonna die. I thought my dad was gonna die. My stupid brother came and visited him and was like, "I only had a little sniffle."
Yeah.
It's like, you were so fucking stupid, is kind of the only thing that I can think of. And I think I only talked to him like one time after that, and the next time that he tried to communicate with me, it was so insufferable that I just couldn't deal. Because, like he did things like purposefully to be, to make life more difficult. Right? Like he wants me to do a thing. He wants me to send a birthday message to his wife. Great, I don't have her number. Get me her number. So instead of just texting the 10 fucking digits like a normal person, he just types the last 4 digits and then says the rest are the same as mine. So there's no way I can just hit that number and fucking do it right then. It makes me go through a bunch of fucking didos that are useless and wasting my fucking time. Because, and then, like I say, can you just give me the whole number? And then he spells it out partially, because he can't just fucking do that. He knows what I want,
just easier for
but
him
he don't
to
just fucking do it
number?
because he thinks this is funny. And I just hate him.
Would it have been just easier for him to just give you the whole number?
Oh yeah. Yeah, and I'm just like, and it's like not the only thing, but there was a lot of other reasons. But that was like kind of maybe the second to the last time, because the other time was me lecturing him about how stupid he is for going to his old father's house with fucking sickness when there's a pandemic, and how I didn't care he didn't think it was that bad, right? Or whatever.
In all fairness, though, you
And,
hate your
you know,
father.
if he fucking dies,
In
it's
all
your
fairness,
fault,
though, you hate
piece
your
of
father,
shit,
right?
right?
In all fairness, though, you hate your father.
What?
In all fairness, though, you hate your father, right?
No, I don't hate him at all.
Am I gonna assume this is sarcasm?
What gave you that impression?
Am I gonna assume this is sarcasm?
No, I feel sorry for him. I don't hate him. I can't talk to him because he says things that are disturbing to me. I don't hate him. I just can't be around him. There's a huge difference. Like, whatever my feelings are about him, like, he's my dad, and I do have some good memories, right? It's not all horrible, but he also programmed me to hate myself, right? So, and that programming is still in there, right? I'm still susceptible to those sort of things, and like I can get sucked back into that world.
I'm trying to understand how you don't hate your dad, because
I'm sorry,
I'm remembering the list of things your
believe
dad
you
has
are my
done and
clone,
said
aren't
to
you?
you.
I'm trying to
and
understand how
about
you don't hate your
and
dad,
your
because
wife.
I'm remembering the list of things your dad has done and said to you and about you and your wife.
My dad wasn't super either.
Oh yeah, no, I get it.
Because
Like,
I
I'm
hate your
programmed
dad,
to ignore
and
those things.
because for me, I'm like,
right?
if your
To
dad got
be
COVID
like,
and
oh,
died, that's
that's
probably
just dad.
like in my
Right.
opinion,
Yeah,
that seems
because I
okay.
hate your
It's
dad.
also like
And I'm,
the patient
because for me, I'm like, if your
So
dad
the fact
got COVID
that you
and
don't
died,
find
that's
that okay surprises
like, in
me.
my opinion, that seems okay, like a acceptable solution. So the fact
Well,
that you don't find that okay surprises me.
So it would have been him being an old man with COVID, but he survived, right? And it was before he got it when it was still bad, but he lived, right? I'm not sure how it changed him, but yeah, it's not about
Hey, Justin.
it's not about my feelings about him. It's about me protecting my sanity, because he can't live in a world where he bears any fault in any way.
Your father?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's not capable of accepting
Well,
any
that's
sort
different.
of personal responsibility.
I'm just
for
surprised
his
that you were caring so much about him being around COVID germs.
Well, I
that's
mean,
different. I'm just surprised that you were caring so much about him being around COVID germs. Like,
I mean, this was before I went no contact too, right? And I was living far away, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my brother would go visit him, and he went and visited him several times, and he would stay there because he's cheap, right? He just stays there so he has a free room while he's going and working for people, right? He doesn't give my dad, he never gave him any money or anything, he just free lodging, and now his free lodging turns into, you know, you killed dad because you're a careless, selfish piece of shit. My brother I do hate, but my dad, no, and my brother really not. They're both, like, I don't know, I think my brother might be like a serial killer or something. It wouldn't surprise me because he has that smile, it's like Ted Bundy-ish.
But your dad is the one who was explaining to you how to grape your wife.
Yeah, I understand that as well, and that's why I don't talk to him, because he wants to say things like that to me, and he's not aware enough about what he's like to realize how fucked up that is. And because he has the disease that he has, I will never be able to explain to him why I deserve to be treated well, right? Why I deserve to be treated with respect and kindness, and how you shouldn't say shit like that to your child. Because even at 50 or 51 or whatever age I was when he was saying that shit to me, I'm still his son. I'm still his child. He's talking about my mother, right? And but the thought that those things could come out of his mouth to me
at a point when I'm hurting, right? When I'm commiserating about the terrible shit that's going on in my life, and he's like, comes up with something like that fucking selfish. And here's the other thing is, like, with, like, right around that time, because I was, like, that fucked up right then, it was, because I was, like, that fucked up then, it was, then I had, like, a lot of traumatic things happen almost immediately, and I'd already been, like, yeah, I was there to get some help that I needed, and it was like a convenient opportunity for him to say these things to me. And the next time I talked to him, because I would like do messenger back and forth or text and not really want to talk for a long time. And then when I finally did talk, it just put the nail in the coffin, because I realized there just wasn't any hope, because when I was on the phone with him, he was like, first off, he wanted to clarify the situation, the information that he had given me about, you know, what to do if your wife gets drunk. And I had to cut him off, but as part of the same conversation, before he started to clarify that shit, he asked why my wife didn't want to talk to him. And, you know, I just laid it all out for him. All of the reasons. And before we were off the phone, it was, your mother must be turning her against me, which was the same line that he used to say to me constantly as a child, but it was about her. Your grandmother must be turning her against me. Your Aunt Linda must be turning her against me, right? So right then, like, because he created this fucking illusion for himself right then, and I already knew that he just blamed other people for his problems, but this is, like, profoundly different, because I'm literally directly, right then, telling him exactly what the fucking reasons were, and he cannot accept those because he can't think anything is wrong with him. It always has to be someone else, right? So he is, I'm sure, telling himself right now, it must have been Robin that is turning him against me. It couldn't be his behavior, right? And that's where we're at. There is nothing that I can say to him, and there's not really anything that he can say to me that's going to help me. Because there's always the risk of that sort of profound lack of boundaries that is disgusting.
Right.
Like, it made me sick. It made me want to die. It gave me thoughts that I wanted to erase with a shotgun shell.
Right.
So, I don't hate him. I don't hate anybody
It's like
except
a
people
different
that waste my
kind of
fucking
emotion, it sounds
time.
like.
It's like a different kind of emotion, it sounds like.
Yeah, it's you can't. I think Z's probably sitting there crying, but probably relates in some fucking way. But it's yeah, it's a thing that you're sort of programmed to be like, and you know, so like I feel guilty for taking care of myself, for doing things that benefit me sometimes, right? Or even a lot of the time. I have survivor guilt because, you know, my best friends died.
Have we talked about this? Have we talked about this?
Over and over. Yeah, when COVID hit, it really, I mean, it wasn't even COVID necessarily. It was, well, I lost all of my immediate family in that time period.
You did, Zeke?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Who did you lose?
I lost my grandmother, then I lost my mom, then I lost my real dad, and then I lost my mom's husband. Yeah.
Who was the first one you said? Grandma?
Yeah.
Was that all COVID deaths?
Dogs.
Who was the first one you said? Grandma?
Yeah.
But they all died during COVID, but none of them were COVID.
Was that all COVID deaths?
No. None of them were.
But they all died during COVID, but none of them were COVID related.
Right. Yep. Yeah, my grandmother, she was going to Togus VA hospital, and she couldn't hold down food, and I don't know, they kind of let me down. They didn't bother doing a biopsy on her stomach to find out that she had a cancerous growth inside her stomach. By the time they did, it was too big to do the operation. My mom had intestinal cancer, and, well, that's just a tough one to beat. That's a terrible thing. We had some weird conversations. I was like, can they pull your intestines
I
out
have
and
such
just
a
cut
hard
out the
time
section, sew it back
understanding
together again?
cancer.
You know? Just weird
Does anybody else feel that way? Like, I always feel like, why can't they just cut it out?
I have such a hard time.
And I understand that it has to be just because it, like, moves and travels and stuff like that.
I always feel
but,
like, why can't they just cut it out?
I get it.
And I understand that it has to be.
I get
just because
stages
it, like,
and stuff
moves
like
and
that, but, like,
travels and
fundamentally,
stuff
my
like
brain
that,
always
but,
just wants to be
Yeah,
like,
there's
just
like
like
stages.
this could be cut out.
I get stages and stuff like that, but, like, fundamentally, my brain always just wants to be like, it's just like a thing that just can be cut out.
Yeah, well, that's always the question. It's really, has it metastasized?
Right.
Right? So, like, that's why early detection is good.
Right.
Come in if you haven't. They now recommend starting colonoscopies at 45.
Right.
Please get that snake right up there and have them take some snappies. You'll be so glad you did.
Probably not.
No, I was, dude. They cut out a bunch of polyps and shit that weren't problematic, but could be at some point. And, you know.
I got my appointment. I'll be going for that. Yay.
Say what?
I made an appointment for that.
So the worst part of it is the day before when you got to drink the shit that they give you to drink. It is rough. You can get through it though, and it's not really that bad. It's not as bad as you'll think. Like, I went on a job interview the next day. Like, I flew.
I'm
on a
trying to
plane
get
the next
this
day
to, like,
and got a,
work with my bot. This
bot rips.
This thing.
I'm trying to get this
It's
to,
not
like,
working.
work with my bot. This thing. It's not
Oh, that's a
working.
bot.
It's just not pulling.
Yeah, that looks like an IRC code.
It's just not pulling.
Yeah, either of you remember IRC?
I recognize the anagram, but I don't know what it stands for.
Internet relay chat. It was like text-based chatting.
No,
that
Carolina,
was
I'm not on
channels and
anymore.
stuff
I got off
back
earlier.
when it's Jeff Watson. Back on the early.
No,
days.
Carolina, I'm not on anymore. I got off earlier.
Like, I could access it using a text-based browser, or not even a browser. It was like a text-based app that ran on this thing where I got like free internet in the 90s and email and shit. Back when it was basically it was like a thing that existed before HTTP existed. It's called QueryNet. You could get like a free account on dial-up where you could then do internet relay chat with people around the world, which was cool, and a free email account.
Wow.
QueryNet.org.
You were really an early adopter. I don't remember that.
Well, that's because I lived in.
I know. I told her no. I got off
where,
earlier. I'm
the
off.
web
I'm
browser
asleep right
was born. Carolina's asking if you're on.
I know. I told her no. I got off earlier.
I'm just fucking with her because I'm being a smartass because clearly I'm still here. I'm right here.
I mean, she's asking in the chat if you're on.
I know. I'm just fucking with her because I'm being a smartass because clearly I'm still here. I'm right here.
Yeah, well, it confused me too because I have that fucking literal thing. Just like, and you kept a straight face and tone while you were saying. So I'm really proud of you for feeding me that bullshit so well. Job well done, Carrie.
Thanks.
You are a bullshitter.
I am pleased.
Like that I think was the most amusing thing I've ever seen to me.
I am pleased.
Really?
I mean, not just to me, but
ever.
In my perception, that's the funniest thing you've ever done.
Really?
Oh, it pushed me right off my fucking square. I fell for it completely. I was just like,
yeah.
Wow. Like, I'm sitting here in awe.
Well, if you couldn't tell if I was being sarcastic or not, when I told you, no, I'm not still on. And you see my
if you couldn't tell if I was being sarcastic or not, when I told you, no, I'm not still on. And you see my face saying it.
And I thought maybe you thought that I wasn't talking about the chat.
Well, if you all
And I'm
start
like,
with
no,
the
she's
basic
in the
assumption
chat
that I'm
right
not
now,
completely
man.
stupid.
Like, I was confused. Like, I just assumed that you
Well,
had
if you all start with the basic assumption that I'm not completely stupid.
I don't think that
I know, but the thing is, you guys do that all the time. You underestimate me. You think I'm not paying attention. You think I don't know what's going on. And at the end of the day, almost always I just fucking
you
do.
underestimate me. You think I'm not paying attention.
Is what happens.
I don't know what's going on. And at the end of the day, almost always I just fucking do. Is what happens.
I know, because I'm right.
Well, jeepers, I hope you don't feel that way.
I'm not going to argue with you about this.
I know, because I'm right.
No, because it's inflammatory, and I don't want to fight with you about my opinions. I like you well enough to be here. Though, I think sometimes...
we can.
I don't want to argue with you, and I'm tempted to. But
I'm really good at it, though.
We can.
Well, but I'm bad at it. And you'll win.
I'm really good at it, though.
Are you really?
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy watching it.
Really? We were just arguing about something. And you were like, I'm not going to argue about this. And then you're like, what do you want to argue? That.
Really?
We could argue about that.
We were just arguing about something, and you were like, I'm not going to argue about this. And then you're like, what do you want to argue? That. We could argue about that.
I want to argue about something else. And it depends on what you mean by argument. If you just
want to say big words
things about me,
like ad hominem.
Engage in ad hominem attacks, then
Oh, you just want to say big words.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I mean,
you can be like, I'm smarter than everybody.
I know. There is one of the ad hominem attacks right there.
Well, you think you are.
You can be like, I'm smarter than everybody. Well, you know.
I know.
But am I? I mean, you're the one that said that. I know. I kind of do.
I know.
I mean, I'm very egotistical about my enormous brains.
I know.
And I was taught at some point in the past.
Okay, you got big brains.
It was all worthless, but...
you got big brains.
You ever read the
Were those words?
Cartoon by Jonan Vasquez, Wobbly Headed Bob?
Were those words?
Oh, no.
Have you ever read the cartoon by Jonan Vasquez called Wobbly Headed Bob?
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Like, just thinking
Well,
about
that just means
stuff
you're
too
not
much
well medicated enough.
all the time.
If you take enough meds, that'll fix that.
Yeah.
I used to do that way too.
Well, that just means you're not well medicated enough. If you take enough
I agree,
drugs,
Carolina.
that'll
That's
fix
why I
that.
asked if those were words.
I used to do that way too.
Like, what?
You know, maybe. That might be true.
Yep.
I agree, Carolina. That's why I asked if those were words. Like, what?
No, it was absolutely words. But
More big words.
It might
sound non sequitur.
non sequitur. It's like some vague cultural reference that didn't help.
More big words. It might sound non sequitur.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, think of the doctor on Futurama.
Ah, that was the crab, right, or the lobster?
Not the crab, the guy that's in charge.
Oh, the old
man.
Yep.
That's what I'm modeling my new personality on.
That's what I said, Carolina.
I'm trying to.
I'm like,
avoid
okay, let's
being
take this down a
Zoidberg.
notch. I need.
I'm just trying
Can we
be,
go
like,
down to
confident
like?
enough to,
That's what I said, Carolina.
Okay, so
I'm like, okay, let's take this down.
When-
I need. Can we go down?
when
to
I was
like,
writing documentation that had to be approved
when-
for Medicare
do you want me
guidelines,
to
we had to
speak?
assume
when I was writing
that people were operating at no
documentation
higher than a seventh
that had
grade
to be
education for
approved
things to be approved for
Medicare
Medicare.
guidelines, we had to assume that people were
So I think that's what
operating
we should
at
do
no
here.
higher than a seventh grade education for
That's
things to
how-
be approved for Medicare.
Yeah. Well, I understand.
So I think that's what we should do here.
I
That's how.
certainly try to do that. I've been able to do that in the past at varying degrees of success, but that usually requires me to be on video, edit the video heavily. Usually requires me to write out a script and then rewrite the script and then rewrite it again to make sure that I am doing that, which is, yeah, that's difficult for me. I'm probably going to fail. You're going to have to kick me off.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're just going to have to ridicule me and,
Well, that I can do.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's going to be unfortunate.
Okay.
I might
Well,
start
that I can
crying.
do.
See, Carolina's all for it. She's
I
like,
can
yeah, get rid of that
though.
fucking
If
guy.
that's the only requirement, I can do that. I think I'm pretty good at it, actually.
I can ridicule you though. If that's the only requirement, I can do that. I think I'm pretty good at it, actually.
Yeah, see? It's fairly obvious.
Yeah.
So there's one vote against me. But then
To
again,
stay
I
where?
would really need one vote to stay.
Oh, you need to stay.
Actually, I need 2 votes.
What are we
to
voting
stay.
about?
To
If,
stay
we're,
where?
if you're
All of-
staying?
All of the other votes are irrelevant.
What are we voting
Like right
about?
now?
If
Or
you're
forever?
staying?
Whether or not I'm staying, we already got
Like
Carolina
forever?
who's voted against me.
Like
right
forever
now?
or for right
Or
now?
forever?
Just now.
You're the one who keeps leaving.
Like
I mean,
Forever?
she could remove me.
Like
Oh.
forever
Hey,
or for
Festus,
right now?
what's up?
I'm pretty sure she could ban me.
You're the one
Hey,
who
you
keeps
need-
leaving.
She could just hang out and ban me every
Hey,
time I
Festus,
come up.
what's up?
Uh-oh, I gotta hear my mouth. I wasn't removing anybody.
Uh-oh, I gotta hear my mouth.
If you're leaving right now?
Huh? No, well, there's only 2 votes to count, though. Right?
You're the one who
leaving
keeps
right
leaving.
now?
Well, if I'm leaving ever, right? There's only 2
I never
votes.
asked you to leave.
You're the one who keeps leaving.
Right. Well, there's my vote, right? And then there's your vote.
I never asked you.
I know.
I know.
I just am here
I
and
just
people just
leave
keep
when I feel
leaving.
like it.
Hey,
I just show
I
up.
know.
Hey, Frank.
I just am here and people just keep leaving.
Well,
I just show up. Hey, Frank.
oh
Not
yeah,
for everybody.
I think leaving is hard.
Uh-huh.
yeah. No, leaving is really hard.
Not for everybody.
You'd be surprised.
Uh-huh.
You get into, a group chat.
What privileges did I take away? I didn't take
I
away
don't
shit.
know.
That's
You got-
just what you.
I didn't
It's
take
like
away
you have to have a
anything.
reason to leave.
What privileges did I take away? I didn't take away shit.
Why would you take her privileges away?
I
It's
didn't take away
funny.
anything.
I didn't take away anything. You got all your privileges.
Like when she mutes me, it's awesome. Because then I'm like, oh, yeah,
I didn't take away
I
anything.
think,
You got all
she
your
just
privileges.
wanted to leave you.
huh?
I think she's being mean. She wanted to remove you and mute you.
I mean,
Sorry,
she
I didn't
probably
see the
should.
request.
Like, I'm over here disrupting the place that she likes to hang out at.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry, I didn't see the request.
Yeah.
Oh,
See?
oh, there we go.
Oh, Frank. There we go. Cool. Well, I thought Frank had the lead.
That's not what I
What
wanted.
did you want?
Oh, that's you've done it before.
Why am I here?
I don't know.
I didn't take shit away. I didn't change anything.
Yeah.
You took my privileges away to mute him and remove
I didn't
him.
take
Hey,
shit away.
did you
I
ever
didn't change
did
anything.
you ever talk to my husband?
Okay, I'm working. I'm gonna go back to work. I just want to say hello, everybody.
Hey, Frank. Thank you.
Hey, did you ever talk to my husband?
Hi, AE.
I didn't. I tried to text you, but our schedules have not been jiving together. They haven't been jiving, but we'll make it happen.
Okay.
I'm over here. I decided to take this further than I wanted to, and then now I'm
later.
Yeah.
You don't want to answer me, Abby?
Okay. Well,
Alright.
later.
Smooches, everybody.
In control. We will straighten things out.
Oh, I will. I'm gonna tear. So like, I was just gonna swap out a door, but I got the frame obviously because it's a pre-hung door, and I'm like, maybe I'll just do the whole frame so I don't have to patch everything. And then it's like, the stuff starts popping, and I'm like, damn it, what did I get myself into? Now I know exactly what I'm doing. It's just I did one thing, and then now I'm doing like the harder job for free. So.
Well, we like to
okay. Everybody will be happy in the end. I'll still make enough money to where I can eat food.
Well, we like
I like that you're just gonna be able to eat.
Yes.
I need you to fuel those comments so that you'll come back and talk sometime.
Yeah, well, I'll get back.
Here,
Yeah.
make sure you stop. I'll probably be getting my new place pretty soon.
Oh wait, I'm not supposed to do that on camera. My bad.
Huh?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nobody
I'm
caught.
not gonna say that, but you were absolutely right. You are a naughty, naughty fella.
Yeah, my bad. My bad.
What happened?
Straight to hell. Straight to hell.
You will. I mean, probably. You can probably expect a ban. You got an agent?
What?
You have an agent?
No.
You should consider getting an agent for your pending ban.
Yeah. Really?
Maybe. It depends on how long the ban is. It's like I only had one ban and it was like 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. Well,
Yes.
I'm gonna go back to work. We'll see what happens.
Bye, Frank.
Yeah, it'll be like it was accidental. Like I'm sure that it won't be terrible, but I would certainly expect.
Let the
Have a
man
good day.
go.
Take care, Frank.
Bye.
I will
Bye.
welcome you back. I don't think you'll be permabanned. So
Awesome. All right.
Let the man go.
Did you get a notice or something?
yeah, I got a notice like during the show. Like it popped up.
Right?
Like, I was
That's what I'm
like,
saying,
you've
Carolina.
been banned for 10 minutes.
Gotcha.
It was like the second time I was here. 'Cause I didn't know what I was doing.
Right?
Gotcha.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, you guys. Well, I'll talk to you guys later.
Bye.
Oh yeah, you're right, Carolina.
AE?
Yeah,
AE, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm cool. I've missed you.
Yeah.
I've missed you.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, you started
Karen?
asking for
Yeah.
money and it got weird.
You're forgetting me. It's unfair.
Well, the thing is, you started asking for money and it got weird.
Well, you gotta be careful asking people for money because it starts
I
to
was
feel a
just
little
having
bit
some issue. That was why.
scammy, and we don't like
Well,
it.
You gotta be careful asking people for money because it starts to feel a little bit scammy and we don't like it.
Well, I was thinking about it,
You could have just tell me by
and
yourself
I was
instead
gonna
of
talk to
snubbing
AD
me.
about it, and we just
At
hadn't.
least
And
I've already
yeah,
solved this stuff.
you're right.
I
I
was
should have.
thinking
I'm
about
sorry.
it, and I was gonna talk to AD about it, and
I
I
know.
just hadn't, and I had, yeah, you're right. I should have. I'm sorry.
You're right. I should have just told. I should have just.
Yeah,
Yep.
just
I
tell
should
me
have just said
about it.
something.
When
You're
you
right.
tell me
I'm
about
sorry.
it, it won't move anything from.
You're right.
from
I
me,
should have just
because,
told.
I
I
was
should have
really-
just. Yep. I should have just said something. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because what really happened was my mom was not feeling fine, and my dad went to borrow some funds, and I was not having, the person was on my dad's neck, and I was not having the money to pay back.
Yeah,
Also
it just
kind
is
somebody
hard because when
favored me with
people,
some
like,
cash and I
everybody
have to
always
pay
comes
back.
at us for
That was
money.
what
So
really
when we're
happened.
talking about helping you other
Yeah.
ways,
Yeah,
it's
it
okay.
just
But
is
when we
hard
start
because
asking
when
for
people,
money, it
like,
just starts
everybody
getting
always
weird.
comes at us for money. So when we're talking about helping you other ways, it's okay. But when you start asking for money, it just starts getting weird.
Well,
No,
sort of, a little
you
bit.
know that I'm not a
I mean,
bad
we know you a
person.
little bit. We
I've
don't
been
really
so
know you
good.
that well.
You know me very well.
Well, sort of, a little bit. I mean, we know you.
So I mean,
a
we're
little bit.
getting
We
to
don't
know
really
you.
know
Right?
you
That's what
that
I'm saying. Is we just have to be careful. So
I know.
So I mean, we're getting to know you, but that's what I'm saying. Is we just have to be careful. So.
Right. Like I'm not really here to talk about that stuff. Like, again, if you want me to talk about you or try to, vouch for anything, I think you're a guy looking for work and trying to get out of Africa, which I understand. I'm just not in a position to help you right now. But I'll certainly keep it in mind if I ever am in a position, which isn't, outside of the possibility, but because of the way that the laws are, the way that the laws are set up, it's a very major thing for people to be sponsoring people for immigration purposes. It would be, like I consider like Z and Carrie and not really Carolina as personal friends, and I would have trouble trusting any of them to the extent that you would be asking me to trust you to help you in that way. You understand? You would be asking, and you got to keep in mind, I'm very honest, and if like I don't talk to some of my family members. I'm just fucking with you because I knew you would react that way. Carolina.
Karen has talked to my mom. Yeah, that was the day I went to.
That's not me, and you were addressing me, and this is like kind of Carrie's show. So I'm not, I'm not saying anything about your character other than I don't have sufficient information that I would ever feel comfortable doing that, because you got to keep in mind, like, it's really a lot. I would be promising a lot. I would be guaranteeing your conduct, right? And there's no way for me at this point to have enough information that I could evaluate, your conduct, right? And I would not take the time to do so because I don't have the resources that I would also need to bring you over here, right? So, I mean, and I've asked the people that I could ask and gotten the information that I could, and I've passed that along. So I can't help it when other people, what they do or don't do, it's just, that's where I'm at. And I think a lot of the things that happen, the interplay between people in different nations, has to do with different modes of communication that are being used at the same time. I have the feeling that in your culture, people are very straightforward when they're asking about like business deals and stuff. Whereas in our culture, people like hide all that stuff, and if people ask for help, in public, they won't say no, right? Because like this is like a public place, and if I'm asking someone a question for them to help me in public, Americans won't just say no to that in public because they don't want to be perceived as mean, right? They want to seem like they're nice people, like they're good people, right? Whether or not they are. Like, there's probably been people that you've been in these chat rooms with that have the ability, the means to help you, but they just plain didn't want to, right? And they may have even said that they would help you, right? And not done any goddamn thing because what they were doing was saving face. They weren't really good people. They just wanted to be perceived that way so people wouldn't ostracize them immediately. You follow?
Well, I mean, I think there's some of both of it. There's some people who can and don't want to. There are some people who want to.
Well, I mean, I think there's some of
there's some
of
who can't, and I
there's
think that there's different avenues
and don't want
of
to.
it.
There are some
but
people
like
who want
that was what happened
but
here,
can't,
Festus.
and I think
like
there's
really,
different
it's just like there's
it,
not,
but, like,
there's
that-
just not a
that
whole
was
lot.
what
Like, I'm
happened
kind of where
here, Festus.
AE is that,
And I
like,
think, like,
I'm not
really
working
it's
right now.
just,
I'm not
like,
in a position
there's
that
not,
I can do a
there's
whole
just
lot.
not a whole lot. Like,
Personally,
I'm kind of
so where we
AE
had left
is
it
that,
was like
I'm not
that
working
I can
right
look
now.
into
I'm
it.
not in a
I'm not
position that I can
sponsoring
do a
anybody
whole lot.
because
Personally,
I'm just
so
not.
where
I mean,
we
I
had
can't
left it
guarantee.
was, like,
I don't know that I'm
I
not
can
gonna
look into
fuck
it.
off
I'm
in the
not
next 8 years,
sponsoring
let alone
anybody
that
because
I'm gonna guarantee that somebody
just
else
not.
isn't
I
going
mean,
to.
I
That's
can't
not something that's
I don't
I'm
know that I'm
interested
not
in
gonna
doing.
fuck
It's
off in
something
the
that
next
I
8
might
years,
look
let alone
into
that I'm gonna guarantee that somebody
helping
else isn't going to. That's not something that's I'm
coordinate for
interested
somebody
in
else.
doing. It's something that I might.
But it's
look
not something that I'm
into
gonna be doing.
Helping coordinate for somebody else. But it's not something that I'm gonna be doing.
You know, you know that when AE told me that he has a friend and he's going to come ask his friend if he needed someone. After some days, AE called me and told me that he said he doesn't want someone, and I said okay, there is no problem. But one thing I believe that I know that a day will come that God will surely grant my request. That is my own belief. I know that a day will come, God will surely grant my request. As you see me too, I'm not a bad person. I've never been in a prison before or a cell. I have never made any trouble with anyone before in my life. I just decided to live a simple life for my parents because I'm the first son of my parents, and my parents, they are very lovely and they just live their life normally. That is what I can really say.
No, I wasn't saying anything at all about your character. It's the level to which I would be able to trust you as a stranger to me. Because again, like, we've had voice chat, maybe a little video chat. We've seen like part of your life, but like, I've seen that stuff about like Carrie. I've seen a lot of Z's life because I hang out with them online, and a lot more of theirs than I've seen of yours, right? And I would not trust them to that level, right? Like, I barely trust them with my address.
You know, AE, you have been a nice person, and also Karen has been a very nice person, and I love the way you people have been talking to me, and I so much appreciate you people because I know if I know that if there is a way you people is going to help me, I know you people will surely help me, which I believe on that.
Well, I certainly hope it happens for you and that you get the stuff that you want. Yeah, like, we've done what we could, and you know, that's kind of where I'm at with that particular stuff. Is if I end up, you know, doing really well in the business that I'm setting up, and you know, who knows? I know I need a welder at some point in the future, but that's, again, like, the plans are primarily to focus on wood, and eventually add a metal shop. But again, you know, you do one thing at a time, and I'd probably be trying to look into doing the plastic machines first because the metal equipment is more expensive. So, and I already have the stuff to work wood, so yeah. But good luck to you, man, with that. Like, it's good to want to improve yourself. I'm not sure. Well, again, because I'm here, and we have a saying here: the grass is always greener on the other side. Right? Does that make sense? It just means, I don't know if you have the same saying. It just means that, like, the things that you see, like, in your neighbor's yard, right? They might not be as good as you think they look from where you're sitting, right? It may be better, it may be worse. I think people take for granted, like, that things are good here. We have different kinds of problems here, and those problems are not really getting better. They just seem to be getting worse. In many ways, I think that, like I just wouldn't want to come here if I and I know like people are programmed to like want to come to the United States, but once you're here, there's a lot of fucking shit that you have to deal with here, and I know that it's different shit than you deal with there, but you'd still, I don't know that it may be better opportunities, but there may be better opportunities anywhere. Or it may be, like in my case, I've figured that I have to make my own opportunity because I can't stand working for other people, right? Like, I'll work with people, but I don't want to work for them, or I don't want people working for me because, like, because when you're worried about what the boss thinks, you're going to say whatever you have to say to make the boss think that you're their guy, right? And that's not necessarily the truth, and I don't want to live in a world where I'm obliged to lie to people, right? I don't want to have to kiss somebody's ass because, you know, they happen to have a position where they're in charge. You know, I don't want to have.
You're
to
in a
kiss
different
somebody's ass
position though.
because
You're
they're my
chasing a
boss,
different dream,
right?
You're
They're in charge. I'm obliged to follow their orders.
I know what you're saying.
You're in a different position though. You're chasing a different dream. You're chasing a different
Yeah, what I'm saying is.
I know. I know what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, Festus, I'm not sure your dream of going and being here.
I think the thing is though, that like I feel like
you
look at everybody's vision and like resculpt
I think the thing is though, AE, that like I feel like that you look at everybody's vision and like resculpt
I know. But not even the principles of the world, because I feel like you kind of done that, like when like everything about like what my
but not even the principles
like,
of the world, because I feel like you kind of done that, like
it's like a
like
well,
everything about like
not like you get frustrated with how I want to do things here because it's not
like,
the way to the you don't
not,
see it the way
like,
that I see it.
You get frustrated
you know,
with how
it's
I want
that
to
way
do
to
things
everything.
here because
it's like
not
a, well, if you only saw it the way I saw it,
you don't
then
see it the way that I see it. You know,
Yeah.
it's that way to everything. It's like well, if you only saw it the way I saw it, then
Oh, probably. Yeah, I'm very hard to deal with that way.
Yeah.
Very unyielding.
Yeah.
Very much not willing to listen to the other person's point of view anymore.
Yeah.
I understand things about myself. Because I reduce a lot of the things that I think to basically, like, I just sort of think that most things that we are taught to fight about, we're just taught to fight about. And it's mostly just endless propaganda that we're raised with.
Well, I think you're oversimplifying things sometimes, and I think that maybe you're just, like a little bit dismissive.
Right.
Well, I think you're oversimplifying things sometimes, and I think that maybe you're just like a little bit dismissive at times.
I agree. I am like that. It's hard for me to buy into points of view or to do points of view for, you know, things that
but I
seem to be,
I think it's hard for you to see that it's okay for something to be meaningful to somebody else that's not meaningful to you.
Well, but I think it's hard for you to see that it's okay for something to be meaningful to somebody else that's not meaningful to you.
Oh no, there are plenty of things that are meaningful for other people that aren't meaningful for me. I understand that.
I got a little bit different way to look at this.
Go ahead.
I've been approached by so many people for money, and I tend to think that most people want to do great things and want to do good things, and when they don't feel secure in being able to do those things, they feel lackluster and saddened. And I guess, you know, it's kind of like role-playing. You're asking me to be a bank, and I'm not a bank, and I'm not a hero.
that's my problem. I'm a hero.
There you go.
And it's where I used to be, and that's what I'm. You know, if my mood, if my life is a swinging pendulum, I'm swinging sharply away from caring what other people want. Because I've lived most of my life like catering to other people's wants and desires. And while I'm still like choosing to be friendly and helpful where I can, I'm just trying to establish boundaries better, and I'm not good at it. And I'm skittish. If I'm moody, and I'm fucking recovering from having my personality shattered. So, you know, it's not excuses, it's explanation. And I'm sorry if I upset you when I leave.
When? Now?
That is in fact what you're expressing.
Me?
Yeah.
You didn't upset me
When?
today.
Now?
Just before I responded to what you were saying.
You didn't upset me today.
I mean,
But
yeah, you've
when I
upset me
take
very
off,
many
when I'm
times.
like, "Ugh,"
But not
get
today.
pissy and leave.
I mean, yeah, you've upset me very many
Oh,
times.
no, I do. That's why I haven't talked to you.
But not today.
If you continue to interact with me, you can expect that to continue.
Oh, no, I do.
You
That's
did
why I
very
haven't
much.
talked
That's
to
why I
you
haven't
for a
talked
few
to you
days.
for a few days.
Well, that makes sense because I pissed you off, and
You did very much. That's why I haven't talked to you for a few days.
well, that's why I didn't talk to you. I mean, I wasn't upset. It was something else, but I was had to think about what I don't know. I just had to think about what I wanted to talk about, or you know. Anyways, that's this.
Hey, I'm listening to you.
Sorry for the long, drawn out sidetrack, but anyways, I'll just try to sell you on working for yourself there and making up money on your own to, you know, have a business there. I don't know what that involves, but you have good skills, and it seems to me that you've been keeping yourself busy and working, right? I don't know what your business prospects are there, or even in adjacent countries, in other parts of your own country, right? If things are bad exactly where you're at, think about the places that you could move now that might be better for you business-wise, where people need welders in a place that's nearby. I understand that there's going to be varying degrees of safety, and that's going to be a problem no matter where you go, and that might influence your decisions. Like, if I was you, I don't know how hard it would be to get anywhere else, right? Because again, I don't know. I think the USA might be pretty hard, but it also doesn't seem to be like a place I would want to go. I would want to go probably to Northern Europe. I would want to go to any place where, you know, they need workers and they have socialized medicine that would be available to me, because that's the other thing. You come here, I know that you're young and strong, but if you get old, if you get sick, if you get injured, right? Here, if you don't got the money, you don't get treatment. If you don't got insurance, you don't get treatment. So these are things to consider, right? And I know it's probably worse where you're at, but all I'm saying is there might be better choices than here. And they make it hard to leave here once you're here, right? And it's kind of hard to leave here because many countries don't want United States people there. So, yeah.
You know, everyone have their decision to make in life, and I've decided to make my own decision too. I just want to move out of Nigeria. I've been in Nigeria for years now. I haven't go out from my country, and I just need to move out and look for a better way for myself and also for my family, a better life. And I know we got so kind. If you have the money,
Right, so
I
you
move
would
to
like to
US,
shift the
I will make a
conversation from
great-
people trying to convince
a
you
great-
not to come here
something
to
in
helping
my
you
life.
figure out how to get here.
Right, so you would like to shift the
Correct.
conversation from people trying to convince you not to come here
Yeah.
to helping you figure out how to
So.
get here. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And when somebody can't help you,
Yeah, I
Well-
think we've exhausted our ability
they
to help.
probably feel uncomfortable.
So the thing
and
is
then you keep
that he
asking
hadn't
them
asked
for
for
money,
money
even though you
initially. So
realize
I
that
mean, we
they
had
could do damage to
had
this person.
conversations
So
about
the
this
thing
with
is that
their-
he hadn't
what the
asked for money initially. So I mean, we
sponsorship
had
process
had
looked like. I just didn't know
conversations
anything
just
about
figuring
it.
out if there
And then the
was, like,
conversation
what the
kind of had shifted, and I got uncomfortable,
sponsorship process
and that
looked
was
like.
kind
I
of
just
where we
didn't
had
know
left
anything
it.
about it.
So
And then the
that
conversation
was what
kind of
happened,
had
and
shifted.
so that's what he was
I
saying
got
was like,
uncomfortable.
hey,
And
instead
that was
of
kind of where we had
ghosting me when it got uncomfortable, you could have been like,
And so
hey,
that's what
that
he
made
was
me
saying, was
uncomfortable.
like, hey, instead of
When you know
ghosting
what I
me
mean,
when it
and
got
I
uncomfortable,
said,
you could
yeah,
have been
you're right. I
like,
probably should have just
hey,
done
that made me
because we had
uncomfortable.
talked 100 times and he never asked for money.
When you know what I mean,
That's what
and
he
I
was saying.
said, yeah, you're right. I probably should have just.
And I think that makes
because
sense.
we had talked 100 times and he never asked for money. So that's what he was saying.
Yeah.
And I
And
think
then,
that makes
like,
sense.
so, like...
Right, so the
yeah,
thing is, like,
and
we
where I'm
can
at
still
with it
talk
is, like,
about this, and we can still
we've
be
already
friends
done all
with
the
you,
things that
and
we can,
if
so...
something comes up
Like-
where
Right,
there
so the
is
thing
a way
is, like,
that
we
we
can
can help
still
to
talk
you,
about this,
great,
and we can still be
but
friends with you, and
where we're at
if
is
something
most
comes
of you
up
can
where
do
there
what
is
we
a way
can
that we
do
can
to
be
get
helpful
your
to
fun.
you, great, but where we're at is mostly we can, the only thing that we can do is your fun.
Yeah, like, we...
Yeah, I really know that if
Yeah.
something comes
So, but
up,
for the most
you
part,
will
I
not
just don't
forget
think
me.
that
You will
there's a whole
surely
lot we
reach out
can
to me,
do
which I know.
for you.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So, but for the most part, I just don't think that there's a whole lot we can do.
There's two kitties in the
you.
window.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just don't want to
Pablo
talk about it
and the
because,
Lizzie.
like, I've already
There's two kitties
established
in the window.
that's, yeah, that's
There's
pretty
a
cool.
Pablo
But
and a Lizzie.
I've just, like, we've established that there's nothing that we personally can do for you, and then it takes up our time where we want to even talk about kitties in the window, which I understand
He
is,
quite likes
may
my
sound
cats,
trite,
actually.
but
He don't,
Like-
right, Festus?
at that point,
Oh, now
like,
there's
there's
one.
nothing else I can do.
Quite likes my cat.
Yeah, I guess. He's like,
Yeah.
fine,
Don't-
sure.
Right? Festus? Oh, now there's only one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. He's like, fine.
What made me feel uncomfortable was just when
There
it
you go.
turned,
What made
when
you
the
feel
conversation
uncomfortable?
turned to, I need money.
What made me feel uncomfortable was
Because initially,
just when
because
it
before that
turned-
we had only
when
been
the
talking
conversation
about,
turned to I
exploring like how to help
Monetary thing.
figure out. if
Because
there was
initially,
anything we
because
could do
before that
to
we had only been talking about
assist in sponsorship.
exploring like
It
how to
had never
help
been about money before. And when it
figure
turned to
out if there was
money,
anything
that was
we
when
could
I
do
got uncomfortable.
to assist in sponsorship. It had never been about money before, and when it turned to money, that was when I got uncomfortable.
So do you think it's kind of like a hero mentality?
Well, no, I think
that,
for
like,
me,
you know, you
it's
really
that
wanna
I don't
help,
want
but
to
you can't,
ever
and it
end up
kinda
feeling
beats you
like I'm
down?
being had. And
Well, no, I think for
so
me,
when I
it's
feel
that
like
I don't
somebody
want
is
to
asking
ever
for money,
end up feeling like I'm
that's
being
when it starts to
had.
feel scammy to me.
And
And
so when I
that's
feel
when I'm
like
gonna be
somebody
like,
is
you know what,
asking for
like,
money,
I'm out.
that's when it starts to feel scammy to me.
Right, and that's for, but
that's
I
when I'm
don't
gonna be
do
like, you know what,
anything.
like,
I don't expect anything of anybody else that I will not
Right.
agree to
And that's for,
myself.
but
Which is
I don't
why
do anything,
I have such a
I don't
hard
expect
time
anything of anybody else
asking for
that
money
I
either,
will not
right?
agree to
So even though I'm
myself.
trying to do this
Which
as a
is
living and
why
I'm making that known,
I have such a hard time
and I'm spending all of my
asking
time
for
here
money,
doing that and trying to
right?
help
So
folks
even though I'm
for-
trying to do this as a living
in all
and
kinds
I'm
of
making
different
that
ways,
known,
I have a
and
hard
I'm
time even
spending all
being
of my
like,
time
hey,
doing that and trying
do
to
my
help
gifts
folks
and
for-
stuff.
in all
Even
kinds
though
of
that is
different
well
ways.
known that this is
I have
exactly
a hard
what I
time
am
even
here
being
for,
like, hey,
I have a hard time
do my
even doing
gifts
that, even though
and
that's not even scammy.
even though
that is exactly
well known
what
that
I am
this is
here
exactly
for.
what I am here for.
And I have a hard time even doing that
even
because
though
I
that's
feel
not even
like
scammy.
it can
That
feel
is
less
exactly what
than
I'm
on
here
the up
for.
and up.
Right.
And I have a hard time even doing that because I feel like
Right.
it can feel less than on the up and up.
Right. Yeah. And so, like, I do it because I know that it's legit, and I know You know, and so I do, and every
like,
once in a while, and I do
do
have my
it
Cash App and my PayPal
because I
on my
know that
bio.
it's
And if
legit,
people want to
and
give
I
me
know
money, they
that,
can, and they
you
don't.
know, and so I do. And
Nobody
every
ever
once in a while,
does.
I
Like,
do
I
have
mean,
my Cash
literally,
App
I
and my
have
PayPal on my
$17
bio,
in my Cash
and
App,
if
and it's
people
been
want to
there
give
for
me
a
money,
month. That's
they
how much
can, and
money
they
I
don't.
get. Like, literally.
Nobody ever does. Like, I mean,
But,
literally,
like,
I have $17
it's okay.
in my
It's
Cash
not,
App,
but
and it's been
at
there
some
for a
point I'm
month.
going to have
That's
to
how much
figure it
money I
out.
get.
But, like,
literally,
I
nobody gives me money. But, like,
but it's
okay.
little bits here and there, and I do the
It's not
same
that
as you. I give
something
it back. So
figure
if it
out, but,
was,
like,
if it was enough
I
to
do
be
use
profitable,
every time I'm on here.
but
it's little bits here and there.
I don't
and
ever
I
have
do the
enough
same as
to
you, I give
actually
it
pull
back.
out
So
and pay
if it was enough
ever.
to be profitable,
You know, and at some point I'm gonna have to
then
figure something
I
out.
don't
I'm
ever
just
have
not gonna
enough
the
to
time to be able
actually
to do
pull
this
out
because
and pay
I'm
a bill with.
sucking out my savings
I got
right now
it.
to be able to
You
do
know,
this.
and at some point I'm gonna have to figure something out.
I
and
really
I'm just not
want to
gonna
be
have
able
the
to
time
make
be
it
able to do
work,
this
and
because I'm sucking
I
out my
need to
savings
figure
right now
out
to
a
be able
way.
to do this.
But
And
the thing
I really
is,
want to be able
no,
to make
I
it
don't want
work,
your
and
advice on that piece of it. But
I need
like,
to figure out a way.
yeah.
But
Well, I thought I heard a.
no, I don't want your advice on that piece of it. But like,
I'm not gonna give
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I thought I heard a.
Why?
about this.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to kick me out of the room.
Well, whatever.
You're gonna have to kick me out of the room.
Why?
I just
But
won't
that's
be
the
able to
thing
shut
is
up.
like that's why I have such a hard time when people
well,
start
whatever.
asking for money is
I'm
because
making
like
fun of
that's
you
how
now.
hard it is for me to ask for money.
But that's the thing is like that's why I have such a hard time when people start asking for money. is
So, and I
because,
think
like,
that's good
how hard
though.
it
Like
is
I
for
think
me
it
to ask
should
for
be
money.
hard.
Yeah.
Like I think not that hard. Like I mean
So-
I
and
get
I
it.
think
Like I
that's
know
good,
as a
though. Like, I
business
think
that
it
you need to
should
be able to value your time
hard.
and yourself and
Like,
like
I think
I'm getting
I
there.
think not that hard. Like I mean I get it. Like I know
But
as a business
at the same
that you
time,
need to be able
like,
to
it
value
needs
your
to be
time and
legit
yourself,
to
and
that
like
point.
I'm getting there. But
So.
at the same time, like it needs to be legit to that point.
Right. I was thinking like a
Yeah.
product. There's not like a bullhorn or something like
Well,
that.
and I mean,
Something
I've got
that
stuff
you
in the
could-
works. It's just not up and
Yeah.
You
ready
could sell
yet.
bullhorns. You could sell those.
We'll see.
Well, and I mean I've got stuff in the works. It's just not up and ready yet.
Well, and they're getting to where
Well, I've
you
seen
can
some
like do
funny
gifting on
commercials.
videos and
It's
stuff
like,
like that.
that's a
But
thing.
the thing is with TikTok that sucks so bad is
Well,
like
and
it
they're
just
getting to
so
where
is
you can
aimed
like do
at the
gifting on
big,
videos
big
and stuff like that. But
influencers,
the thing
right?
is
So
with
the
TikTok
small
that
potatoes
sucks so
people,
bad
it's
is, like it just
like
so
why does
is
my
aimed
video
at
have to
big,
have
big
1,000 views before it
influencers,
can make
right?
money?
So the small potatoes people, it's like why does my video have to have 1,000 views before it can make money?
There's like levels
Right.
though, right? It's like
But
you
for
get
the
to
creator fun
100
videos, like the
views,
videos that
and
pay just for being
comments, and then it
videos,
steps
just
up
for
to a
views,
level
they don't
of
pay
the
anything at all.
But for the
period.
creator fun videos, like
Unless
the
they are
videos that
over a
pay
minute
just
long
for being videos,
and have
just
more
for
than 1,000 views.
they don't pay anything at all. Period. Unless they are over a minute long and have more than.
And
1,000
that
views.
means I have never had a video that paid. So it's like,
Wow.
and you have to have 10,000 or more followers to qualify.
And
So it's
that
like
means
you
I
get
have
there,
never had
which
a
is
video
hard
that
enough
paid.
to get
So it's
to by
like,
itself.
and you have to have 10,000 or more followers.
But then to get to,
So
it's
it's like
hard
you
to get
there,
every
which is
video
hard
to
enough
1,000
get to by
views.
itself.
And over a
But
minute
then
long.
to get to-
And it's 1,000 unique views, so
to
it can't
get
be one
every
person
video
watching
to
it more than
1,000
twice.
views.
Or more than once.
And over a minute long.
You know,
and, it's
and it
1,000
can't be
unique
like
views, so it
certain
can't be one
types
person
of
watching it more than
viewers.
twice,
Like there are
or more
so
than
many
once.
rules, and it's so specific. It can't be
You
anything
know,
that's like
and
lip
it
synced. It
can't
can't be
be,
anything
like,
promoted. It can't be
certain
anything
types of
rewatched. It can't be
viewers.
anything
Like,
like
there's so
you can't have
many
any
rules
clip in
and
it. It
it's so
can't be
specific.
anything
It can't
like
be anything
copyrighted.
that's,
It
like,
can't like
lip-synced. It
there
can't
are
be anything
so
promoted. It
many
can't be
rules that
anything
make it
rewatched. It can't be
impossible to get
anything,
paid
like,
on things.
You can't have any clip in it. It can't be anything like
Yeah.
copyrighted. It can't like there are so many rules
So
that make it.
it's like you really do
impossible
have to
get paid on
get gifts
things.
and other stuff and figure out your own
Yeah.
fucking ways to get paid.
So it's
Or
like you
be
really
a
do have
giant
to get
creator.
gifts and other stuff and figure out your own fucking ways to get paid. Or be a giant creator.
Sorry, kids. Somebody was trying to
Yeah,
get
you
me.
do. That's okay, you guys. You know what? I need to go too. I've
actually
been
have
on
to
here
go,
for 4.5
but
hours, and I'm
I do
about
like
my voice is
arguing.
about where.
Yeah, you do. That's okay, you guys. You know what? I need to
Thank
go
you,
too.
Kat.
I've been on here for 4.5 hours, and I'm
That's
about,
us.
my voice is about wore out, I think, so.
Yeah, you take
What's
care
that?
of yourself.
Harry.
That's us.
All right, bye,
Yeah.
guys. It's been real.
What's
See you tomorrow.
been fun. Take it easy.
All right, bye.
All right, bye guys. It's been real. See you tomorrow.